Chapter 1, The Spring Breeze Blows Green. Wait, I have something to say. To speak is one of today's protagonists of the bride Pang Mimi, originally in the Master of Ceremonies under the leadership of him, and another one of the protagonists of the groom Chenyi should drink a cup of wine. As long as the cup of wine once drunk, then their ceremony is completed. As a result, I did not expect the bride Pang Mimi directly grabbed the microphone of the MC and said she had something to say. I'm pregnant. The child is not Chenyi's. I do not agree with this marriage. Pang Mimi spoke with a firm voice, while the guests in the audience dropped their jaws in shock. Holy, what's the situation? I just want to eat the banquet. It's actually turned into watching a play. I'm still a child. Can I listen to this kind of story? Fight, fight, fight. The guests have all kinds of moods. On the contrary, our hero Chenyi is vaguely happy. Other people crossed the line and were withdrawn from marriage. I was directly green, right? Chenyi didn't care about Pang Mimi's statement. After all, as a new century geek who had read all sorts of crossing over novels, he was already not surprised by this kind of script. Unlike most crossings, he was neither a car accident nor a natural disaster. There was no terminal illness, nor did he cross over after death. In Chenyi's own words, he appeared in this world with a ding sound. Chenyi remembers that he was walking on the road, and then ding sound fainted, and woke up 2 days ago. After waking up, Chenyi found himself with a splitting headache. The memories in his mind as if he was walking around like skimming through them one by one. In addition to his own memories, there are some memories that do not belong to him are also emerging. These two strands of memory is life and death enemy general confrontation. For a time Chenyi cannot tell whether he was 10 years old in the elementary school classroom, or herding cattle in the mountains. Fortunately, Chenyi's Earth's memories prevailed, and this so-called Blue Star's memories were as if it had turned into a book, and it would only appear when Chenyi needed it. The owner of this body of Blue Star was also called Chenyi, the only son of Chun Qinglong. Chenyi, who knew this news at that time, also celebrated. Luckily I don't have to change my name. Chenyi then learned from the memory book that the Chenyi of this world studied very late, only entering school at the age of 11, and after finishing high school he was already 23 years old, and his family situation is not very good. Simple to summarize, is a rural family. The family a few acres of land. All rely on his father Chun Qinglong dry farming to support a large family. The mother and the birth of the little sister hemorrhage away. Chenyi has 3 sisters. The first sister is still in high school. The second sister and the little sister are in junior high school. Since Chenyi didn't go to college, and because he was getting older, his father, Chun Qinglong, asked someone to make a match for Chenyi. P.S. In the countryside it is common to get married early, and not getting married in your 20s will make people think there is something wrong with that person. So that led to this marriage. 2 days ago, Chenyi went to the mountain to pick peppers for the banquet. Because the soil where the peppers were planted at home was a bit high, Chenyi, who accidentally stepped on the air, just fell down. And so Chenyi from Earth came to the blue planet. When Chenyi from Earth learned that he was going to get married in 2 days, he almost ran away from home. Although he was a bachelor in his previous life, he was not so hungry that he couldn't eat. Several times Earth Chenyi wanted to sneak away. But what was going on? Chenyi couldn't just confess to Chun Qinglong. I'm not your son. Your son is dead. I'm from another world. I'm afraid that after he says this, either the woman will withdraw from the marriage or he will be admitted to a mental hospital. It was also possible that the woman would withdraw from the marriage and then enter the mental hospital herself. After weighing the situation, Chenyi planned to get married first, and then go out to work with a heavy family burden, so that Pang Mimi could help her father, Chun Qinglong, at home. As long as you leave this place, then it is not the sky high birds fly, the sea is wide depending on the fish jump. Chenyi's calculations are very good, but I did not expect the plan did not change quickly. Pang Mimi actually repented of her marriage first. The wedding in the countryside is usually to eat a banquet, and then worship the parents of the high hall, and it is done. But Chun Qinglong think their only son married, in addition to their own a little good face. So when the county town invited a wedding team, Pang Mimi parents learned that Chun Qinglong invited a wedding team, so they changed the wedding customs. Originally, the two families held their own banquets together, so not only did the Chun family have face, but the Pang family also had face. When it comes to receiving gifts, it's just a matter of each receiving their own. With a good idea of the Chun family and the Pang family so sit together to eat the seat. The original family only dozens of tables of the seat together into more than 100 tables. Chun Qinglong suddenly feel his face scenery incomparable. I didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. I'm pregnant. The child is not Chenyi's. I don't agree with this marriage. When Pang Mimi finished her sentence, Pang's mother was immediately about to rush onto the stage. The quick onlookers immediately pulled Pang's mother back. Unmarried pregnancy is a taboo in the countryside. If Pang's mother had rushed up, she would have beaten Pang Mimi half to death. Pang Mimi's words made the female relatives immediately lost face. All the female relatives who were eating and watching lowered their heads and kept quiet. Some even skipped out. Originally also in the proudly said that he did this seat how to do how Chen Xinglong also dumbfounded. He did not expect this to happen. Immediately went to the matchmaker to argue. If it is not the matchmaker, said Pang Mei, how obedient and well behaved, how filial, he will not be obsessed with agreeing to this marriage. Just as the scene was getting out of hand, Chen Yi took the microphone. Hey, this was a sound test. Quiet, Chen Yi yelled, and the entire room was immediately subdued by the yell, as everyone looked at Chen Yi in unison. Seeing that everyone finally quieted down, he then opened his mouth and said, as the saying goes, there is no grass at the end of the world, and when the spring breeze blows it is green. Everyone who heard this was puzzled. What the hell is this talking about? Chen Yi was talking about a classic line from an Earth movie, and he didn't know if the people of the blue planet had heard it before, regardless of whether they had heard of it or not. Chen Yi continued, actually, arranged marriages are illegal, and marriages like mine and Pang Mimi's are not recognized by the law. Seeing that everyone looked legally illiterate, Chen Yi continued, arranged marriages can seriously constitute a crime, and you are all accomplices. Everyone was immediately stunned upon hearing this. What? Is that illegal? I'm just here to eat. Damn it, you're an accomplice if you're eating a banquet? Seeing that everyone was silent, so then Chen Yi continued, since Pang Mimi doesn't want to marry me, then we can't force it. Interfering with another person's exercise of the right to freedom of marriage by violent means will constitute the crime of violently interfering with freedom of marriage. I think we are all good citizens who are law-abiding, so of course it's impossible to commit a crime. Everyone present subconsciously nodded their heads, but this banquet has already been set. If Pang Mimi and I don't get married, what then? Chen Yi hit the nail on the head at once. Everyone felt that the wedding of the two newlyweds could no longer be held, but the banquet had already been set up, so they couldn't just say that they wouldn't do it. In fact, everyone just wanted a solution. Chen Yi saw that everyone was waiting for his solution, so he continued, it just so happens that today is October 1st, the national day, so let's just gather together to celebrate our motherland's birthday. Will this be too much of a stretch? Everyone had this doubt in their minds. Chen Yi saw that the crowd did not react, so he took advantage of the situation and said, what do you all say? Good. Only a few people answered. Is it good? Chen Yi asked again. Good. This time everyone reacted. This was Chen Yi giving everyone a step down. If they didn't agree, it was estimated that the next scene would be a group fight between the Chen family relatives and the Pang family relatives, and even if they didn't help each other, they would probably have to pick their feet in embarrassment. What about the gift money? Just when Chen Yi felt that things were over, a discordant voice suddenly emerged. Chen Yi almost vomited blood when he heard it. Big brother, what kind of scene is this? You're still asking about the gift money? Let's break up the scene first, shall we? In this world, there were smart people and there were stupid people, and it was fine for stupid people to feel stupid, but there are always stupid people who think they are smart, and this is the most annoying part. Chen Yi knew that he couldn't pretend he didn't hear, or else this person might chase after him and ask, which would make everyone embarrassed again. Chen Yi once again picked up the microphone. The gift money of my Chen family will be returned in full. As for the Pang family, Chen Yi looked towards the group of people from the Pang family, hoping that they would have a principal come out and say so. Luckily, Chen Yi's almost father-in-law spoke up. My Pang family's gift money will also be returned in full. Chen Yi quietly gave his almost father-in-law a thumbs up. Since Pang Mimi almost married himself, then Pang Mimi's father could only be his almost father-in-law. Since he had gotten an accurate answer, the next thing was a private matter between the Chen family and the Pang family, and so the bizarre scene appeared. The guests in the courtyard were all eating their meals peacefully and quietly, not making the slightest sound, and even if they did, they were discussing the marriage in whispers. It was a different story inside the house, which was noisy and heated at the moment. Chen Xinglong scolded the matchmaker. The matchmaker scolded Pang Mimi's parents, and the almost mother-in-law and the almost mother-in-law scolded Pang Mimi. Pang Mimi didn't say anything, just silently shedding tears. Where is Chen Yi? He sat on the stool at the door smoking his own happy cigarettes. The cigarettes were bitter, but Chen Yi's heart was sweet, almost happy to be a father. He. Chen Yi's expressionless look was sadness to the core in Chen Xinglong's eyes. Chen Xinglong didn't care if he was disgraced or not, but what about his own son? When he saw Chen Yi's appearance of smoking alone in the doorway, he thought that his son's heart was as good as dead, so Chen Xinglong did not care about anything else. He asked Pang Mimi to apologize to Chen Yi first. If Chen Yi did not forgive her, then this matter is not over. Pang Mimi came to Chen Yi and cried, I'm sorry. Chen Yi flicked the cigarette away, then turned his head inside. Alas, in fact, you can talk privately, there is no need to do things so absolutely. Chen Yi understood Pang Mimi very well. She was only doing this because she wanted to make her own marriage her own. Well said. A voice suddenly rang out from within the courtyard. I, Chen Jiangwo, don't need this kind of daughter-in-law either. Chapter 2, the second generation of wealthy people in a different world. Who is Chen Jiangwo? Not only did Chen Yi have questions in his mind, the guests in the audience were all puzzled. This is the number one richest man in my clear state. The secretary behind Chen Jiangwo introduced. Yes, it's him. I've seen him on the Clear State channel. The richest man. It'd be awesome if I could make the acquaintance of such a character. This richest man is here to drink old Chen's family's wedding wine? Daughter-in-law? The guests then realized that there was a row of cars parked outside the courtyard at some point. All black SUVs. And some of the guests who knew what they were doing exclaimed, "Holy, all Land Rovers? One of them costs more than $1 million. Everyone there was shocked. What is the relationship between this Chen Jiangwo and the old Chen family? I haven't heard old Chen say they have any rich relatives? Could it be Chen Yi's godfather? Holy, so old Chen's family is deeply hidden." Just as the crowd was still speculating, Chen Jiangwo walked straight towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi was also puzzled as he stood up. He estimated that this person was a distant relative of the old Chen family. What people didn't expect was Chen Jiangwo pulling over Chen Yi and saying with old tears, "I finally found you. I thought I would never see you again in my life." Now everyone confirmed that the relationship between Chen Jiangwo and the old Chen family was by no means ordinary. Everyone present was calculating how to pull Chen Xinglong's strings. After all, Chen Jiangwo was a character they couldn't reach. But being able to befriend Chen Xinglong was also a good thing. On the contrary, Chen Xinglong had a look of mixed feelings. His heart was filled with sighs at the moment. After more than 20 years, this secret can't be hidden after all. Chen Xinglong looked at Chen Jiangwo's dress and temperament, with his secretary and bodyguards behind him, and a dozen or so cars outside the courtyard worth tens of millions of dollars. On the contrary, his own cheap suit, still brand new shoes. The pocket also carries his son's wedding only dare to buy $10 of cigarettes. Chen Xinglong suddenly realized that he was not worthy of being Chen Yi's father, nor was he worthy of being the father of his 3 daughters. Just as Chen Xinglong was still lamenting, the village chief ran to Chen Xinglong and said, "Old uncle, you've gotten rich. Do you know that Chen Dong is the richest man in our Qingzhou and that Chen Yi is his son?" Chen Dong said, "Shut up." Chen Xinglong interrupted the village chief. His own situation was clear to himself. The guests, however, were not calm. What? Chen Yi is not Chen Xinglong's son? The richest man in Qingzhou is Chen Yi's father? Old Peng's family should regret it, right? Almost father-in-law and almost mother-in-law were also shocked. The golden son-in-law is just gone? At once, the two wanted to strangle Peng Mimi. Chen Yijue was now big speechless. What's this situation? A golden finger after crossing over? Chen Xinglong walked to Chen Yi's front and touched Chen Yi's head in a rare manner. "Child, I am not your father." He pointed at Chen Jiangwo and said, "He is." Although Chen Xinglong did not know how Chen Jiangwo found Chen Yi, but thinking of the other party's monstrous money power, he guessed that he thought that he had a lot of methods. Chen Jiangwo's method is also very simple. That is to do DNA. He has made connections in hospitals all over the world. As long as the age and race match, there will be a match with him. 2 days ago, Chen Yi fell into the hospital to take blood tests. Chen Yi's sample naturally fell into the hands of Chen Jiangwo. Then Chen Jiangwo brought his money power to old Chen's house and found Chen Yi. "Dad!" Chen Yi naturally shouted at Chen Xinglong. This was the first time in 2 days that he called Chen Xinglong dad. As a traveler, these 2 days also felt infinite love and care here in Chen Xinglong. "Hey!" Chen Xinglong agreed. Chen Yi didn't know what to say for a moment, so he said loudly in front of everyone present, "You will always be my father." Good, good, good. Chen Xinglong said 3 good things in a row. He at least hadn't failed completely. Chen Jiangwo pulled Chen Xinglong's hand. "Brother, you will be my Chen Jiangwo's big brother from now on. The kindness of Chen Yi's upbringing, I will never forget it. Little brother." After saying that, he bowed to Chen Xinglong. "In the future, both of us brothers are your fathers," Chen Jiangwo said to Chen Yi. Chen Yi nodded and said, "Good." Chen Jiangwo waved his hand. "Bring in all the things for my big brother." Soon the bodyguards moved dozens of boxes of things out in the car. Cigarettes, wine, tea, and 10 red suitcases with no idea what was in them. When the courtyard was filled with gifts from Chen, the guests all gathered around. A dozen boxes of cigarettes had Zhonghua written on them, a dozen boxes of wine had Maotai written on them, and the tea was beautifully boxed, so the crowd couldn't estimate the value. Hair, the old Chen family is definitely flying high. Holy, is this a good son or a good father? I want to smoke China and drink Maotai. Chen Xinglong saw these but a little timid. This is something too precious. When he saw the box containing cigarettes written on the word China, he knew that he could not earn these things in his life. "Chen Dong, this gift is too valuable." Before Chen Xinglong could finish, Chen Jiangwo waved his hand and interrupted. "Big brother, this is some of my thoughts. I heard from your village chief that it wasn't easy for you to be alone all these years." But Chen Xinglong was a bit anxious. It's not that he doesn't want these things, but these really don't match with himself. If they were $10 cigarettes he would have accepted them, but even a pack of hard china would be 40, and one would be 400. A box is also 50. Also want a whole 20,000 yuan. Not to mention here are more than 10 boxes. At least is more than 200,000. If it is a soft Chinese also have to be several times. Just as Chen Xinglong was about to refuse, Chen Jiangmo said, "Big brother, these really don't mean anything to me. I can only feel at ease if you accept them." Alas, Chen Xinglong first sighed, then accepted it anyway. Alright, the guests on the sidelines were shocked by Chen's largesse. Is this the kind of vigor the richest man has? Holy, hundreds of thousands of dollars, saying you'll give it away? Know what kind of Mao Tai this is? Flying sky. Old Chen's family is lucky. I want a rich dad too. Everyone instantly felt that Chen Xinglong had dipped into Chen Yi's favor, and just when everyone thought it was over, they didn't expect the 10 bodyguards to open the red suitcase again in unison. Wow! There was a gasp of surprise all around, and everyone took out their cell phones to take pictures. There's a total of 9,999,900 here, Chen Jiangmo said. Originally, this money was given to Chen Yi as a congratulatory gift, and since he cancelled the wedding, then this money is taken as a thank you to old brother for raising Chen Yi. When Chen Xinglong heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said, "This can't be, I can have this money." Almost father-in-law and almost mother-in-law were repentant. If they had known that Chen Yi was Chen Jiangwo's son, they would not have let Peng Mimi withdraw from the marriage. The two men looked viciously at Peng Mimi, but did not expect her to look like she did not care. Chen Yi quietly watched from the sidelines, pretending to be indifferent on the surface, as if this is how it should be. But in reality, Chen Yi's heart has long been happy. In my last life, I was so poor that I didn't even change my underwear for 3 years, but I didn't expect that I would actually turn over to the serfs and sing now. Money, you are really a good thing. Chen Xinglong still wanted to refuse, but he didn't expect Chen Yi to accept it directly for Chen Xinglong. Dad, you take care of yourself, your sister and the others have to spend money too. Chen Xinglong was afraid that people would say that he sold his son. Rural people care about reputation, but on second thought, he was really short of money. So okay, I'll save this money for Chen Yi and give it to him later. Chen Xinglong instructed his several nephews to move the things into the house. As for the box containing the money, Chen Jiangwo's bodyguards moved in an empty house, and also guarded the inside and outside of the house. Chen Xinglong and led his nephews to open a box of china. To the guests a person a pack of Chinese cigarettes. After opening the cigarettes, everyone realized that what was inside was not hard china, but soft china. This made everyone smile. Their gift money is only 50, 100. I did not expect to actually bring a pack of soft china home. The gift money is returned in full, but also ate a meal. Cost effective. It's too cost effective. The so-called one man gets it and all the others get it. The guests, no matter male or female, old or young, all got a packet of china. Those who originally left their homes early due to the embarrassment of withdrawing from the wedding all heard the news and rushed here. Who wouldn't be willing to whore out a packet of soft china for nothing? Even some of the people who did not intend to come to drink the wedding wine or rushed to the old Chen's home. Regardless of men and women, young and old, smoking or not smoking all came. Even if no one in the family smokes, take out to sell or hand cigarettes to others also have face off. One of the nephews quietly asked Chen Xinglong Peng's guests to hand out cigarettes, but Chen Xinglong said that the guest is a guest. So not only Chen's friends and relatives got cigarettes, even Peng's friends got. Then Chen Xinglong took 2 more cigarettes, 2 bottles of wine and 2 boxes of tea to his almost in-laws. Old Peng although we are destined to be in-laws, but the victory is that Peng Mimi honest. Otherwise it is to harm the 2 children for life. These you take back. We cannot do in-laws to be friends. Old Peng wanted to refuse, did not want to run almost in-law's mother but immediately took Chen Xinglong hands of things, and said old Chen, your son atmosphere. You are more atmosphere. Your Chen family will not be able to reach us in the future. I also wish Chen Yi this child can find a better one. Almost father-in-law immediately took over and said, needless to say, Chen Yi this child can definitely find a better one. After saying this, he looked at his daughter Peng Mimi with disappointment, and couldn't help but sigh. Love poisons people. At this time, Chen Yi's little sister, Chen Xiaoyu, who had just started her first year of junior high school, tiptoed to Chen Yi's side, and said in Chen Yi's ear, brother, can you buy me a cell phone now that you have money? Little sister, you can't use a cell phone now. Besides, it's not like brother earned the money himself. The one who spoke was Chen Yi's second sister, Chen Chunyu. As for the eldest sister, Chen Dongyu, she wasn't there today because of her senior year of high school tuition. The second sister and the little sister originally saw the Peng family retreat after all the anger. Did not expect to come up with a brother's real father. The little sister thinks Chen Yi will not change, and money is not quite good. But the second sister does not feel the same way. The money is still their own to earn the use of the bottom. The two sisters began to fight to protect their own ideas. Chunyi put his arm around one sister and said, "Don't worry, brother will definitely be richer than him in the future." Bragging. The younger sister, Chen Xiaoyu, said, "Aha." Second sister Chen Chunyu nodded. "I believe what big brother said." Chapter 3, The Origin of Your Life. The sober guests went away, and the rest was Chen Yi's family business. Chen Yi, Chen Qinglong, Chen Jiangwo, and Chen Yi's second and youngest sisters were sitting around the living room. Originally Chen Qinglong intended to not let the two daughters participate, but on second thought they should also know the reason for this, so they let the sisters sit in. Chen Qinglong took a sip of tea and slowly said, 23 years ago, your mother was pregnant with your elder brother. That's not right. Little sister Chen Xiaoyu interrupted and said, "Isn't our big brother Chen Yi Uncle Chen's child?" Chen Qinglong shook his head. "This big brother is not your big brother Chen Yi." Then he signaled Chen Xiaoyu to stop interrupting and hear himself out. Chen Xiaoyu, on the other hand, spat out her tongue mischievously and made a face. Chen Qinglong continued with a face full of helplessness. "Which child is your big brother? He died young." The crowd exclaimed in shock. "What?" Chen Chunyu and Chen Xiaoyu didn't expect their own big brother to die young. 23 years ago, your mother was pregnant with your oldest brother. At that time, we were all careful, fearing that something would go wrong. Chen Qinglong said with a sigh. "We spent the first 9 months peacefully, and just a few days before the delivery we received a letter from the city. My son Su Ping, I am more than 79 years old, and it has been 3 years since you married into the Chen family. I don't know if you are safe and happy. 3 years without a letter from home. Do you know that my father misses you very much? The first day of the winter month is my 80th birthday banquet. I hope to return to the reunion. The pen is father. Sun Yen." Su Ping looked at her father's letter, and her heart was also filled with longing for the stubborn old man. Although he did not allow himself and Chen Qinglong to get married, he was always his father. Chen Qinglong probably understood the letter under Su Ping's teaching. He looked at Su Ping's dilemma and couldn't bear it, so he made a decision. "Sister Ping, my father-in-law's 80th birthday. We have to go." But, Su Ping touched her stomach. She was in labor. Tianyao village was far away from the city. The family's conditions have not been good. If she went, Chen Qinglong patted his chest and said, "I, Chen Qinglong, still have some face in Tianyao village. I'll go borrow it." Seeing that his wife Su Ping was still a bit hesitant, he added, "The days are poor anyway, and I don't care about this, but if we don't go to my father-in-law's 80th birthday, I'm afraid that they will say that we are unfilial." So when Chen Qinglong put together under the two still rushed to Tanshao city, there is no car to do in the village, so you can only take a donkey cart to the main road and wait for the shuttle bus down the county. Came to the county has been in the afternoon, rushed to the city of the bus has gone. The two had to live in the hostel to wait for a night to sit the next day's car. The winter months of Baiha County is very cold. Good in the hostel quilt thick enough, coupled with the two embraced each other for warmth, but also how to feel the cold. The next day, the two bought a ticket and set off to Tanshao city. Su Ping is a bookish family. Ancestors of several generations are readers. To her time the family also did a little business. Chen Qinglong and her acquaintance is a beautiful accident. At that time, Su Ping's family opened hostel. Chen Qinglong came to the city to pan for gold, temporarily living in Su Ping's hostel. 1 by 2. The two are familiar with the two. And then Su Ping insisted on leaving with him. Chun Yi's grandfather did not agree, but Su Ping or quietly with Chen Qinglong went. Once again embarked on the journey home. Su Ping's heart in addition to worry and some excitement. Back to the Su family to walk a section of the trail. And this section of the trail is very desolate. Su Ping didn't know whether she was too excited or too worried, but when she walked to this section of the trail, she was actually about to give birth. This hell of a place in front of the village behind the store, and only Chen Qinglong and Su Ping, two people. Chen Qinglong, if you leave, Su Ping's screams of pain is likely to attract jackals, tigers and leopards, so the two can only be born on the spot. Inexperienced Tua Busy finally gave birth to the child. Holding the child, Chen Qinglong found the child purple. Umbilical cord is still wrapped around the neck. Su Ping is always a woman, more or less understands some, so she asked Chen Qinglong to follow her own method to save the child. Chen Qinglong did not know how long he had been saving the child. He sometimes turned the child upside down, sometimes give the child artificial respiration, but the temperature on the child's body was getting lower and lower until it became ice cold. Woo woo, Su Ping kept crying. After working so hard to survive the first 9 months, she didn't expect that she still didn't save this child. Chen Qinglong was also very sad, but he knew he couldn't cry no matter how sad he was, because he was a man and had to hold up this family. Su Ping from the afternoon has been holding the child crying until the evening. Chen Qinglong do not know how to comfort her, just has been silently accompanied by Su Ping's side. At night, the white moonlight was shining on the ground. Su Ping also from the beginning of the bawling gradually becomes sobbing. Su Ping sobbed for a while and stopped crying. After a long time she sighed deeply. Alas, alas, alas. Su Ping sighed a few times in succession, then pulled Chen Xinglong's coat corner and said faintly, let's go. Su Ping held the child and walked back. The child was gone. They naturally did not know how to explain to Master Su and Su family, so they could only walk back. On the big day, if Master Su knew that he had lost his grandson because of his birthday, it was expected that his old man would not feel good in his heart either. Fortunately, the two did not write a letter to tell Master Su to come over before they left, so let's just assume that the couple are just cruel-hearted people. Su Ping brought Chen Xinglong to a riverside, where there was a large mountain not far from the river. There's a river in front and a mountain behind. Su Ping murmured, this is also considered a precious place, so she and Chen Xinglong discussed and buried the aborted child here. The two cried and buried their newborn child. Even this child did not even have a name, and according to rural customs he did not even have a monument. After doing all this the two stood quietly. Suddenly the other side of the river came the baby's cry. Wow wow wow, the baby's cries intermittently. Just as a mother lost her child, Su Ping madly rushed into the river. This is the fastest way to get to the other side of the river. Chen Xinglong see this also followed. The river is not very deep. The water in the center of the river only to the position of Chen Xinglong's abdomen. The two people just like this tripped through the water forward. Soon walked to the front of the Su Ping saw a baby floating in the water. The river and the big tree branches stopped him, so that he will not be washed away by the river. The two rescued the baby. The river water in the winter months is like cold ice. Su Ping did not care whether she was cold or not, and hurriedly took off her own shirt to wrap the baby. Frozen purple baby kept crying. Su Ping kept murmuring, live, I beg you to live. Chen Xinglong also looked at the baby in front of him with hope. Not long after Su Ping felt her breast swelling. There's milk? Su Ping immediately fed this baby. This baby is me? Chen Yi looked at Chen Xinglong who was stuck in memories. Yes, Chen Xinglong said with tears in his eyes, you were strong and survived. Your mother and I felt that this was a gift from the heavens, and you were also abandoned right after you were born, with blood stains on your body. Your name was obtained by your mother, Chen Yi, the only one in the Chen family. Chen Yi was distracted as he looked at Chen Xinglong. He did not expect this body to have such a bizarre origin. The second sister Chen Xunyu and the youngest sister Chen Xiaoyu both listened with tears in their eyes. Letting people not expect to cry. The most heartbreaking is Chen Jiangwo. He cried while still saying, it's not like that. It's not like that. Chen Yi looked at Chen Jiangwo's sad appearance. He felt that there must be some reason for this, so he opened his mouth and asked, what is going on? Chen Jiangwo calmed down and slowly spoke. 23 years ago, I went south to do business and failed. Not only did I owe the bank a lot of money, but I also owed a lot of money to underground money changers. At that time, your mother was pregnant with you, and being desperate, we returned to our hometown. But the underground money bank's methods were too powerful, and they quickly found me. I had no choice but to flee around with your mother. We fled to Penang State and originally planned to let your aunt take you after giving birth to you. I didn't realize that shortly after I gave birth to you the people from the underground money bank found us. Your mother and I ran towards the mountains with you, and in no time at all we were caught by the people from the underground money bank. I was pestered by the underground money man and your mother was captured by them. Then they tried to rob you, and your mother accidentally dropped you off the cliff while pulling against them. Seeing that a human life had been caused, the people from the underground money changers fled. Your mother and I walked to the bottom of the cliff to look for you, and we searched for 3 days and 3 nights without finding you. We suspected that you had been swept away by the river. Saying this, Chen Jiangwo looked at Chen Yi with a face full of apologies. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Chen Jiangwo kept apologizing. You weren't abandoned. No. Chen Jiangwo kept apologizing, kept saying sorry. Chen Yi looked at the two men who were more than half 100 years old, but his heart was flavorless. Chen Yi, Chen Yi, you have 2 good fathers, but you didn't see this scene. Chen Yi kept sighing for Blue Star's Chen Yi. He was an orphan in his last life and didn't feel much affection, but he didn't realize that he actually had 2 good fathers in this life. Chen Yi, from now on, your family is my family. Since I have occupied your body, I will not let your family be harmed. I swear. Earth Chen Yi secretly swore in his heart. Chen Jiangwo looked solemnly at Chen Yi at this moment. Child, are you willing to recognize your ancestors? Chen Xinglong and the 2 sisters of the Chen family all looked at Chen Yi. He had only stated at the banquet today that he would always be the son of the old Chen family, but he also did not say that he would not recognize his ancestors. Chen Yi knew it was time to choose. He said in a deep voice, Father. Chen Yi looked to Chen Xinglong. Father. He looked to Chen Jiangwo. Both of you are my fathers. Chen Yi said decisively. Forever. Everyone here understood what Chen Yi meant. He wouldn't give up on any of the families. He was the only son of the old Chen family and the son of the richest man in Qingzhou. A happy ending. All were happy. Chapter 4, Tertiary VIP. After things were explained clearly, Chen Jiangwo also took a rare 2 days off. He and Chen Yi talked a lot during these 2 days, and Chen Yi also learned from him that he had 2 younger brothers and a younger sister. As for his own mother, He Xiao, who had been recuperating in Yang City, the capital city of Qingzhou, when Chen Yi asked about the cause of his mother, He Xiao's illness, Chen Jiangwo replied, "She got postpartum depression after giving birth to your little brother, and coupled with the loss of you, she's become a bit neurotic, but fortunately it's not a big problem." Chen Jiangwo also left after staying for 2 days as he had an urgent contract to sign. On the way to see him off, Chen Jiangwo instructed Chen Yi, 20 days from now, that's October 23rd, that day happens to be your grandmother's birthday. You must rush to Yang City. At that time, your ancestor recognition ceremony and grandma's birthday will be done together. Chen Yi nodded. Got it. And Chen Jiangwo continued to command, Li Renji, I've arranged for him to be by your side. There are 5 bodyguards including him. He's the captain. Something can be arranged for them to do. After saying that, Chen Jiangwo gave Chen Yi another phone number. You can find him if you have any problems in Baihe County. Then Chen Jiangwo paused and said, not necessarily useful, but better than nothing. Chen Yi nodded. Got it. Chen Jiangwo then left with the remaining several secretaries and bodyguards. Chen Jiangwo also left 3 Land Rovers for Chen Yi. After sending Chen Jiangwo away, Chen Yi returned home. His little sister Chen Xiaoyu immediately ran to Chen Yi's side. Brother, let's go to the county town to buy a cell phone. Not allowed to go. Behind him came the roar of Chen Shunyu, the second sister. Chen Yi turned around and smiled at his second sister Chen Shunyu. How about brother buying you a laptop? Second sister Chen Shunyu had always wanted a laptop, but since her family didn't have much money before, Chen Xinglong didn't agree. Second sister Chen Shunyu began to hesitate, although she thought that she should not use other people's money, but she really wanted a laptop. After further deliberation, second sister Chen Shunyu nodded and said, okay, only allowed to buy this once. Yeah. Little sister Chen Xiaoyu cheered. 2013, October 3rd, Qingzhou, Tongshao City. On the main road leading from Tianyao Village to Baihe County, 3 Land Rovers drove towards Baihe County City in an organized manner. Chen Yi, the Chen family's second and youngest sisters, Chen Xinglong and the driver and bodyguard Li Renjie were sitting in the Land Rover in the center. The frontmost Land Rover was the Pathfinder. The center ensured the safety of the employer, and the last vehicle pulled the cash that was short of $1 million and $10 million. Chen Yi intended to deposit this money in the county bank. Tianyao Village belonged to Cliphead Town, and there was a bank in the town, but it was a small rural credit union. Chen Yi still felt that it was more convenient to go to the county town to deposit the money. Chen Xiaoyu, the youngest sister, sat in the back row and kept surveying the Land Rover's interior, smacking her lips from time to time and murmuring, a car with more than $1 million is just grand. Chen Shunyu, the second sister, was taking care of Chen Xinglong, who was seasick. Originally, Chen Xinglong did not intend to come, but Chen Yi felt that he had to get a few sets of clothes for him, so he dragged him along. Chen Yi sat in the co-pilot and Li Renjie have a chat. In the process of chatting, Chen Yi learned that Li Renjie is the people of Xizjiang State. After the military into a company called Taiyan Security Company, the first employer is Chen Jiangwo. This is with more than 3 years. Brother Li, what exactly does my father do? Chen Yi asked. In the past 2 days, he and Chen Jiangwo mostly chatted about family matters, and he was not too clear about what his father did. Li Renjie shook his head quickly when he heard Chen Yi call him Big Brother Li. Young Chen, you can't call me Big Brother. It won't work. Chen Yi felt that he was hearing Li Renjie's name calling in a weird way, so he set a rule for Li Renjie. First, you can't call me Young Chen. If you really want to call me Chen Yi. Second, what I call you is up to me. Naturally, Li Renjie didn't dare to call Chen Yi by his first name, so he hurriedly said, since you don't like me calling me Chen Xiao, is it okay if I call you Boss Chen from now on? Boss? Chen Yi thought for a while and felt that it felt pretty good. Good. In the future you can call me Boss Chen. My father you will still be known as Dong Chen will do. Li Renjie nodded. Good. Then he explained his understanding of Chen's industry. I'm not too sure what exactly Chendong does, because Chendong has many industries, but I know that Chendong's fundamentally started as a service industry. Be specific. Chen Yi knew what a service industry was, but the scope was too broad. Li Renjie explained as he turned. Chendong started out as a restaurant, then KTV, bars, internet cafes, hotels, and so on. Chendong was involved. Chen Yi nodded thoughtfully, then turned his head and asked, how much do you get paid a year? Li Renjie smiled awkwardly. The company has a confidentiality agreement. It can't be said. Chen Yi bristled. I'm not your employer. It doesn't count as a leak. Tell me. Li Renjie shook his head. Can't say. This is the rule. Chen Yi saw that Li Renjie was so uninterested and stopped pursuing. Not long after, Baiha County arrived. Li Renjie followed the navigation and drove the car directly to the Longxia Bank. As the largest bank in Longxia Country, this branch in Baiha County is not bad. At least there is a parking lot. You have to know that banks in poor counties like Baiha County basically don't have a parking lot. Shenyi told the others to wait in the car and led Li Renjie towards the bank. Entering the bank, Shenyi saw 2 counters in the business. There are 7 or 8 people sitting in waiting to call the number. Shenyi just walked in and the lobby manager greeted him. 2 of you. What kind of business? The lobby manager was in his early 30s, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that looked well-mannered. Shenyi directly stated his intention. I want to deposit money. May I ask how much? The lobby manager asked. If it's under 3,000 you can go to the ATM. Shenyi hemmed and hawed and stretched out a finger. 100? The lobby manager was speechless. $100 and you still need to deposit it? It's $10 million. Shenyi faintly said. Put. This was followed by a burst of laughter. This sound came from behind Shenyi. Behind Shenyi was Li Renjie, but Li Renjie could never laugh at him like this. The curious Shenyi turned around to look at the owner of the laughter. Shenyi turned around to see a short black fat man sneering at himself. Which black fat man? Fat head, waist don't have a Mercedes-Benz key, belly quite like pregnant with a child in October general. Hand under the arm also clamped a black bag. Hair combed shiny hair, the typical contractor dress. The black fat man kept laughing. While laughing also said, 10 million, laugh me to death. You still have to save 10 million. Ha 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 ha. Shenyi looked at his face and got a little angry. What? Can I save $10 million? The black fat man said disdainfully. I only earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year from contract labor. You little dolls still want to save 10 million. If you save $10 million, I'm here to get $100 million today. Shenyi turned his head away and ignored him. He knew that there was no need to bother with people like this. Shenyi turned to the lobby manager. May I ask if there is a queue? When the lobby manager was about to answer, the black fat man interjected. Manager Wu, I have an appointment. Shouldn't I handle my business first? As soon as the lobby manager heard that he had an appointment, he immediately greeted the fat man. It's Mr. Wang who has an appointment for today's VIP, isn't it? The black fat man nodded. It's me. Shenyi was offended at this point. Manager Wu, it seems like we were here first, right? When Manager Wu heard this, he immediately explained. Mr. Wang is the VIP of my White River Longxia Bank. Besides, he has an appointment. Your bank's VIPs are also graded, right? Shenyi asked. Yes. Shenyi pointed to the black fat man. What level of VIP is this black fat man? Manager Wu explained. Our bank VIPs are divided into 7 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 7 being the highest. Like Mr. Wang is our bank's 2nd level VIP. How can I reach level 2 VIP? Level 1 requires 100,000 deposits. Level 2 requires 1 million deposits. Level 3 requires 10 million deposits. And so on. Level 7 requires 100 billion deposits. Just after Manager Wu finished speaking, the black fat man raised his head and said condescendingly, Kid, don't look at me as a 2nd level VIP, but I'm the one who has millions of deposits. Like you, it's impossible to have in this lifetime. The black fat man finished mockingly looking at Chun-Yi as if he was looking at a jumping clown. Their voices had attracted the people next to them. Most of them cast envious glances at Black Fatty, who was also enjoying this. Shenyi did some math and said, so if I'm a level 3 VIP, I'll get priority processing, right? Manager Wu nodded. Yes. Shenyi then gave a look to Li Renjie, who immediately called his subordinates sitting in the car. Not long after, 4 bodyguards appeared in the hall with 10 boxes. Open them. Chen De waved his hand. The bodyguards methodically opened the boxes in turn. This scene immediately attracted everyone to gather around. Even Manager Wu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If it's all money inside, 1 box is $1 million, 10 boxes is $10 million. Manager Wu suddenly realized the extraordinary nature of the person in front of him. The first box opened was full of banknotes. The second box opened was still full of banknotes. Until the 10th box was opened. Everyone was talking. Holy, how much money are these? I'll have to earn this for several lifetimes. If only there weren't so many bodyguards. Fatty Black from the bodyguards with the box came and realized that things are not so simple, but turned his head to look at Chen-Yi So Young, and listened to the accent or local people. This White River County rich people who he does not know. I didn't expect to kick the can down the road. This is something I can prioritize, right? Chen-Yi said indifferently. Manager Wu came back from his shock. The other party was going to deposit so much money. This was a big credit. Can. This way please. With that, Manager Wu led Chen-Yi to the VIP room. Before leaving, Chen-Yi said to the black fatty, Fatty, even if you're dark and short, you also have no vision. Remember, you're not the only one with money in Baiha County. The black fat man was dumbfounded by the dislike, and for a while, he was actually stumped in place, and only then did everyone look at him as if they were looking at a clown. Manager Wu suddenly realized the extraordinary nature of the person in front of him. Chapter 5 Shopping. Chen Yi out of the bank is already more than 12 noon, almost 10 o'clock to go in which to stay for more than 2 hours. The main thing is that 10 million points also need to know Kung Fu, plus 10 million so much. The procedures are a bit complicated. Chen Yi decided to take his family to eat casually, then buy clothes for Chen Qinglong father, buy a laptop for the second sister, and buy a cell phone for the little sister. By the way, there was also a need to bring some gifts for the eldest sister. During the National Day, except for the senior high school students who were all on vacation, the eldest sister was still taking remedial classes, so Chen Yi naturally couldn't treat any of his sisters poorly. Moreover, he had only crossed over for the 5th day today, and he hadn't seen his big sister yet. According to Blue Star Chen Yi's memories, the eldest sister is a quiet and soft girl. Chen Yi dismissed Li Renjia's few people. He didn't need anyone's protection right now and felt uncomfortable keeping his bodyguards around. Chen Yi brought his family to Walking Street to eat snacks according to his memory. It wasn't that he didn't want to take his family to a restaurant to eat, but according to Blue Star Chen Yi's memory, the snacks in Baihe County were the best. Chen Yi ate a bowl of sour noodles. Two sisters ate cold noodles. Chen Qinglong motion sickness. Chen Yi bought him a meal. Chen Yi's family are all rural people, and they are not picky, and Chen Yi, who was poor in his previous life, has also long been used to the flavor of the ground. After eating sour noodles, Chen Yi took out a Chinese hand. Chen Qinglong a. Around the people who look at smoking Chinese also eat roadside stalls. It is estimated that which rich children to experience life, a pack of cigarettes and cause the envy of the people around. After eating, Chen Yi decided to first take the little sister to buy a cell phone. Walking Street from the nearest cell phone store. As soon as he heard the first to buy a cell phone for their own, Chen Xiaoyu happy jumping up and down. Chen Yi shook his head helplessly. All 17 and still not grown up. That's right, all 4 of their siblings went to school at the age of 11. The youngest sister, Chen Xiaoyu, was 17 years old, the second sister, Chen Chunyu, was 19 years old, and the eldest sister, Chen Dongyu, was 1 year older than Chen Yi and was 22 years old. About this issue, Chen Yi also asked Chen Qinglong. His answer was, for one thing, the family is poor, and for another, studying later to keep up with the IQ. For the previous life at the age of 6 to read the first grade, Chen Yi really cannot accept this argument. A class, people are only 6 or 7 years old, they are 11 years old. This is a complete child king. The key to a person, even if did not expect the 4 siblings are all the king of children. Every time I think of this, Chen Yi is a little helpless. The people who came to the cell phone store were all dazzled by the wide array of cell phones. Little sister, what brand of cell phone do you want? Chen Yi looked to Chen Xiaoyu. Little sister Chen Xiaoyu thought for a moment. I heard that they say Jinli is good. I want to buy a Jinli. Chen Yi thought back to the previous life's cell phone brand. 2013 GoGo or out of 5S, or 4G cell phone. Most of the rural counties information backward. Do not know GoGo is also normal. Chen Yi touched the slider phone in his pocket and thought, it seems that I also need to change one. I'll buy you a GoGo. Chen Yi sighed. The gap between the 2013 Huawei compared to the GoGo is still there. What is GoGo? Little sister Chen Xiaoyu asked curiously. So Chen Yi began to explain, saying how the GoGo cell phone. Listening to the little sister Chen Xiaoyu think that the GoGo cell phone is absolutely the best. But at the end, Chen Yi still instilled to the little sister Chen Xiaoyu. Of course, this can't say that the domestic ones are not good. It can only be said that we still have to work hard in Longxia country. I believe that in the near future, my domestic production will not only be comparable to foreign machines, but will even surpass them. Definitely. Little sister Chen Xiaoyu said as she clenched her fists. Chen Yi led them to the fruit specialty counter. The shopping guide Beauty immediately smiled warmly and said, a few people first looked down. Fruit out to a few? Chen Yi directly asked. The shopping guide Beauty smiled and replied, our fruit is now out to 5S, a 4G cell phone. Then the shopping guide Beauty continued, now most of the market are still using 3G cell phones. Our Longxia country also just got 4G license this year. Just when the shopping guide Beauty wanted to continue the introduction, Chen Yi interrupted her. 5 units of 64G, 5S, any discount? Fruity's new machine just came out when there is indeed no discount. That's because you do not buy a large number of people to buy. In order to ensure the price of Fruity, the business is not willing to give discounts. As Chen Yi expected, the shopping guide Beauty directly said, this is the new machine just came out. There is no discount. Chen Yi again interrupted her to stretch out 5 fingers. 5. I bought not 1. The shopping guide Beauty hesitated and said, I will ask the manager. After saying that, she went to make a call. Not long after the shopping guide Beauty came back. Boss, the new machine really no discount. But our boss said that we can give each machine sticker film plus protective shell. Chen Yi thought about it or forget about it. He is not bad this money. The key is that money doesn't come from the wind, so a little bit of saving is a little bit. Okay, Chen Yi helplessly agreed. In his mind, a machine cheaper 100 or no problem. The second sister and Chen Xinglong, when they learned that they also want to buy for themselves, is refused. Cell phone for them is just a communication tool. So Chen Yi explained to them a pass. Now do not use smartphones, will not be able to keep up with the times. And then said a whole lot of cell phones how important, so that the two reluctantly accepted. Next is to choose the color of the phone. The little sister Chen Xiaoyu chose a so-called rustic gold color. Chen Xinglong and the second sister Chen Xunyu chose a deep sky gray. And then Chen Yi asked for 2 silver. 1 for him, and 1 for the big sister. Soon the 5 phones were done. Chen Xinglong didn't like the fancy phone case. He asked for a white transparent one. His little sister Chen Xiaoyu didn't ask for a phone case, saying that it would block the color of her phone. The second sister Chen Xunyu chose a pink cartoon phone shell. Due to the number of phone shells is not much, only 2 couples shells left. Chen Yi will also be used. The beautiful shopper asked Chen Yi what software he needed to download, and Chen Yi replied, QQ, WeChat, a certain blog, a certain hand, a certain treasure, a certain cat, a certain east, a certain art, a certain cool, a certain dog, a certain German map. Chen Yi said a dozen software names in one breath. The beautiful shopper didn't complain and honestly downloaded the software for the 5 cell phones. 1 unit is 6,888. 5 units is 34,440. Cash or credit card? The shopping guide beauty looked at Chen Yi with a smile. 5 cell phones at once. Her commission would be quite a bit. Swipe card. Chen Yi pulled out the black card that Chen Jiangwo had given him. According to his father Chen Jiangwo, it was a black card with a limit of $50 million. The shopping guide beauty was surprised to result in the black card in Chen Yi's hand. It was the first time she had seen what a black card looked like. After brushing the card, Chen Yi took them to the computer city. On the way, Chen Yi taught them how to play WeChat. Another year or 2 WeChat is the king. Now must be mastered in advance. Little sister Chen Xiaoyu was very curious about WeChat's video calls. She repeatedly kept hitting Chen Yi's video. At first Chen Yi will also pick up, and finally Chen Yi simply ignored her. Chen Xinglong was very curious about the map of mode. He kept rummaging through the map to see if he could find his home on the map. Chen Xunyu, the second sister, on the other hand, clicked on a certain blog, and she found that there were many good-looking and funny articles in it, as well as a lot of entertainment news and gossip. Chen Yi, on the other hand, used his browser to open Donyang. He wanted to see if he could find the reason why he crossed over. Soon a group of people came to the computer city. For the computer Chen Yi can be said to know nothing. Good, and the second sister Chen Xunyu some understanding. She wanted to buy a Asus. After coming to the Asus store to watch for a while, the second sister Chen Xunyu pointed at one of the notes and asked the boss, "Boss, how do I sell this one?" The boss was wearing black framed glasses. He held up the frame and replied, "This one is 4,208. Chen Xunyu, the second sister, shook her head helplessly. This one did not fit her budget, so she pointed to the computer next to her. "What about this one?" The glasses boss could see that Chen Xunyu's budget was not high, so he introduced, "This one also costs more than 4,000. After saying that, he pointed to a computer at the side of the booth and said, "This one is 3,005. Is it for sale at 3,000? Second sister Chen Xunyu immediately killed the price. The man with glasses shook his head. 3,450 if you sincerely want it. Chen Yi didn't listen to the two men's bargaining. When Chen Xunyu, the second sister, pointed to the first one, he went online to check the selling price of this model. Well, do not know. A check shocked. The first laptop online average price of only 3,005. And the boss actually want to buy 4,002. Enough to earn more than 700. Chen Yi saw the second sister Chen Xunyu cut down, so he pointed to the second sister Chen Xunyu, selected the first laptop, said, "Boss, this 3,000 sell or not sell?" The man with the glasses said in a bad tone after hearing this, "I said this one is 4,002. Do you want to buy it or not?" Chen Yi handed the online shopping page to the man with glasses. "See how much it is selling for?" As soon as he saw that Chen Yi knew how to compare prices from online shopping platforms, the man with glasses immediately lost his head. "Little brother, this online channel can't be trusted. Many of them are refurbished. I will never sell this kind of product here. If you sincerely want 3,009 to take away, 3,006. Chen Yi said back, "My price is 100% higher than the average price online. You definitely have a profit." The man with glasses knew that he might not be able to do this business if he went on talking, so he also agreed very quickly. "Good. 3,006 is 3,006. Chen Yi had wanted to persuade his second sister Chen Xunyu to buy a more expensive one. After all, every penny counts. But his second sister Chen Xunyu's explanation was, "I don't play games. It's good to be able to satisfy my daily life." Cannot be argued with. Chen Yi had to listen to the second sister. Out of the computer city is already more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chenyi in the neighborhood ATM withdrew 10,000 cash. Let the two sisters to take the father to buy a few sets of new clothes. Chenyi himself first went to find the big sister. Big sister at this time should be almost out of class. He had to give the new cell phone to the big sister Chen Dongyu first sent over. Big sisters still have to go to evening self-study in the evening, and a few of them have to go home. So Chenyi has to take advantage of this gap to send the cell phone to the big sister to go soldiering in 2 directions. Chenyi rushed towards Baiha County Nationalities Middle School. Chapter 6, Today's Vengeance, Today's Retribution. Chenyi walked down the road of his memory, and this feeling of both strangeness and familiarity made him feel very strange. He pulled out the 5S he had just bought and touched it to feel okay. He dialed his big sister Chen Dongyu's phone number from memory. The phone beep 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 for a long time, but no one answered. Chenyi made several more consecutive calls, and finally dialed after 4 or 5 calls. Hey! A sweet and slightly hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Chenyi listened to the strangest familiar voice and asked softly, "Big sister, did you get out of class yet?" It took a long time for the opposite side to reply. "It's off. I came to the county town to see you, and brought you a gift. Let's meet at the entrance of the Nationalities Middle School." Oh, the two then hung up the phone. Chenyi always felt that the big sister was a little different from the big sister in his memory. Today's big sister seemed to be a few points more indifferent. Chenyi shook his head to cast away this thought. Guess I'm overthinking it. Chenyi rushed towards the Nationalities Middle School with big strides, and before long Chenyi arrived at the entrance of the Baiha County Nationalities Middle School. Both sides of the gate were filled with vendors selling things: school supplies, textbooks, exercise books, snacks, fruits, and restaurants. Chenyi stood opposite the gate and looked at the gate in a daze. It seemed like he had been here countless times, but it also seemed like he was here for the first time. He wondered if it was a consequence of memory fusion. After a long time of being lost in thought, a familiar figure appeared in front of Chenyi's eyes. Tall figure, snow-white skin, eyebrows like willow leaves, eyes like stars, high nose, and fiery red lips. Chenyi was not sure for a moment if the person in front of him was his big sister Chen Dongyu or not. This appearance was a bit different from the one he remembered. The big sister in his memory was a very ordinary girl, but at this moment, Chenyi had a different kind of feeling. So beautiful. If it wasn't for the fact that Chenyi's eyes had a special ability, I'm afraid he wouldn't have dared to go up and recognize her. Ever since crossing over, Chenyi had realized that his eyes could see everyone's name, just like the Eye of Death in the Death Note. This was also the reason why Earth Chenyi hadn't revealed himself. What Chenyi didn't understand was whether he had this ability only after crossing over, or whether it originally came with Blue Star Chenyi. Although Blue Star Chenyi's memories were also acquired by him, but the memories were like photo albums, very different from the actual. Some memories only had faces, not names. If you encountered it, you couldn't say that you had lost your memory, could you? On the first day, Chenyi could only see the name on each person's head, and on the second day not only could he even see the name, but he could also see the other person's age. On the third day, Chenyi's eyes can see each other's character level. Chenyi has seen everyone in the family except the eldest sister. Chen Qinglong's character grade is good. The second sister's character grade is also good. The third sister's grade is flat. Chenyi has also seen the character grade is poor. He had also looked at himself in the mirror, but it turned out to be a white blur of nothing, not even his name or age. When Chenyi saw his eldest sister Chen Dongyu for the first time, her name, age, and what surprised Chenyi the most was his eldest sister Chen Dongyu's personality grade appeared on top of her head. Chen Dongyu, 22 years old, personality grade, extremely excellent. This was definitely the first person Chenyi had encountered with a full human character rank. Chenyi walked over to his eldest sister Chen Dongyu with excitement mixed with a little bit of strange emotions. Eldest sister, brother has come to see you. Chenyi tried his best to mimic Blue Star Chenyi's tone and movements so as not to make big sister Chen Dongyu feel uncomfortable. According to his memory, big sister Chen Dongyu would smile and give Chenyi a hug, but Chenyi was surprised when big sister gave an indifferent a sound. Chenyi felt that something was wrong. Could it be that this niece knows that I am not his brother? However, Chenyi soon gave up this idea. Chen Dongyu naturally hugged Chenyi and said, "Brother, I miss you a little homesick." Chenyi thought that this niece was a little tired due to the stress of studying, so he naturally pulled her hand to eat. Chen Dongyu's palms were very cold and sweating constantly. Chenyi turned his head and asked to Chen Dongyu, "Are you uncomfortable?" Chen Dongyu lowered her head the moment she locked eyes with Chenyi. She shook her head and whispered, "No." Chenyi knew something was wrong when he saw Chen Dongyu avoiding his eyes. Chenyi realized that the corners of Chen Dongyu's eyes were red, obviously having cried. "And wherever you go will bring a book." Chen Dongyu this actually empty-handed. Chenyi's mind immediately flashed through countless thoughts. Bullied? Been cheated by others? Isolated by classmates? Criticized by the teacher? Or? Chenyi did not dare to continue to think down. In thinking is the worst thing. Chen Yi's hands gently rested on Chen Dongyu's shoulders. He lowered his head to try to look into Chen Dongyu's eyes. What happened? Chen Yi's voice is very gentle, very kind. Just this gentle and kind voice but suppressed certain emotions, certain very horrible emotions. Chen Dongyu knew mouth someone to speak, but did not say a word. Only the tears but indisputably flowed down. Chen Dongyu said with a crying voice, "Brother, I don't want to study anymore. I want to go home." "Good," Chen Yi said gently. Chen Yi then called Li Renjie and his little sister and they each called. And soon Li Renjie drove his little sister and they came. Chen Dongyu had long since stopped crying, as long as the redness in her eyes was very obvious. "Brother Jie, you first take them to the Emperor Hotel and wait for me. I still have some things to do," Chen Yi commanded. Then he touched Chen Dongyu's head. "Sister, you guys go eat something first. Father and big sister and little sister will accompany you." Chen Dongyu looked at Chen Yi in confusion. She did not know what her brother was going to do. Looking at the back of the Land Rover driving away, Chen Yi's eyes turned cold and dim. He was on the verge of breaking out at any time now. The thought of Chen Dongyu's pitiful appearance was like being cut by 1,000 knives. Chen Yi walked into the Nationality Middle School. Chen Dongyu didn't want to study, so the problem was within this school. Chen Yi came to the dormitory building according to the memory. The dormitory of Baihan National Middle School has only one building. The second to the fourth floor is the girls' dormitory. The fifth to the seventh floor is the boys' dormitory. The stairwells were shared, except that the second to fourth floors had an iron door separating the inside and outside. Precisely because it was one building, Chen Yi came to the dormitory without being suspected. Chen Yi climbed to the third floor. In his heart he was still thinking about how to break the door lock. Chen Yi but saw that the iron door lock on the third floor just happened to be broken. Girls' dormitory, 307. Chen Yi, according to the memory of Chen Dongyu, talked to his room number to find the 307. Inside a few girls are sitting around together to talk about the world. Chen Yi kicked open the door of the dormitory with a boom. Chen Yi kicked open the door of room 307. Ah! The girls inside unanimously let out a scream. Chen Yi swept a glance at the girls inside, and soon he saw a familiar name. "Jiang Xiaohong?" Chen Yi asked to a little girl wearing a red t-shirt and jeans. "It's me." Jiang Xiaohong subconsciously nodded her head. "Come with me for a moment," Chen Yi said in a deep voice. After saying that, he pulled Jiang Xiaohong to the playground. There were many people here and it was not good for Chen Dongyu's reputation. On the playground Chen Yi faced Jiang Xiaohong. Jiang Xiaohong was Chen Dongyu's classmate and best friend, so she must know something. "You know me, right?" Chen Yi said. Jiang Xiaohong didn't say anything, just nodded. Chen Yi didn't know Jiang Xiaohong, but Jiang Xiaohong knew Chen Yi. After all, someone who only graduated from high school at the age of 23 was an oddball. "What happened to my sister?" Chen Yi stared at Jiang Xiaohong dead in the face, hoping that she wouldn't lie to herself. Jiang Xiaohong knew she couldn't hide it once she heard it was for her bestie Chen Dongyu, so she said frankly, "It's Mei Tian. He coaxed Dongyu into the music room last night saying that there was a subsidy for the school." Kind Winter Rain believed it. "I heard that something was wrong and quietly followed." Jiang Xiaohong, the more she said the smaller the voice. "Winter Rain into the music room after I hastened to lie down to the door to eavesdrop. Not long after the sound of fighting came from inside. Winter Rain also kept saying, 'Teacher, you let me go.'" Hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes have been filled with blood. He is ready to choose people and thirsty. Chen Yi dead pressed his anger, coldly asked, "Then what?" Jiang Xiaohong said intermittently, Then, I realized that it was not right." Immediately shouted the name of Winter Rain outside the door, waiting for Winter Rain to come out when she was overwhelmed by fear. The clothes collar was torn. Jiang Xiaohong then swore, "I swear, Dong, you definitely didn't get what happened to Mei Tian. I've been following behind." Chen Yi still maintained a trace of sanity in his anger. He said to Jiang Xiaohong, "Thank you. You mustn't trouble Mei Tian. He's the principal's own nephew. It's all thanks to the principal that he's here. If Mei Tian bites back, Chen Dongyu might not be able to take the college entrance exam." Jiang Xiaohong persuaded. She understood the old Chen's family. It was a poor farmer with little power. If Chen Yi were to look for trouble with Mei Tian, it would most likely be an egg against a stone. "Where is Mei Tian?" Chen Yi inquired. Jiang Xiaohong looked at the time. He should be eating in the school cafeteria at this hour. Seeing that Chen Yi did not listen to advice, she still wanted to talk on and on. Chen Yi went to interrupt her. "I know," Chen Yi faintly said. "You go back first. I will come to the door next time to say thank you." Jiang Xiaohong saw that Chen Yi did not listen to advice, and secretly cursed in her heart. What an elm brain. Thinking so, she left without looking back. Anyway, it wasn't herself who suffered. Chen Yi took out a cigarette and smoked it on the playground. He now needs a cigarette to clear his head. There are a lot of students coming and going in the playground, but most of them think that Chen Yi is a teacher. After all, dare to smoke in the playground in addition to the teacher. No one would dare. Chen Yi repeatedly thought about a question is, if he did not have Chen Jiangwo, such father words today is not to endure the anger? Chen Yi will be the cigarette stomped on the foot. He took a deep breath and pulled out the phone. His father Chen Jiangwo left the phone to himself. No matter useful or not, he had to play this phone. After explaining everything in a few words, Chen Yi came to the climbing frame in the playground. If I remember correctly, many of the steel pipes of this frame are rusty. Chen Yi violently took down one and walked towards the school cafeteria. Today's revenge. Today's revenge. I don't have overnight accounts to settle. Chapter 7. The noisiest place on campus is definitely not the classroom, but the school cafeteria. Baiha County National Middle School. Most people will rent a house outside. Only the senior mandatory residents. In addition to the National Day vacation at this time, the dining hall is only a few hundred people. A few hundred people in the dining hall, although not usually noisy, but adolescent boys and girls are very rowdy. Mei Tian was quietly eating his meal at the center table, seemingly burying his head in his food, but in fact his ratty eyes kept wandering around the dining hall. The reason why Mei Tian liked to eat in the school's dining hall wasn't because the food here was delicious. On the contrary, the school's dining hall was very unpalatable. But his purpose was for the sake of which youthful and cute schoolgirls had come here. Humph. Had I known that the quality of the girls here is better, what's to say I wouldn't have gotten that girl in the first place? Mei Tian was just transferred from a town's junior high school. Originally he could have been transferred over a few years ago, but as a result this had gone wrong in the junior high school over there, so it caused him to arrive at the high school only this semester. Mei Tian has a face that is quite delicate. The eyes are small, smile is squinting eyes. His snow-white skin, combined with a straight suit, made him popular. Mei Tian also enjoys the envious eyes cast by the students, but the thought of last night's duck actually flew, which makes him a little annoyed. Humph, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of a person, I would have gotten it long ago. Mei Tian shook his head not to think about last night's incident. He began to look for new prey. Chen Yi appeared in the dining hall carrying a steel pipe. The first time he stepped into the dining hall, Chen Yi searched for the name Mei Tian. In no time Chen Yi found Mei Tian. This burnt bag is still sitting in the center seat. Chen Yi sighed. Mei Tian was a teacher. Teachers and students were originally separated by a bit of distance, so there was no one near where Mei Tian sat, which allowed Chen Yi to find it quickly. Chen Yi rushed towards Mei Tian with a steel pipe. Mei Tian, who was in the middle of eating, felt someone tapping on his shoulder, so he turned his head to look. As soon as he looked up, Mei Tian saw Chen Yi. Something wrong with you? Mei Tian thought it was some student looking for him. Mei Tian? Chen Yi shouted his name. Mei Tian nodded meaningfully. It's me. With that, he stood up. The other party calling him by his name was definitely not a student, and it was not good for him to stay seated out of politeness. Then he stood up. Chen Yi looked at Mei Tian's face. Good. Very good. Very good. Chen Yi said 3 good in a row, just as Mei Tian was puzzled. Chen Yi copied the steel pipe and struck at Mei Tian's knee. Ah! Mei Tian's shout resounded throughout the cafeteria as all the students looked over. Just as Mei Tian was still howling, Chen Yi smashed the steel pipe into Mei Tian's other knee again. Ah! Mei Tian hurriedly begged for mercy. Big brother, did you recognize the wrong person? Chen Yi didn't listen to what Mei Tian said. He smashed Mei Tian's 2 knees one by one. At this moment, the cafeteria resounded with cacophony. Hit the teacher. Beat the teacher. There were many students who watched the show and knocked on their rice bowls to give Chen Yi a boost, while some students rushed to the security room to call for someone, but none of them dared to go up and persuade him to fight. Big brother, don't fight, don't fight. Mei Tian kept begging for mercy, but Chen Yi still smashed Mei Tian's 2 knees unrelentingly. While smashing, he also said, let you screw students, let you high students. When everyone heard this, the spirit of gossip came up. Although they had heard about Mei Tian's bad character, they thought it was a rumor when they saw Mei Tian in a suit. I didn't expect it to be true. Ha! Everyone murmured. Chen Yi smashed it one by one, and soon the steel pipe was bent, while Mei Tian's knee had long been bruised and swollen, and Mei Tian's tears and nose were flying from the pain. Mei Tian wasn't quite sure which student's family member it was, because there were just too many students he had bullied. Big brother, please let me go. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Mei Tian apologized to Chen Yi with his hands folded with a sobbing voice, while Chen Yi was messing with the steel pipe by himself. Bah! Garbage steel pipe. It deflated so quickly. With that, he threw the steel pipe to the side. Mei Tian saw Chen Yi get up and thought that he had let himself go, but he didn't realize that Chen Yi had actually found a fire poker in the corner. Looking at Chen Yi, who was like a demon, this demon was still holding a fire poker. Mei Tian was afraid and anxious in his heart. Afraid because he didn't know what Chen Yi would do to him, and anxious because, which GR's defense, why haven't they come yet? Mei Tian could only keep crawling forward. His knees could no longer support him to walk. He could only crawl now. Chen Yi looked viciously at Mei Tian. Thinking of how desperate Chen Dongyu should have been last night, his heart was in endless rage. Chen Yi thought of this and copied the fire poker smash to Mei Tian's knee. smashed a few times after Chen Yi found that Mei Tian kept crawling again. He is not good to press him, resulting in several times did not hit. So Chen Yi on Mei Tian's elbow joints. He sat on his but on Mei Tian's head. 2 feet stepped on the arms. The hand of the fire poker on Mei Tian's elbow joints left and right back and forth smashed. At first, Mei Tian also kept screaming. To the back of the knee and elbow joints are numb, but also cannot feel the pain. Just then the people from the defense room finally arrived. They surrounded Chen Yi and rushed him shouting non-stop, "Stop! Stop it! Do you know who he is?" The people in the defense room didn't dare to come forward. Chen Yi was smashing Mei Tian non-stop. The people in the security room were horizontal, but the horizontal ones were afraid of those who didn't want to die. Looking at Chen Yi's stance, it was as if anyone who went forward would be bitten by him. Finally the principal also arrived. When he heard his nephew being beaten in the dining hall, he hurriedly ran over shaking his obese body. "Stop!" the principal shouted. Chen Yi was stopped by the drink. He turned his head to look at this principal. In his impression this principal was an amiable person. "Principal Mei, you're here?" Mei Yukuan shuddered as he looked at the smile revealed by Chen Yi. "Chen Yi, let go of teacher Mei." Mei Tian was Mei Yukuan's only nephew and the only male member of their Mei family. Seeing Mei Tian being beaten so badly by Chen Yi, he was also enraged. But what he had to do now was to make Chen Yi stop his atrocities. Chen Yi stood up and looked at Mei Tian, who was like a dead dog. He mockingly said to Mei Yukuan, "Principal Mei, you are a respectable person, but this nephew of yours is worse than a beast." Mei Yukuan froze. He knew about his nephew's hobbies and his behavior was indeed very excessive. But Mei Tian was always his nephew, and the task of passing on the family name of the Mei family still rested on Mei Tian's shoulders. "Chen Yi, if Mei Tian has done anything to wrong you, I apologize to you, but you first put down the fire poker in your hand," Mei Yukuan advised. Chen Yi coldly grunted and laughed. As the saying goes, a father's debt is paid by his son. Where is there a son's debt that is paid by his father? After saying this, Chen Yi then posed Mei Tian in a big shape. "What are you doing?" Mei Yukuan was anxious. Chen Yi looked at Lu Yukuan and said indifferently, "Since the 5th limb is an original sin, then I'll take it back for heaven." "What does that mean?" Just as everyone was still puzzled, Chen Yi gave the answer. He held up the fire poker and slammed it hard against Mei Tian's 5th limb. "Stop!" Mei Yukuan rushed forward to stop it, but it was still a step too late. Mei Tian sat up in pain and screamed before fainting. At this time, the people in the security room and the principal didn't care about anything else and immediately rushed up. They pressed Chen Yi to the ground, and Chen Yi also revealed a satisfied smile. Mei Yukuan saw that Mei Tian's 5th limb was already oozing blood out. He estimated that Mei Tian was finished. Probably won't be able to pass on the family name. Our amiable principal Mei grabbed the baton in the hands of the defense personnel and swung it at Chen Yi. "Beat you to death, heartless. Beat you to death, crazy," Mei Yukuan scolded while hitting. Because Chen Yi was pressed to the ground by 2 defense personnel, Mei Yukuan could only hit Chen Yi's back and thighs and calves. The beaten Chen Yi not only did not scream, not to mention begging for mercy, he even began to laugh maniacally, and his mouth kept clamoring, "Anyone who moves my family has to pay the price, no matter who." Chen Yi's words were like wails coming from the depths of hell, giving everyone present the creeps. Hearing these words, Mei Yukuan didn't know whether he was scared or enraged. He lifted his baton hard and smashed it against Chen Yi's head as soon as his heart was hardened. Chen Yi felt the sky spinning. A stream of hot blood slid down his head and onto his cheeks, and then he fainted. The largest hotel in Baiha County, the Emperor Hotel. The Emperor Hotel could be considered a landmark building in White River County, and the top floor of the Emperor Hotel was a palace. At this moment, a black-clothed tang-suited man inside the palace was in deep thought. "I once offended Qin Jiangwo, and he actually left my phone number with his own son. What is the meaning of this?" The black-clothed, tang-suited man was the richest man in Baiha County and the underground emperor. His name was Tang Tiansheng, a native of White River County. Tang Tiansheng started out in the underworld, then got better and better, and slowly began to bleach. Qin Jiangwo once invited him to do business with him, but he refused. It not only rejected Qin Jiangwo, but also scolded him to his face, and he thought he had offended the richest man in Qingzhou. So whatever business he did over the years was in a few nearby counties. What Tang Tiansheng didn't expect was for Qin Jiangwo's son to call himself just now. Something he hadn't expected. "How about what I asked you guys to investigate?" Tang Tiansheng said to his group of secretaries. "No news yet," a female secretary replied. Tang Tiansheng continued to meditate as he recalled the conversation he had just had with Chen Yi. "Hey," Tang Tiansheng, who was about to eat dinner, picked up his personal cell phone. "Hello, I'm Chen's son. I want you to do me a favor." Chen Yi's voice came from the other end of the phone. Tang Tiansheng was first startled when he heard it, then immediately returned to his normal self. He didn't refuse or agree. He just asked what kind of favor. "Wait, trouble you go to the bureau to fish me. My name is Chen Yi." After saying this, the other party hung up. Tang Tianqing didn't know whether he would save or not, but he had to figure out the situation first. At this time, a henchman came back to report. Boss, found Chen Yi. He didn't go into the station. He went into the hospital. Chapter 8, God's Gift of Superpowers. Baiha County People's Hospital. At this time, the director of the emergency department is anxiously walking back and forth in front of the operating room, and does not know who has invited who today. The emergency room at once sent two big names. At first, the director of the emergency department only cared about Mei Tian, a person. After all, he is Mei Yukuan's nephew, just his own child this year, senior high school, but also in the national secondary school. He also wanted to Mei Yukuan care, so Mei Tian's matter is very concerned. He immediately invited the director of surgery and urology. Mei Tian's knee and elbow injuries are not serious, just a minor comminuted fracture. Playing a plaster cast is not a problem, but the director of the urology department was frowning. The fifth limb has been spongy fractured. The injury is very serious. I have the certainty that he will have no problem urinating. But, the doctor of the emergency department also knew that this kind of thing could not be forced, and just said, try your best. Later, the mayor of Cliphead Town appeared, and it turned out that the police station had notified the village committee, and the village mayor pulled the mayor to appear at the people's hospital at the first opportunity. When the identity of Chen Yi was indicated, the director of the emergency department then hastened to arrange surgery for Chen Yi. Later, after understanding the causes and consequences, the director of the emergency department also crossed his steps at the entrance of the operating room. Both sides have heads. He does not want to offend anyone. At this time Chen Xinglong and sisters and Li Renjie also arrived. The police station notified the family. Mei Yukuan was also controlled. Anxious Chen Xinglong rushed forward to ask the emergency department director, Doctor, how is my son? The director of the emergency department did not answer, but only asked rhetorically, whose father are you? Chen Yi. Chen Xinglong replied, isn't he the son of the richest man in Qingzhou? The head of the emergency department was a bit puzzled, but he knew that this was not a good time to ask this. Your son has had a CT. Nothing serious. There are some minor concussions and skin trauma. Nothing major after the stitches. Since the injury was to the head, it's unclear if there are any accidental conditions. We'll know when he wakes up after surgery. The emergency department director gave a professional answer. Chen Xinglong and his sisters were relieved to hear this answer, especially the eldest sister Chen Dongyu. When she learned that Chen Yi had gone to trouble Mei Tian, she cried at that time. If it wasn't for Chen Xinglong and his two sisters stabilizing her mind, it was estimated that she would be a tearful person right now. The quiet ward was filled with the smell of antiseptic water. The cardiac monitor and the humidification bottle alternated. Tick, tick, gulp, gulp. Chen Yi was the only one in the large hospital room, and it was thought to be a separate room, half asleep and half awake. Chen Yi seemed to have returned to his original world, the narrow rented house, which had nothing but a bed and the necessary necessities. Chen Yi did not know how many holidays he had spent in this house. No parents, no relatives, no friends. The feeling of loneliness and darkness came to Chen Yi. He wanted to escape, wanted to struggle, wanted to leave. His whole body was strangled tightly, and he couldn't move in the slightest. No, Chen Yi felt like he was surrounded by darkness and loneliness, as if there was only darkness and loneliness in this world. He revealed a look of despair and fear as he kept shouting in his heart, save me, save me. Suddenly, a light appeared. That light dispelled the darkness, and a woman who appeared as a shadow reached out her hand to Chen Yi. Chen Yi didn't hesitate. He hurriedly pulled the woman's hand tightly. He didn't want to let go and couldn't let go. Turning back, there was only endless loneliness and darkness. Ding! The sound of a voice rang out in Chen Yi's own mind. Divine gift of superpower acquired host. Name, Chen Yi. Age, 23. Acquired divine providence superpower. Voiding skill. Soul forbidden technique. Chen Yi's eyes snapped open as he looked around. This is a hospital? Chen Yi frowned as he sat up. Who was talking just now? Sitting up. Chen Yi suddenly saw a shadow control panel with the words God's gift of superpower written on it. Chen Yi almost shouted out, system? He thought that his eyes were the golden finger, not realizing that his system was the golden finger. Chen Yi shouted, system? As a result, after waiting for half a day, the system didn't pay attention to him. Luckily, Chen Yi saw the word manual on the control panel, and without hesitation, Chen Yi clicked on it. The divine superpower can grant superpowers to everyone except the host. There is no upper limit to the types and functions of supernatural abilities. As long as the host wants them, they can theoretically be obtained. The prerequisite is that it cannot harm the host's life. P.S. All superpowers bestowed by the host's god are ineffective against the host. Chen Yi was a bit puzzled when he saw this. This isn't like a system. As an otaku of the new century, he had read countless crossover novels and had a deep understanding of the types and functions of systems. But this divine providence superpower simply subverted his cognition. This is considered a system? Chen Yi was a little unsure. A system should at least have tasks, right? But this divine gift superpower didn't have any tasks. Not counting the system, then there was a big gift package. What is this void shadowing and soul forbidden technique? Chen Yi first clicked on the description of the soul forbidden art. Soul forbidden technique can be planted on the object of heavenly superpower when giving superpower. From then on, the life and death of the operator is at the host's whim. The introduction of the soul forbidden technique was very short. Anyway, it was the meaning of giving someone a honey date and giving him a stick. It was just that the stick was a bit heavier and the cost was a bit higher. Chen Yi tapped on the description of void shadowing again. The host is able to travel through all objects in the state of void shadowing. The host ignores all attacks in this state, not even rain. The host only needs a single thought to enter the state of voiding shadowization. Seeing this, Chen Yi jumped up. Holy, invincible state? The voiding transformation state ignores all attacks. This skill is too heaven-defying, isn't it? Chen Yi hurriedly tried it, and with the thought, Chen Yi immediately turned into a black shadow. Even the clothes on his body and the gauze on his head turned into black shadows. Thought it was transparent. Chen Yi realized that he would still be seen in this state. It was just that other people's attacks were ineffective. Luckily, the items on his body also turn into black shadows. Otherwise, a black shadow of a ball of clothes with gauze wrapped around his head would be more or less comical. Chen Yi sighed. Chen Yi walked to the wall and tried to pass through the object. He first raised his right hand and inserted it into the wall. Naturally, his hand passed through. The wall was like air. Chen Yi wanted to try passing his entire body through, but when he thought of passing through, he would not be able to fly if he was directly in the air of a dozen or so floors. Although Chen Yi's shadowed state was probably not going to die. But this kind of bungee jumping was something Chen Yi hated very much. Back to the ordinary state of Chen Yi paralyzed on the hospital bed. Just lying down, the nurse opened the door to come in to check the room. As soon as the nurse entered the door, she saw Chen Yi lying on all fours on the hospital bed. And there was no blanket. Could it be stupid? The nurse was a little worried, but on her lips she still asked, "Are you awake?" Chen Yi was startled by the nurse. It was good that he had changed back to his normal state. If the nurse saw a black shadow, he would probably think that the saying of learning medicine without seeing ghosts was false. Chen Yi nodded. "Aha! I'm awake." The nurse was relieved to hear Chen Yi's reply. Being able to communicate normally didn't seem stupid. "Wait a moment, I'll go call the doctor." After saying that, the nurse went to call the doctor on duty. After the nurse left, Chen Yi hurriedly covered the quilt and lay back down. Just now his own appearance was just like a fool. Too embarrassing. Not long after the doctor came, he examined Chen Yi and then asked Chen Yi a few questions. "How many is this?" The doctor stretched out 2 fingers and asked Chen Yi. 2. Chen Yi nodded his head like an elementary school student and replied, "Sure it's not a guess?" The doctor asked again. Chen Yi replied, "Does the doctor think I look like an SB?" The doctor on duty was not annoyed. Instead he said with a faint nod, "Not bad, still knows the word SB. Seems like there's nothing wrong with it." The doctor on duty then explained a few more questions to the nurse and left. Chen Dongyu walked in after both the nurse and the doctor on duty left. She opened the door of the room to reveal her head to determine if Chen Yi was really awake. And the first instant Chen Yi saw her, he said, "Sister, come in." Chen Dongyu slowly came to Chen Yi's side. She touched the gauze on Chen Yi's head and asked, "Brother, does it still hurt?" Chen Yi shook his head. "It doesn't hurt." Chen Dongyu saw Chen Yi's appearance, and thought that she had become this way because of herself and couldn't stop her tears from flowing out. "Fool, brother is fine. What are you crying for?" Chen Yi touched Chen Dongyu's head. "If I knew that brother was going to avenge me, I wouldn't have agreed to anything," Chen Dongyu said as she cried. Chen Yi skimmed his lips and smiled. "Alright, don't cry. Brother is a bit hungry. Is there anything to eat?" At this time, it was already midnight. Chen Yi had not eaten anything except for a bowl of sour noodles at noon, and coupled with the head trauma, he was now so hungry that his stomach was reeling. "Yes." Chen Dongyu hurriedly went to heat up the packed food. It was good that the nurse's station would have a microwave. Not long after, Chen Dongyu brought in the heated boxes. One was white rice and the other was back to the pot of pork. Chen Yiben wanted to eat it himself, but Chen Dongyu insisted on feeding him. Unable to resist, Chen Yi acted like a lord and let Chen Dongyu feed him. After eating, Chen Yi took up his bed jacket. He took out the gift prepared for Chen Dongyu, the new cell phone 5S. Chen Yi has always put the cell phone in the coat bag. Thought that the fight Mei Tian lost. I did not expect because Mei Yukuan knocked himself out. The hospital gave him a change of uniforms after collecting the jacket. Until Chen Yi came to the ward, the nurse put the jacket on the bed. Chen Dongyu opened the cell phone he had just bought. So Chen Yi asked, "Do you like it?" Chen Dongyu knew that this was the latest model of cell phone, and also understood its value. She nodded happily. "Aha, like it." Chen Dongyu then asked Chen Yi, "Brother, you're not father's biological child, right? You know all that?" Chen Dongyu nodded. "Aha, father and my sisters all told me. It turned out that after they went to the emperor's hotel, the two sisters of the Chen family saw Chen Dongyu moping around. So they told her about the matter of Chen Yi's birth to interrupt her attention. Chen Yi knew that Chen Dongyu understood the truth of the matter. Before Chen Dongyu could say anything, he assured, "Don't worry, brother will always be brother. No matter before, now, in the future, will be your brother." Chen Dongyu immediately burst into smiles when she heard this. Chapter 9, White River Emperor Tang Tiancheng. The separate rooms in the hospital would all have companion beds and thoughtfully had quilts. After Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu briefly chatted for a while, the two siblings went to sleep separately. Only Chen Yi's mind kept thinking about the divine gift superpower, and when Chen Dongyu's breathing was even and long, Chen Yi sat up after making sure that Chen Dongyu was asleep. Try giving big sister superpowers, Chen Yi thought to himself. Chen Yi opened the control panel of divine gift superpower and found the divine gift section. Name of the person to whom the superpower was given. Superpower specific ability. P.S. The host needs to meditate on the opponent's appearance when bestowing the superpower. Just as Chen Yi was about to give Chen Dongyu her superpower, he was stumped. What superpower should I give her? Chen Yi remembered the game he used to play. Probably the character skills can actually be divided into 3 categories: attack and defense and assist. Attack? Chen Yi shook his head. This was not hell. There was no need to attack others. Chen Yi still felt that there were still more good people in this world. Assist? This one was also vetoed by Chen Yi. There were the most types of aids, and there were also 1,000 of them. Big sister and the family don't need this kind of thing. Chen Yi thought to himself, so now it's just defense. Chen Yi thought about how it would be best to give the family members defense superpowers. After all, the family members didn't need to fight and kill, so naturally they couldn't use attack and assist type superpowers. What defense superpower to give? Chen Yi once again fell into contemplation. The most powerful defense was definitely invincible golden body, invincible protective shield and the like. However, as an otaku of the new century in his last life, he had read countless novels. Chen Yi knew that there was no such thing as an invincible defense skill, and if he had to say that there was one, then it would definitely be an offense, because offense was the best defense. Then Chen Yi had a flash of inspiration. Can't I just combine the two? Chen Yi opened the bestowal panel, and in the divine gift page first filled in the name of his eldest sister, Chen Dongyu. Then in the supernatural ability specific ability field, bounce any type of attack, regardless of size and whether it is perceived or not. When the host feels fear in his heart, the power of the bounce becomes 10 times more powerful. When the input was completed, the control panel glowed with a flash of light before the words Chen Yi had inputted disappeared, and then there was no more. The God-giving superpower then prompted. Superpower bestowed successfully. Do you wish to use the soul forbidden technique? Chen Yi clicked no without hesitation. His family could never betray him. That's it? Chen Yi wasn't too sure, so he picked up the cup on the table and prepared to smash it at Chen Dongyu to try it out. Just as Chen Yi was about to smash it down, he suddenly remembered something. He slapped his forehead and said to himself, I almost forgot. The superpower I gave is not effective against me, which means I can attack Chen Dongyu. Chen Yi had another bout of fear. If Chen Dongyu was smashed awake by himself, he really couldn't explain. Chen Yi then thought of a way. He threw the cup into the air and let it smash down on Chen Dongyu's body. Then Chen Yi saw a miraculous scene. The cup was about to fall on Chen Dongyu's body, was rebounded into the air. Chen Yi quickly grabbed the cup. Chen Yi thought to himself, wouldn't this be a perpetual motion machine if it keeps smashing down? After making sure that the supernatural power was really effective, Chen Yi gave the same supernatural power to his father and 2 younger sisters as well as his father, Chen Jiangwo. Chen Yi then lay back in his hospital bed. Chen Yi always felt that there was something missing, so he gave another superpower to his 3 sisters. The names were filled in with the names of the 3 sisters of the old Chen family. Superpower specific ability. Chen Yi wrote this. When contacting with male species, the other will be electrified. The current will become larger with time, up to 100,000 milliamperes. Ineffective against true love, doctors, and fathers. Humph, no one can touch Laozi's sister. After doing all this, Chen Yi could finally sleep at ease. There were no words for the night. The next morning after 6 o'clock, Chen Xinglong and his sisters as well as Li Renji all came. The family members cared for a few words and then put down the stone in their hearts. Soon after, Chen Jiangwo came on the phone, and Chen Yi also knew that it was Li Renjia who informed him. Better? Chen Jiangwo asked directly. Chen Yi nodded. No big deal. Alas. The person on the other end of the phone first sighed, then said, do you know that you are too impulsive? There are thousands of means to deal with someone like Mei Tian. Chen Yi replied, if a tiger doesn't show its fangs, no one is afraid of it. Chen Yi's meaning was very simple. If one used means to take revenge for something like this, no one would be afraid of them even if they did take revenge, and there would still be many people who would beat up their own family members. The simplest, direct, and effective thing to do was to abolish Mei Tian, and at the same time warn everyone, if you poke me in the spine, I will abolish your heaven. Chen Jiangwo understood what Chen Yi meant, and he just let out a helpless sigh. A businessman like Chen Jiangwo would always use the least amount of capital to gain the most profit. This was the essential difference between Chen Yi and Chen Jiangwo. You rest well. The owner of the phone number I left for you is arriving soon. He promised that I will help you with everything. Chen Jiangwo hung up after saying these words. Chen Yi could feel that his father was vaguely happy. Not long after, Tang Tiansheng, who was wearing a white Tang suit today, came in with his men. Chen Yi and the old Chen family looked at Tang Tiansheng. Father, take your sisters out first. My father's friends have arrived. Chen Yi said. Chen Qinglong and the others left the ward without asking anything more, and Tang Tiansheng ordered his men to go out as well, leaving only a man in a suit with a briefcase. Tang Tiansheng naturally sat down in front of Chen Yi. The old and the young just looked at me and I looked at you. Only after a long time did Tang Tiansheng slowly open his mouth. Little friend, do you know if you know that your father and I are actually enemies? I don't know. Chen Yi shook his head. What he said was also the truth. Chen only told him that the person in front of him might not help him, but Chen Yi didn't expect Chen to actually leave an enemy's phone number, and let his own son have something to find an enemy? Chen Yi couldn't figure out what Chen Jiangwo meant for a while. Tang Tiansheng looked at Chen Yi in front of him. Dark hair, gleaming eyes, not very delicate but very durable face, just a little bit thinner. How many dinners can you eat? Tang Tiansheng suddenly asked. Chen Yi was overwhelmed by Tang Tiansheng's question. He thought Tang Tiansheng would ask him about his father, Chen Jiangwo, but he didn't expect the person in front of him to think so outside the box. I can eat 3 big bowls, Chen Yi honestly said. It shouldn't be. You shouldn't be this thin if you can eat so well. Tang Tiansheng touched his bald head. Chen Yi was completely confused about the person in front of him. In order to avoid embarrassment, Chen Yi still politely asked, May I ask uncle your name? He didn't call senior, but uncle, just to bring the two people closer together. My surname is Tang. My name is Tiansheng. Tang Tiansheng replied. Chen Yi exclaimed in shock. White River County Emperor Tang Tiansheng? Tang Tiansheng waved his hand. Emperor is exempt. This nickname hasn't been used for years. Just call me Uncle Tang. The reason why Chen Yi exclaimed was because Tang Tiansheng used to be the ruthless man of White River County. Tang Tiansheng was born in the 50s, and in the 70s he was the #1 person in the White River County underworld, and he was less than 20 years old at the time. Legend has it that Tang Tiansheng was able to fight hundreds of people, and he single-handedly challenged dozens of big and small gangs in Baiha County, which is still a legend today. Later, Tang Tiansheng quit the gangs and opened the Emperor Hotel in Baiha County. Chen Yi's memory of Tang Tiansheng was one of the characters he aspired to be. Of course that was Blue Star Chen Yi's memory. Uncle Tang, may I ask how are you going to help me? Chen Yi asked. I've brought you the best lawyer in White River County. After saying that, he pointed to the man in the suit. He will take care of it for you. May I ask how you are going to help me? Chen Yi asked to the man in the suit. Hello, my name is Lu Watson. The man in the suit introduced himself. May I ask what you want? I want Mei Tian to go to jail. Chen Yi stated his request. Lu Watson shook his head. Sorry, this can't be done. Then what do you say to get him jailed? Chen Yi threw the question back to Lu Watson. Right now, Mr. Chen can only reconcile with them, Lu Watson said. Why? Lu Watson explained you beat up Mei Tian and Mei Tian's uncle Mei Yukuan beat you up. If you guys were to file a lawsuit it would drag on for a long time. If Mr. Chen is willing to settle, I believe that Mei Yukuan's family would be happy to do so as well. So I'm just going to settle? Chen Yi asked. Nope. Lu Huaxing shook his head. You can't count it like that. You still have to compensate the family a little bit. After all, Mei Tian's injuries are much more severe, and it's very likely that she won't be able to have children. Ha! Chen Yi was exasperated and laughed. Mei Tian was beaten by himself. He was also opened by Mei Yukuan, and then he still had to compensate. Then what about this matter of my sister being harassed? Chen Yi was always unconvinced. Seeing this, Tang Tiansheng immediately assured Chen Yi, you compensate first. When the time comes, I have ways to avenge you. Mei Tian's hands and feet are not clean. Give me some time to make sure he goes to jail. Boss Tang is extremely right. Lu Huaxing looked at Chen Yi. A great man has something to endure and something not to endure. Taking a step back is just to better push the enemy into the abyss. Chen Yi also knew that it was useless to splash around. After all, there was still the law. He compromised. Alright, then I'll leave it all to you guys. Lu Huaxing left when he heard Chen Yi agree. He was going to approach Mei Yukuan and Mei Tian's families. It was good that the two were pro-uncle and nephew, otherwise Lu Watson would have had a headache. Only Chen Yi and Tang Tiansheng were left in the room after Lu Huaxing left. Uncle Tang, what did my father do to you? Chen Yi asked curiously. Tang Tiansheng told him that he and his father Chen Jiangwo were enemies. He didn't understand why this enemy would help him. Tang Tiansheng smiled. That's a secret. You just need to know that your father paid a small price. Chen Yi immediately felt guilty towards Chen Jiangwo after hearing Tang Tiansheng. He had caused him trouble before he even recognized his ancestor. Tang Tiansheng also had to leave. He came just to take a look at Chen Yi. Before leaving, Tang Tiansheng said to Chen Yi, "Little friend, there is time for us to compare meals. I don't have many hobbies, but I like to compare meals with others." Chen Yi was dumbfounded when he heard that. What kind of hobby is comparing meals? However, Chen Yi's mouth was still stubborn. "Uncle Tang, you definitely can't beat me." Hearing this, Tang Tiansheng revealed a meaningful smile, then turned his head and left. Soon after Tang Tiansheng left, the police came to the door, and they routinely questioned Chen Yi, who answered honestly. Chapter 10, Chen Bu, Village Chief. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. Nothing big problem. Chen Yi is also to be discharged from the hospital. These 2 days Lu Huasheng non-stop and Chen Yi and Mei family nephews and uncles wandering. And finally Chen Yi agreed to compensate 800,000. Chen Yi medical expenses self-care. As for Mei Yukuan also got Chen Yi's letter of understanding. The two families are also considered a one-for-one tie, so both signed a settlement agreement. Get this result of Chen Yi some depressed. Still remember the last life everywhere posted the slogan, "Do not fight, win jail, lose hospitalization." He didn't lose or win, but was hospitalized for 2 days and lost $800,000. No money really don't learn how to fight. Chen Yi sighed. Author's warm reminder, don't fight even if you have money. You won't necessarily win. What makes Chen Yi more pleased is that the director of the urology department has already given the verdict to Mei Tian. 95% of no reproductive function. Only 5% have the possibility of recovery. No coitus within 3 years. When Chen Yi heard this news, he was also happy for a while. At least Mei Tian. This scum will not want to harm others within 3 years. Chen Yi had also been reflecting on what he had done right in the past 2 days. If this had happened in his previous life he would have had to go to the police station. But now his identity is different. His status is different. He was now the son of the richest man in Qingzhou, and he was also the eldest son. And this change in status made Chen Yi not at all used to it. The most important thing was that he was not the Chen Yi of the blue planet, but the Chen Yi of Earth. Originally, this identity shouldn't belong to him, but it had fallen on his head. Chen Yi did not steal joy, much less cheer. He even felt more guilt in his heart when he faced his old man Chen Xinglong, his father Chen Jiangwo, and his heart was weak when he faced the 3 sisters of the Chen family. He was afraid of being recognized by his family. Once recognized, how should he face them? Chen Yi felt a little upset when he thought of this, so he went to the toilet to secretly smoke a cigarette. Chen Yi, Chen Yi. Chen Yi muttered, "Since I have occupied your body, then I have to carry the responsibility and ideals." Chen Yi's memories of a foolish boy who wished for his family to be well and for his family members to be carefree in their lives. Don't worry, leave it all to me in the future. Chen Yi finished the last puff and threw the cigarette butt into the toilet, then pressed the flush button, and it was as if the cigarette butt and his worries were flushed away. These 2 days Chen Yi lived like an emperor. The old man Chen Xinglong Chen Yi let Li Renjie send back first, leaving only the old Chen family 3 sisters to take care of Chen Yi. In fact, Chen Yi does not need how to take care of. His limbs are mobile, where the need for others to take care of it? However, the 3 sisters were uneasy about Chen Yi, so they took turns to take care of him. In the morning is the second sister Chen Xunyu's, because in the morning to hang water doctor also want to check the room. The second sister than the little sister more careful, so in the morning is the second sister Chen Xunyu take care of him. In the afternoon, the little sister takes care of him, because she doesn't have to do anything in the afternoon. Pistachio little sister accompanied Chen Yi to play games and tell jokes. Every day, she made Chen Yi very happy. In the evening to the next morning is the eldest sister Chen Dongyu take care of Chen Yi. Chen Dongyu 3 sisters and the oldest, the most careful, so she volunteered to take care of Chen Yi at night. The most important thing is that her brother was injured for her, and she felt a little bit sorry for him. The eldest sister Chen Dongyu will wait until the next day after the doctor checks the room before leaving. Chen Dongyu had already taken a break from school and was suspended from classes, and the head of the emergency department had given her a certificate of indisposition. October 5th, noon. The 3 sisters came to the hospital early. Today was the day Chen Yi was discharged from the hospital. The 3 sisters have long been packed together, is waiting for the doctor to open the discharge certificate on the line. The 4 siblings were each playing with their cell phones in the hospital room, and soon the attending doctor came in with the discharge certificate. "Mr. Chen, your procedures are all done. You can be discharged," the doctor explained to Chen Yi. "Pay more attention to your wounds after you are discharged and eat less spicy food." Chen Yi nodded. "Thank you, doctor." Through the contact of these 2 days Chen Yi found that this doctor had a good temper. He appreciated this kind of good-tempered doctor. At the entrance of the hospital Chen Yi and his 3 sisters were waiting for the bodyguard to drive over. Their luggage was in Li Renjie's hands. Chen Yi looked at the bodyguard driving over in the Land Rover and thought, Looks like I need to take some time to get my license. It's good that Chunny of the Blue Planet didn't take a driver's license test. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to explain why he couldn't drive even though he had a driver's license. Speaking of taking a driver's license, Chen Yi's heart aches. In his last life he had a hard time passing the second section actually crossed over. Even the look of the driver's license was only seen on the internet. Every time he thought of this, Chen Yi was determined to get a driver's license. Soon the group returned to Tianyao village. The second sister Chen Xunyu had long called to inform her old dad Chen Xinglong. Chen Xinglong also made a large table of food to celebrate Chen Yi's release from the hospital. When Chen Yi entered the door, he saw braised chicken pieces, salt-baked duck, back-to-pot pork, steamed fish, stir-fried greens, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup on the dining table. "Pops, it's rare to see you cook so many dishes." Chen Xinglong had just come out with the dishes when he heard Chen Yi say this. "Today is different. Celebrating your discharge from the hospital," Chen Xinglong said. Chen Yi had never had such sumptuous dishes in his memory. It was a lot better than the dishes at the banquet in Tianyao village. "Our family is different now. There's money, all thanks to you and your father." Chen Xinglong sighed. Chen Yi waved his hand. "It's fine. These are just a drop in the bucket for my father." Chen Yi said this, but in his heart, he thought, "I can't just rely on my father. I have to find a way to earn some money as well." Chen Yi also had plans in his heart. Cheers! The old Chen family raised the disposable cups in their hands, celebrating big brother Chen Yi's discharge from the hospital. "Thank you, thank you," Chen Yi thanked. At this time, a figure appeared at the door, and everyone took a look to see that it was the village chief. "Eat, brother, come eat, big brother." "Biyu came?" Chen Xinglong hurriedly went to add a set of dishes. Village chief Chen Biyu squirmed and walked in. It was now a little after noon. He didn't expect Chen Xinglong's family to have eaten yet. "This child, why are you squirming? It's not the first time you've come to my house." Chen Xinglong laughed. Chen Biyu was the son of Chen Xinglong's cousin, and was in the same generation as Chen Yi and the others. Chen Biyu had already eaten, and originally wanted to refuse, but as soon as he saw that Chen Xinglong's table had chicken, duck, and fish on it, and his old uncle Chen Xinglong was drinking flying mutai, he immediately said, "Yo, such good dishes today, it's really better to come early than coincidentally, just in time to not eat." Chen Biyu joked. He did not realize that it was the rice at the corner of his mouth that had long betrayed him. Old Chen's family didn't say anything. They all greeted him and let him sit down. Chen Xinglong hurriedly poured Chen Biyu a cup of mutai. He knew that Chen Biyu was good at this. Chen Biyu looked at Chen Xinglong pouring the wine. His eyes seemed to be saying, "Pour more, pour more." Chen Xinglong originally wanted to pour him half a cup of even, but looked at Chen Biyu's eyes are not satisfied and the slightest continue to pour, until the cup of wine are almost overflowing when Chen Biyu said, "Enough, old uncle." If Chen Biyu lifted the cup the wine would definitely sun out, so he bent down and bent over the cup and shivered. "Good wine," Chen Biyu exclaimed. This was the most expensive wine he had ever drunk in his life. But, seeing the village head brother Chen Biyu's funny movements, his little sister Chen Xiaoyu couldn't help but burst out laughing and almost spewed out his rice. Chen Biyu had a thick skin. He didn't care and started eating his food right afterward. The four siblings were discussing Mei Tian's matter. Chen Yi's beating of Mei Tian's matter has spread throughout the entire Baihe County. Chen Yi is now also considered a little famous in Baihe County. After a few mouthfuls of wine, Chen Biyu talked to Chen Xinglong about business. "Old uncle, the people in the village are planning to raise money to build a shrine. And by the way, to build a parking lot in front of the shrine. Now more and more people in the village are buying small cars," Chen Biyu said as he chucked a braised chicken piece. There were a total of 3 family names in Tianyao village, but they were passed down from the same ancestor. The Hu family to the east, the Lu family to the west, and the Chen family to the south. The 3 families were in the shape of inverted pins, with the Lu family on the upper left side of the mouth, the Hu family on the upper right side, and the Chen family on the bottom. Tianyao village was on a hill, and Chen Xinglong's family was at the bottom of the hill, and he was the first to move down. The roads in the countryside are narrow, usually just big enough for one car to cross, and this is the case in Tianyao village. It's 2013, and there are still people in Tianyao village making money. The rare small cars are no longer out of reach, and there are still a dozen of them in Tianyao village. It's usually fine, but during the New Year's Eve, there's no place to park your car, so you have to park it at the bottom of the hill. Anyone would like to buy a car to park in their own yard, but Tianyao village basically the yard of every household is the road. The car parked and the other people will not be able to pass. Therefore, some people in Tianyao village wanted to build a parking lot. The reason for the ancestral hall is that it is very troublesome for the rural people to organize a banquet. The men have to carry tables, stools, boilers and chop firewood everywhere. The men have to carry tables, benches, boilers and chop firewood, while the women have to wash, cut, cook and prepare the food, which is very troublesome. Some years ago, someone proposed to build a shrine, one to enshrine the ancestors, and the village's red and white events are good arrangements. Chen Xinglong understood Chen Biyu's meaning. As the village head, he must want to let himself contribute some money, and also the kind of big head. Chen Xinglong took a sip of wine and thought, I think it's feasible to repair the ancestral hall. It's a good thing to benefit our children and grandchildren. The parking lot is also a good thing. I also want my children to be able to drive me up there in the future. Chen Biyu, upon hearing this, felt that it was a good idea, and immediately toasted his old uncle Chen Xinglong. Chen Xinglong, who put down his glass of wine, was about to say but, the construction of the ancestral hall and the parking lot will take up the land of the village people. Can the people whose land is taken up agree? Chen Biyu also knew that the reason the ancestral hall was not built in the previous years was because of the entanglement over the land issue, and that rural people placed too much importance on the issue of land. For a while both of them fell silent, and although Chunyi was chatting with his 3 younger sisters, he was also listening to the conversation between Pops and Chen Biyu. Brother, Chenyi called out to Chen Biyu. What? Did the Wu family call you here? Chenyi asked. As far as he could remember, these 2 things were what the Wu family brought up first. Chen Biyu also did not hide it in the slightest. It's not all because of them. Mainly, although your brother and I are a village chief, but I don't have much to contribute to the village, so I'm not a big person. If these 2 things come to fruition, your brother's status in the village will definitely go up a notch. Chenyi listened and began to analyze the pros and cons. Chapter 11, Repairing the Ancestral Hall. Chen Biyu is bound to have a selfish motive. He is the village chief. If these 2 projects are to be started, then a responsible person must be chosen, and this person is basically Chen Biyu. Even if he doesn't cut corners, he'll still be sneaking around to get benefits from it. But this is also human nature. After reading so many books in his last life, he felt that it was impossible for people to not have selfishness, but it was impossible to not use him because he had selfishness. The smartest thing about people is not in how much high technology they have invented, but in how brilliantly they speak and deal with things. A truly intelligent person is no different from an artist. Chen Yixi had thought about it. His stage would never be in this small mountain village. The 3 sisters couldn't live their entire lives in the mountains either. They would always fly to faraway places. Where's Pops? Chen Yi thought of his old dad Chen Xinglong, an authentic rural man who had lived in the countryside for most of his life. What changes did you expect from him? Chen Yi found a problem after he bought his old dad Chen Xinglong a 5S. He was not interested in anything but maps. The latest model of cell phone fell into his hands just to receive calls. Since Pops is more suited to the countryside, I have to make him respected by the people in the village. Chen Yi already had an idea. He asked to Chen Biyu, brother, was the matter of repairing the ancestral hall not carried out in the past because the people who were occupying the land didn't agree? Right. Chen Biyu nodded. At first, even the money was put together. What exactly was the reason for that? Blue Star Chen Yi wasn't too attached to the village's affairs, so Chen Yi didn't know why. For what? For money. Chen Biyu spoke to the root in one sentence. Rural people are very important to the land. Originally only worth 30,000 yuan of land, hard to say 100,000, but also said that the land is left to the children and grandchildren. Buy is to move the children and grandchildren's fortune. They refused to sell it to the village to build the ancestral hall. Chen Biyu continued. At that time, the village did not have much money, just enough to repair, simply could not get money to buy land. And most of the people's idea was that everyone would just pay for a few of their families to pay for the land. Chen Yi suddenly exclaimed, it's really true that where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and where there are rivers and lakes, there are human affairs. Then coldly snorted in his heart, it's all about money nah. Brother, have any good ideas? Chen Yi first does not say what he thinks, but throws the question to Chen Biyu. The moment he heard it, he came to his senses. He had actually thought of it a long time ago. It was just a matter of having someone who was willing to take the loss. Older brother, I think the village should be self-conscious. This kind of work in the present generation, the benefit in the 1,000 years of things have to rely on every village people consciously. If a household can't donate 500, we'll donate 5,000. If a household can't donate 5,000, we'll donate 10,000. It's only a 1-year deposit at most. If you don't donate, I don't donate. The ancestral hall will be completed and wait for that day? You don't care. I don't care. Who's in charge without a car? That's why I'm saying, this person nah, he can't forget his roots. This place gave birth to us, raised us, we're just giving back now. Is it wrong? Chen Yi nodded his head and did not say anything. Chen Biyu said a lot just to lure himself on the hook. Chen Yi thought to himself, a family can save $1 or $2 million a year. All of a sudden you have to ask people to give out half a year's savings. Who would be willing to do it? So people in the world cannot help it. Chen Yi knows his purpose, although it sounds a little disgusting, but it is not possible to argue with Chen Biyu for a few words. This is irrational behavior. Chen Biyu saw Chen Yi still talk to him, so he continued. Older brother, I have thought about it. If this really works out, I will carve a wall of merit on one wall of the ancestral hall and write everyone's name on it. In the parking lot, I'll set up a monument and make it a merit monument with the names of those who have made contributions in the village written on it. This is a good practice. Chen Yi immediately agreed. He was waiting for these words from Chen Biyu. All he wanted was fame. A good fame. This reputation must not be his own, but that of his old father, Chen Qinglong. Chen Biyu heard this bright eyes. The wine immediately went down. He pretended to be sad. Older brother, you don't understand my brother's difficulties. This team is big. People's hearts are scattered. The team is not easy to lead. Chen Yi knew that he had to answer this, or else who would Chen Biyu's play before? Older brother, tell me what difficulties you have. I'll see if I can help. Chen Biyu's face showed a bitter color, but in reality, his heart was already happy. Small sample. Thought you were really calm. Then Chen Biyu still didn't answer directly. He instead waved his hand and said, no more, no more. If I say it again, the people in the village will say that I'm chewing the cud. Chen Biyu's meaning was, hurry up and ask me, so I can play down. As a result, what Chen Biyu did not expect was that Chen Yi actually returned a sentence. Okay, don't say it, don't say it, my mouth leaks, so as not to jeopardize the old brother's reputation. After saying this, he raised his drink cup and touched Chen Biyu's cup. Chen Biyu was dumbfounded on the spot. Big brother, you can't be so straightforward. If you answer like this, how can I still act in my play? How can I lure you in? But the play still has to be acted out. Chen Biyu drank a mouthful of wine and said again through the strength of the wine, no, I have to say it. If my brother doesn't say it today, he will have to suffocate. Chen Yi heard this and wanted to laugh a little, but still held back. The three younger sisters seemed to understand, only feeling that the village head Chen Biyu was a bit puzzled. Chen Biyu continued, this is what brother thinks. I need a reputable and capable person to help me start and organize everyone to donate together. Chen Yi felt a bit ridiculous. If it was in the past, Chen Biyu might not even enter their house, but now he was actually looking for himself to take the lead in donating. Chen Yi decided to tease him. Not bad. This matter must find a reputable and capable person to organize. I think Grandpa Hu Shansong of the Hu family is good. In the entire Tianyao village, he is the one with the highest seniority, and he's also the old general manager of the contractor. You definitely can't go wrong with him. Chen Biyu didn't know if Chen Yi was pretending to be a fool or not, but looking at Chen Yi's appearance, he looked like he was sincerely recommending a candidate for him, so it was hard for him to distinguish between truth and falsehood for a while. Older brother. Although Hu Shansong's grandfather had a high reputation, but he is in the countryside to contract an interior decoration work. I'm afraid this ability is not enough. Chen Biyu was a bit anxious, and kept cursing in his heart, little brat. I'm talking about you. It's you. Can you wake up a little? I thought Chen Yi would come to his senses, but I didn't expect Chen Yi to say in a serious manner. The Lu family's Uncle Lu is not bad either, although his generation is not high, but he is a teacher and has culture. At the end, he added, the ability is definitely outstanding. Put. Chen Qinglong sprayed out a mouthful of rice. He also knew that Chen Yi was pretending to be a fool, and did not expect Chen Yi to pretend to be so serious. Chen Qinglong then immediately coughed twice. Choked on my rice. Chen Biyu knew that he couldn't bend the rules like this. He went straight to the point. Older brother, I think that the only one who can take on this great responsibility in the entire Yaotian village is you. Me? Chen Yi pretended to be shocked, then immediately waved his hand. No, no, I'm so young and not highly educated. I can't be the leader. Immediately after that, Chen Biyu's rainbow fart came. Older brother, don't be presumptuous. Although you didn't study until you were 11 years old, you at least went to high school, also graduated. Look at me. I didn't finish my second year of junior high school before I came out to mix, and now I'm still not a village chief? Chen Yi heard this and cursed. GRD, is this complimenting me or himself? Hooligans don't ask about their origins. Heroes don't ask about their age. Older brother, in my opinion you are the number one person in our Tianyao village. Chen Biyu praised, but I don't have the prestige I need, and I don't have the ability I need. Chen Yi continued to tease him. Chen Biyu's brain raced. Something like prestige is determined by ability. Look at you. You take such good care of your old uncle and your three sisters. This one powerful ability. It proves that you have good filial piety, good filial behavior, and good filial piety. You are definitely the number one person in my Tianyao village. And Chen Biyu continued to praise. You are as handsome as a star. A big tall man of 1.78 meters. The suit you wore at your wedding the other day simply earned our Tianyao village face. Chen Yi was conquered by Chen Biyu's horse's ass. And when he said he was conquered by the horse's ass, he might as well say he was conquered by Chen Biyu's mind. What a talent! Finding something to boast about so quickly. And it's not easy to refute. If this Chen Biyu had read more books and had a higher culture, what would be better? Chen Yi finally revealed a smile. Older brother, I'm embarrassed by your compliment, Chen Yi coyly said. Chen Biyu patted Chen Yi's shoulder. Am I praising you? I am telling the truth. Frankly speaking, who in Tianyao village doesn't know that I'm the most honest and the best at telling the truth? Every word I said just now was the honest truth. Bah! Chen Yi cursed, quite narcissistic, complimenting others while also complimenting yourself. Older brother, since you said so I'll admit it. What do you want me to do to help you? Chen Yi asked. I've done the math. Chen Biyu pulled out a small book from somewhere. We'll probably need around 300,000 for the construction of the ancestral hall plus the kitchen equipment, tables and chairs, around 150,000 for the parking lot, and with the 300,000 or so we'll have to spend on buying the land, that's 75,000 in total. Chen Yi nodded. This price is quite reasonable. Chen Biyu continued. Our village can almost raise 200,000. That's the remaining 550,000. I'll cover the remaining 550,000. Chen Yihao waved his hand. Chen Biyu was very happy to hear this. Acting for so long was waiting for these words from Chen Yi. I'll thank you first for the villagers. Chen Biyu shook Chen Yi's hand, then added, older brother, this is what I think. We'll buy over the person in the village who contributed the land, but it's up to him to donate as much or as little as he wants. It is estimated that it won't take as much as $550,000. Chen Yi understood Chen Biyu's meaning. There was a possibility that it wouldn't take that much, and there was also a possibility that it wouldn't be enough. How about this? No matter how much the village can raise, the rest is on me. Chen Yi once again said with bravado. Thank you. Thank you. Older brother is our Tianyao village's great benefactor. Chen Biyu's final guarantee arrived. But I have a request. Chen Yi said. You name it, any request will be granted. Chen Yi spoke. Whether it's the merit wall or the merit monument, the first name has to be written in my old man Chen Xinglong's name. My name doesn't have to be written. Alright, Chen Biyu agreed at once. Anyway, the merit wall and merit monument were both written first by the one who donated the most money. And Chen Yi continued to make conditions. On the leader's name I would like to add my old dad Chen Xinglong's name as well. Yes, Chen Biyu thought to himself. It's not just the leader. It's no problem to write a few more. So a deal was struck. In the evening Chen Yi and Chen Xinglong went up to Tianyao village to hold a clan meeting, and most of the people agreed to build the ancestral hall and parking lot. Moreover, each household must pay 500 yuan of maintenance and management fees every year, and villagers who did not participate in the fundraising were not allowed to use the ancestral hall and the parking lot, nor did they need to pay the 500 yuan of maintenance and management fees every year. This proposal has also been supported by many villagers. The remaining some people just do not take a position. Although at first Chen Biyu couldn't calm down the scene, but after Chen Yi also said a few words, everyone quieted down. Chen Yi's beating of Mei Tian had also spread, and villagers didn't want to offend an evil person like this. At night, the moon and stars were sparse. Chen Xinglong and Chen Yi were walking on the road down the mountain. The old man Chen Xinglong suddenly said to Chen Yi, Son, the $10 million that your father gave me, I actually left it to you. I don't care if you use this money in this way, but money is still comfortable to use when you earn it yourself. Chen Yi nodded. I understand, Pops. Chapter 12 Driving School Enrollment. The next day Chen Yi woke up early with his three sisters. Today was October 6th, and on the 8th the second and youngest sisters were going to class, and Chen Yi is going to go with the eldest sister Chen Dongyu to take the driving license. Originally Chen Dongyu is refused, because she is a little afraid of the car. The car is a horror for her. Every time she crosses the street Chen Dongyu walks a stretch. The road driver's scared to death. The driver's walk is not. Stop is not. Finally, after Chen Yi's constant persuasion, she finally agreed, because Chen Yi said to Chen Dongyu, Sister, brother is very stupid. After buying a car no one is a driver, how to do? Chen Dongyu's heart softened as soon as she heard this, because she felt that drivers were all paid very well, and it would be better to earn for others than to earn for herself. Chen Yi took his sisters and bodyguards and went to the county town once again, because only the county town had a place to take a driver's license test. However, before taking the driver's license test he still had to go and change the house for his second and youngest sisters. The second sister and little sister rented a room. It was that kind of very old wooden house, which was also considered rare in Baiha County. For the safety and comfort of his two sisters, Chen Yi planned to rent a better house for them near the middle school. Chen Yi contacted the agent online in advance to see the house, and when he arrived in the county the first time the agent contacted him, White River County, Dongjiang Road, Blue Heart came to the intersection early in the morning to wait. A guest early in the morning to call to contact to rent a room. Listen to the tone of voice is also quite anxious. Blue Heart this month a single did not open. The National Day Golden Holiday will soon be over. Her heart is very anxious. so early in the roadside waiting for guests, no matter what to say today to open a single. Not long after the Blue Heart will see 3 Land Rover parked on the side. But her attention is not in the 3 luxury cars in the slightest. She only has customers in her eyes. Only billing. Chenny looked around and saw that only Blue Heart looked like she was waiting for someone. So then he walked to Blue Heart. White River Real Estate. Blue Heart? Lon Xin instantly reacted. This male son who came down from the luxury car was his own honored guest. Hello, I'm Lon Xin. Blue Heart politely extended her right hand. Chen Yi chatted on the phone, politely shook Blue Heart's hand, and in the meantime, he also sized her up. Long hair with big waves, melon face, top shirt, bottom skirt with black silk, high-heeled shoes, professional formal dress, very tall figure, and 1 meter 78. Chenny is only 1 head shorter. We directly look at the house? Lon Xin asked. Chen Yi nodded. Yes, take my car and go. After saying that, Chenny let Blue Heart sit in the frontmost Land Rover, and himself, his sisters and the driver and bodyguard Li Renjie sat in the center Land Rover. As soon as Chenny got into the car he heard the 3 sisters only discussing Blue Heart. This sister is so tall, and so temperamental. The youngest sister, Chen Xiaoyu, said with envy, just dressing up. Second sister Chen Xunyu snorted. Big sister is definitely prettier than her if she dresses up. Chen Dongyu smiled coyly. How can I be as pretty as others? I don't have that kind of temperament. Chenny Hao had no feelings for Lon Xin. If he had to say something, it would be that Lon Xin looked pleasing to the eye. Soon Blue Heart took everyone to Rambo Bay in Baiha County, where they are all large households, 120 square feet to 160 square feet, and Chenny explained to be close to the second middle school, not villas. Blue Wave Bay is 300 meters away from the second middle school, is the closest property to the second middle school. Blue Wave Bay, 19th floor, 160 square feet. There are 2 halls, 3 restrooms, and 4 rooms. The decoration style is European. Luxury. There are 2 large balconies, one of which looks out over the neighborhood and one over the East River, and at night you can see most of White River County's night view from here. This suite sits north to south and is very well ventilated. That is, it may be slightly cold in winter, but there is a very cool natural breeze in summer. Lon Xin took Chen Yi's 4 siblings to look around. The youngest sister, Chen Xiaoyu, said she liked it, although the eldest and second sisters didn't say anything. They could also see that they were also satisfied with the set. How much is it a month? The eldest sister asked. Lon Xin looked at the information, but was dumbfounded when she took a look. Then she apologized and said, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. This set is for sale, not for rent. Lon Xin kept apologizing, but in her heart, she was scolding herself for being so careless and getting even the most basic ones wrong. Chenny waved his hand. Tell me the price. Lon Xin hurriedly said. The price of this set is going to be $650,000, because it's a luxury set plus a parking space, and it's a one-bite price. The 3 sisters all smacked their lips when they heard it was going to be $650,000, then they were about to pull Chen Yi away. Does little sister like it here? Chen Yi asked. Chen Xiaoyu nodded. Chen Yi then asked his big sister and second sister, what about you guys? Both of them said that they liked the place. It was just that the price was too expensive. Chen Yi felt that $65,000 was okay. The rough in Baiha County was basically around $3,000 a square. This sweet luxury plus parking space is not too expensive. Barely a small profit. Can the real estate license be written in the names of 3 people? Chen Yi asked directly. Can. Lon Xin affirmed, thinking to herself that she had definitely met a wealthy male. Signed the contract. Chen Yi said indifferently. Good. Blue Heart then got up again and also wanted the brokerage fee. This buying a house charges 3 points for the formalities, which means that this suite will cost $668,000. No problem. Chen Yi answered without even thinking. Lon Xin was instantly envious. Such a brother, give me one too. Although last night, Pops was still explaining that he shouldn't spend money recklessly. Chen Yi felt that it was right to spend money on Pops and his sisters. In saying that, is money so easy to earn when you say you're earning money? Because it was spending money for his family. Chen Yi didn't feel much guilt. Soon the buying and selling procedures were done, and the house was officially transferred to the 3 sisters' names. Then Chen Yi let the second and youngest sisters take the bodyguards to move the luggage. Anyway, Rambler Bay is fully furnished, electrical appliances, beds and so on, so there is no need to purchase something. After the 2 sisters went to move the luggage, Chen Yi took Chen Dongyu to enroll in the car. The 2 began to find a talk is not bad, but the eldest sister Chen Dongyu insisted on looking at a few more, and said, comparison of goods, how do you know it is the cheapest? Chen Yi, who couldn't argue with Chen Dongyu, had to take his big sister to run through the driving schools in the whole Baiha County. Can't walk anymore. Chen Yi sat on his butt on the side of the road. He really didn't want to walk anymore. Chen Dongyu brought himself from the east of the river to the west of the river. The price of each one was about the same, but Chen Dongyu was going to find the cheapest one. Brother, look, there's another one somewhere. Chen Dongyu pointed to a driving school named Huatian not far away. Chen Yi took a look. The facade was not very big, but next to it was the training ground. Chen Dongyu led Chen Yi into the driving school door. Chen Yi in the office to see a 27 or 18 years old, dressed in exposed, hands flower arm boss lady with headphones, mouth with a cigarette is still constantly shouting. A point drop. The trail someone. Chen Yi walked up ready to ask when the boss lady threw the mouse keyboard. Grass. Lost again. The boss's wife also saw Chen Yi at this time, looking at Chen Yi's head still wrapped in gauze, then asked, "What? You flipped your car in practice? Mrs. Boss, do you often flip cars here?" The boss's wife thought that Chen Yi had hit his head in a practice rollover, and thought that Chen Yi was a student of his own driving school, and when she heard Chen Yi ask this question, she understood that Chen Yi had come to sign up for a driver's license. Manual tuition 3,000, the fastest 3 days to get a license. The boss's wife, still holding a cigarette, started the next game. Almost, Chen Yi thought to himself, basically all the ones they had asked for 3,000 tuition fees, all the fastest 3 days to get a license. Just when Chen Dongyu was ready to pull Chen Yi's away, Chen Yi thought to himself that he must not let this niece take himself away. In the walk small to go his feet will be wasted. Boss lady, you here often turn over the car? Chen Yi first asked, clear driving school safety issues. The boss's wife shook her head. No, yesterday there was a Mangzi operation error. Overturned the car, hit the head. I thought it was you? Chen Yi saw the boss's wife game character hung up again, quickly took out his soft china and handed the boss's wife one. Yo, kid is not simple. He's so young, he's smoking a soft Chinese. Chen Yi listened to the accent of the boss's wife should be Penang. So he said, the boss's wife is from Penang? Aha! The boss's wife nodded, looked at Chen Yi and asked, you too? Chen Yi shook his head. No, my aunt married in Penang. Yo, half a hometown, the boss's wife said. Right, half hometown. Chen Yi smiled and asked, do you see a discounted price between hometowns? $200 cheaper. The boss's wife did not nag. Two of us. The boss's wife only realized that there is still a girl next to her. Kid can tea. Girlfriend so beautiful. No, Chen Dongyu is trying to explain. That's right, you see couples enrollment has discounts? Chen Yi quickly embraced Chen Dongyu. He did not want to let the big sister to take himself around. Count on it, the boss's wife said. Couples give you one person a discount of 300. 5,004 for two people is fine. Okay, Chen Yi agreed in one bite. This was already the cheapest price they had asked for. Chen Yi pulled out the 10,000 he had previously obtained from the bank and immediately counted 52 to the boss's wife. The boss's wife then flew out and enrolled the two of them and issued a receipt. The reason why enrollment manual, just because Chen Yi think automatic is not much technical content. To learn manual, the key time manual can also drive. Okay, take the subject 1 test tomorrow. What? Chen Yi dumbfounded. He has not seen immediately enrolled in driving school the next day on the test. So fast? Chen Yi was a bit confused. The boss's wife waved her hand. Fast what? Immediately enroll, immediately test have. Either you see your head wrapped in gauze. Plus I'm playing a game right now. I want you to take the test now. Chen Yi was dumbfounded. What about study materials? At the very least give a book? The boss's wife pointed to the several computers next to her. This where the study will be fine. The website is logged in well. Chen Yi hurriedly pulled Chen Dongyu to start studying. Said to study in fact is to brush the question. As long as you can test 90 will pass. Chen Yi face subject 1 is also a little bit scared. Think of the year he took the test 5 times before passing. And each time 2 opportunities. Equivalent to the 10th time he took the test before passing. This is going to kill me. After a long time Chen Yi's back came from the boss's wife's grumbling voice. Can you do it? Oh. Chapter 13, Boss Lady, do you think I can do it? Chen Yi squatted in front of the computer and sat in front of the computer anxious and sweating. He had already made 10 mistakes. And if he made one more mistake, he would hang up again. The gesture in the picture below is? Chen Yi looked at the question and fell into deep thought. This should be a turn to the left, right? And kind of like turning right. He looked at the 4 options and was a bit confused. The traffic police gestures he learned in his previous life were not passable. How could he answer correctly now? Chen Yi chose B to turn left, and as a result, the test ended with a failing grade. At this time, Chen Yi's back came from the boss's wife's grudging voice. Can you do it? Oh? Chen Yi is also a little annoyed. I cannot, you do not know? The boss's wife was not angry, just said faintly, I don't think you're too good. Chen Yi was a bit angry. Saying that a man is not good can stir up the desire to win. Half a day to study. Do you think anyone can pass the exam? The boss's wife pointed at Chen Dongyu with a cigarette in her mouth. Didn't your girlfriend pass? Chen looked to the computer in front of Chen Dongyu. It was clearly written. Congratulations on passing the exam. The exam score is 92. How is it possible? Chen-yi unbelievably looked at Chun Dongyu. More than half an hour's time she passed the mock exam? How did you pass the exam? Chen-yi asked. I could only do 10 or 20 questions at first, but I slowly memorized the mistakes later. Then there were some questions that I hadn't seen before, but I could probably judge them through reasoning, Chen Dongyu said easily. She really didn't feel that there was anything difficult about it. Asterisk. Chen-yi immediately squatted and sat in front of the computer again. He couldn't believe he was that bad. The boss's wife, on the other hand, snickered. Men really aren't as good as women. Chen-yi's desire to win was immediately aroused by the boss's wife. So the whole afternoon Chen-yi and Chen Dongyu were in front of the computer to brush up the questions. At first only 30 or 40 points. Chen-yi gradually improved to 70 or 80 points, but he still did not have a passing grade once. On the contrary, Chen Dongyu is not the same. Since she took a 92 points will begin to hang behavior. The whole afternoon Chen Dongyu in addition to a mistake took 89 points. The rest of each time she passed the exam. Unconsciously the sky is hazy dark. The boss's wife also urged the two to be faster. She had to go play mahjong after dinner. Exam over. Failing grade. Chen-yi saw this paragraph when he kept slapping the table to vent. Angry Chen-yi almost smashed the computer. He almost point exam is going to pass. The computer is worth 6,000. You have to pay for it if it's broken. The boss's wife was heartbroken. Chen Dongyu also comforted next to her. It's okay. Chen-yi lifted his head to look outside, only to realize that the sky was already hazy. Go home. Chen-yi said angrily. He couldn't get back in front of his boss's wife today. Before leaving the boss's wife explained, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock test. Don't forget. Out of the driving school of the two took a taxi back to Rambler Bay. Chen Dongyu originally did not agree to take a taxi. Said a waste of money. Chen-yi, however, does not care so much. At noon walking legs are almost broken, and squatting in front of the computer in the afternoon, legs have long been painful. Back in the house he just bought he saw his little sister Chen Xiaoyu sitting paralyzed on the sofa watching TV. Where's second sister? Chen-yi inquired. Second sister is in her room doing her homework. Chen Xiaoyu stared at the TV without looking back. Chen-yi asked again. Why aren't you doing your homework? Done. Chen-yi didn't care about her when she saw this. She was 17 years old. It would be unlike her if she was lecturing. Chen-yi pushed open the door to his second sister's room and found Chen Xunyu practicing her spoken English. Chen-yi asked her what there was to eat in the neighborhood, and she said that there was a restaurant that was good. Naturally, there would be no takeouts in Baiha County in this era. It could only be delivered by the restaurant owner himself. Fortunately, Chen Xunyu had the restaurant owner's phone number, so the four siblings ordered a dish each. After dinner was simply resolved. Chen-yi borrowed his second sister's laptop to study up, and he got into it with the exam today. Chen-yi and his second sister were both studying while Chen Dongyu and his little sister were watching TV in the living room. Chen-yi, who had failed more than 10 times in his room, finally remembered something. Don't I have God-given superpower? Chen-yi finally thought of his golden finger. Chen-yi slapped his forehead and hurriedly opened Divine Providence superpower. Name, Chen-yi. Superpower, absolute 100% on exams. Chen-yi meditated on his appearance in his mind. The Divine Providence superpower then prompted. The giver cannot be a Divine Providence superpower host. What? Chen-yi said incredulously. He hadn't realized until now that he couldn't give himself superpowers. That means I don't have any skills other than void transformation and soul forbidden technique? Chen-yi learned about the prohibitions of God-given superpowers this time. Chen-yi, who was depressed for a while, thought that Chen Dongyu had passed the exam without relying on his supernatural abilities, so he started to work on all of them. If you let other travelers know that they cross even after a driver's license cannot see, I am afraid that they will be the first person in the past 1,000 years to laugh. The next day, October 7th, 8 in the morning, Chen Dongyu knocked on Chen-yi's room door, and Chen-yi woke up in a daze. Dawn? Chen-yi opened the door for Chen Dongyu. Brother, we have to take the exam at 9. The boss's wife called and told us to gather at 8:45. Got it. Chen-yi yawned, then went to wash up, and also took a shower on the way. I was so mesmerized by the exams last night that I forgot to take a shower. Men were just amazing creatures. Showering plus washing up was just something that could be done in 10 minutes. Chen Dongyu was also shocked at Chen-yi's speed. Then Chen Dongyu changed a piece of gauze on Chen-yi's head and went out. Chen-yi's head injury doesn't need to be removed. It will heal on its own. So Chen-yi and Chen Dongyu rushed to the driving school with their heads wrapped in gauze, and didn't even eat breakfast. Chen-yi, who came to the driving school, found that there were already a dozen people here. The boss's wife, still holding a cigarette, came to everyone. This is the pass for today's test, said the boss's wife, and handed everyone their passes. Then a minibus came to the entrance of the driving school to take them to the test center. At 8:45, the minibus drove into the test center. At this time there were still 15 minutes before the test. The boss's wife didn't come. but an instructor did. The coach explained the process and rules of the test center and then disappeared. Too irresponsible. Chen Yi sighed. If it wasn't for his eyes seeing that the boss lady's character rating was excellent yesterday, Chen Yi wouldn't have signed up at the boss lady's place. After so many days of understanding, he realized that character grades were roughly divided into extremely poor, poor, flat, good, excellent, and Chen Dongyu's extremely excellent. Chen Yi estimated that normal character would be good, some petty ones would be flat, and if it was poor, then the person was probably not very good. The specific judging standard Chen Yi also hasn't felt clear yet. A little bit of time passed, and the very block was about to take the test. As a result, a staff member of the examination center held a loudspeaker and said, "Today there are too many candidates, divided into several batches of examination. The first name to be called must enter the examination room first. First, XXX, XX. As name after name was called in, the very block of the first batch of exams went in. Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu were not called in. It was obvious that they were both the second batch of candidates. Chen Dongyu saw that Chen Yi was a bit nervous. He was rubbing his fingers non-stop. "Brother, do you want to go to the restroom?" Chen Dongyu asked. Chen Yi, who was sitting in the waiting room, smiled awkwardly. "No, don't want to." He had a problem when he was on Earth. Others were the ones who wanted to go to the restroom when they were nervous. As a result, the more nervous he was, the more he couldn't pee. "Did you pass the exam last night?" Chen Dongyu wanted to divert Chen Yi's attention through chatting. "Passed," Chen Yi replied. He didn't know how many times he had taken the test last night. Anyway, by the time he passed it was already late at night, and his three sisters had already gone to bed. Thinking that he had taken the exam late into the night, he had gone to bed without taking a bath. "Sis, do you still want to go back to the national high school?" Chen Yi had been wanting to talk about this for a while, but hadn't been able to find an opportunity. Chen Dongyu shook her head. "I don't know. Let's finish this semester first and talk about it. The college entrance exam isn't until next year. I'll be studying on my own at home. Any plans for the future?" Chen Yi then remembered that he had never talked about this topic with his family in his memory. "Study hard and change your destiny." Chen Dongyu gave a very generalized answer. Then she asked Chen Yi in return, "Brother, what about you?" "I hope to give my family a calm and peaceful life, marry a good wife, have a few children, and then just live a peaceful and carefree life," Chen Yi said with his hands holding his head. Chen Dongyu was happy to hear this reply. "Brother, let's work together to make our families peaceful and happy." Chen Yi turned his head to look at Chen Dongyu. He realized that Chen Dongyu's eyes were full of determination and yearning. He nodded heavily. "Good. Work together." A little bit of time passed, and soon the first batch of candidates came out one after another. Some people acted gleefully. It went without saying that these types of people had passed the exam, while most of them were lost in thought. Chen Yi unconsciously became nervous when he saw these types of people. "It's okay." Chen Dongyu held Chen Yi's hand. Soon the second batch began to roll call. XXX, Chen Dongyu. Chen Dongyu immediately got up upon hearing this. The roll call continued. XXX, XX. Looking at more and more people entering the exam room, Chen Yi became even more nervous. He kept praying for the staff to hurry up and read his name. Last one. Chen Yi heard this soul to be scared out. Here waiting for only a few people left. If he was not selected, he will have to be the third batch of the examination. There were definitely not many people in the third batch, and he would definitely be even more nervous. Chen Yi, the staff member finally read out the name. Chen Yi exhaled deeply when he heard his name. "It's okay." Then just Chen Yi went into the examination room. A little bit of time passed, and the candidates came out of the examination room one after another. Chen Dongyu came out before Chen Yi. She waited anxiously for Chen Yi at the entrance. Chen Yi came out after a long time, and many of the candidates had finished their exams. "How was it?" Chen Yi's expression was a bit lost. Then he made a face at Chen Dongyu. "Passed. Just 90 points. 1 point no more, 1 point no less. 90 points is just right." Chen Dongyu also smiled. "It's good to have passed. How about you?" Chen Yi looked towards Chen Dongyu. "Full marks," Chen Dongyu said faintly. Then Chen Yi was struck by the fact that as a two-worlder he actually couldn't pass the exam after studying for an afternoon. What a failure. Huatian Driving School. Chen Yi threw the test pass receipt in the boss lady's face. "Boss lady, do you think I can do it?" Chapter 14 Interpretation of Virgins and Virginity. October 7th, 11 o'clock at noon. Huatian Driving School. Chen Yi fiercely slapped the receipt of the test on the boss's desk. "Boss, do you think I can do it?" The boss's wife was startled by Chen Yi. She just skimmed her mouth and said lightly, "The test line does not mean that a certain aspect of the actual combat line. Someday we have time to spar." After saying that, she also teased Chen Yi with her eyes. Chen Yi was flushed by the boss's wife's teasing. It was obvious that they were not talking about the same thing. "It's fine if you admit that I'm good. Sparring is exempted." "It's waived," the boss's wife exclaimed. How do I know if you're good in real combat if you don't spar with me? Chen Yi was overwhelmed by the direct boss lady. Just like a white rabbit bumping into a big bad wolf. The big bad wolf was definitely more experienced in this kind of thing. Chen Yi stammered. I'm still a virgin. Pang. The boss lady knocked on Chen Yi's head. Luckily it didn't hit Chen Yi's wound. The old lady is talking about practicing real life in a car. Obviously they weren't talking about the same thing again this time. Chen Yi after making a mess ran away with Chen Dongyu. Chen Yi secretly swore in his heart. I'll never ask others if I can do it again. It's so embarrassing. Chen Yi and the boss's wife caused everyone in Huatian driving school to laugh. So angry that the boss's wife said, laughing my ass off. Old lady doesn't believe you guys are good in real combat. Said the crowd shut up. The actual combat this thing you do not go to try how to know how many kilograms of their own. Chen Dongyu, who ran outside, asked Chen Yi, what did you guys just talk about? Why can't I understand a word? And, what is a virgin? Chen Yi was almost broken by Chen Dongyu's words, and thought, I can't bring bad kids. So Chen Yi explained in a serious manner. Virgin means to make a male friend. Usually refers to the best male friend. Oh, Chen Dongyu nodded thoughtfully. Then virgin means to make a female friend, right? Chen Dongyu immediately cited the same thing. Chen Yi didn't expect to be cited by Chen Dongyu for his nonsense. Yes, that's what it means. So just now the boss's wife wanted you to be her virgin? Chen Dongyu asked. Chen Yi smiled helplessly when he heard it. Right. It seemed that Chen Yi had completely taken Chen Dongyu off course. Then Chen Yi added, you can't be a virgin, you know? Chen Dongyu nodded desperately. Don't worry, I don't have any plans to be a virgin for the time being. If I become a virgin, I will definitely tell my brother. Then Chen Dongyu said something that almost made Chen Yi spit out blood. You have to be the first to tell me after your brother is a virgin. After hearing this, Chen Yi felt that he was too obscene, actually teaching his sister such unnutritious things, and kept making things up. The helpless Chen Yi just said, okay. Just as Chen Yi wanted to end the conversation, Tang Tiancheng called. Uncle Tang, Chen Yi said as he picked up the phone. Chen Yi, are you free to come to my house for dinner tonight? Tang Tiancheng directly invited Chen Yi. Chen Yi thought to himself that he had nothing to do tonight anyway. Okay, I'll definitely be there tonight. Good, tonight we'll compete to see who can eat more. After saying that, Tang Tiancheng hung up the phone. Who is it? Chen Dongyu asked. It's the uncle who came to see me in a tang suit that day. My father's friend. Chen Yi explained. Dinner. Chen Yi didn't explain what Tang Tiancheng was looking for him for, but brought Chen Dongyu to the food street. That was the good thing about White River County. The food street was clearly separated from the snack street and the night snack street. Snack street and pedestrian street is the same street. Is to let people shopping at the same time can drink milk tea, eat snacks. Late night snack street is all to do late night snacks. What barbecue, grilled fish, lobster house, tavern, countless. And the food street is different. The name of the food street is Food Street. Here all do lunch and dinner. The three streets are interconnected. So this circle is the busiest. The biggest problem with eating is the parking place. After all, those who can go to a restaurant to eat at any time must have strength in addition to time. Most of the powerful have a car. So eating and stopping to eat is a big problem. Food street on both sides of the car parking spaces. Free of charge. Even if it is free, the sidewalk is still full of cars. Those who came late could only choose the paid parking lot or park far away. It was good that Chen Yi did not have such worries. He and Chen Dongyu came by taxi and did not have to worry about parking at all. The second sister, Chen Chunyu, and the youngest sister, Chen Xiaoyu, they were not coming and called to say that they were going to the neighborhood to eat casually by themselves. Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu were going to start practicing in the afternoon, so they came to solve the problem of food first. Chen Yi wants to go to a big restaurant, but Chen Dongyu said expensive. Eat small restaurant on the line. So the two casually found a small restaurant that looks very clean. Chen Yi ordered a hot and sour chicken. Chen Dongyu wanted shredded potatoes. The two also ordered a seaweed egg soup. Not a moment after ordering, Chen Yi heard the sound of arguing coming from outside, and then the owner of the store and the waiter both immediately ran out. What surprised Chen Yi the most was that the cooks in the kitchen all ran out with spatulas to watch the show. Master, where are you going? Chen Yi asked loudly. To watch the show. The chef darted back. Don't you want to fry the food first? Everyone in the restaurant ran out, leaving Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu to look at each other in dismay. The helpless two also just had to go out to see what was going on. After the two came out, they saw two service personnel arguing not far away. Looking at their clothes should be two different restaurants. Chen Yi went around and asked an uncle next to him. Uncle, why are they arguing? The uncle explained with an excited face. For the parking space. These two families are next door neighbors. Just in the middle of the two families have a parking space. Just now the two bosses went to two separate restaurants to eat, and then the two bosses got into a fight. Then why are the two waiters arguing now? Chen Yi was a bit puzzled. which restaurant's waiter saw immediately came out to help grab the parking space, grabbed the two bosses and made up, went elsewhere to eat. These two waiters were not convinced by each other, so they quarreled. The uncle looked at Chen-yi. You watch, there's definitely going to be a fight today. They've already argued many times this month. It didn't take long for the uncle's words to be fulfilled. The two waiters were arguing and pulling each other up, and then they got into a huge fight. The uncle said to Chen-yi with an excited look on his face, "Isn't this much better than TV? Uncle, you're also too motivated by the world." Chen-yi was somewhat speechless. After seeing their own brothers fighting, all the waiters from the two hotels rushed out. In an instant, the single fight turned into a group fight, which caused the onlookers to consciously retreat a few steps back. One party was about to lose, so someone picked up the phone and started shaking people. The other side saw the other side shaking people also followed. Not long after Chen-yi saw the people that each side had shaken arrived, the two sides took a new stance, and the boss was about to start negotiating. The winning side came out to negotiate with the person Chen-yi recognized. That day in the bank met the short black fat man. Chen-yi remembered his surname Lu. The losing side stood out as a young man, standing behind a group of young boys. About the estimate are underage. Behind Fatty Lu Black were all migrant laborers, some even wearing helmets. Xiao Yang, your boss is doing too unorthodox, hitting people just for a parking space? Fatty Lu Black made the first move. The young man named Xiao Yang wasn't the least bit weak. Fatty Lu, don't think you're great just because you have a few workers under you. That parking space is clearly our boss's. Fatty Lu Black hemmed and hawed. Yours? It's the public's. Whoever comes first gets it first. Sometimes businessmen are just unreasonable. Obviously public parking space, just because in front of their store becomes a private parking space. Some even like to take things to occupy the parking space. The young man surnamed Yang is not convinced. I say it is our boss's. Not to try? Grass. Yang Sun Zi, don't be crazy. I'll let you know what it's like to be cut later. So Chen-yi saw a magical scene. The two bosses started arguing like shrews, and the uncle next to them was still whispering, "Fight! Fight up! Fight!" Looking at his appearance, he could not wait to get into the ring himself. Chen-yi shook his head helplessly, thinking, can you fry the food first? I'm a bit hungry. On the other hand, Chen Dongyu also had an excited look on her face, which made Chen-yi feel a bit funny. Why do people like to watch theater? Chen-yi felt that it had something to do with history. In ancient times, people didn't have electricity. The nightlife was just drinking, dancing, and singing songs. Later, people invented something called opera, and this tradition was engraved in their DNA, which was why people liked to watch opera. Just as Chen-yi was fuming, the two sides fought at some point. The migrant workers of Fatty Lu Black and the underage of the young man surnamed Yang tangled together. For a moment the fight was indistinguishable. Chen-yi then saw a big tall man give his companion a few sticks, beating his companion to the point of wailing. Seeing this, Chen-yi still think gangster movies still have some educational significance. At least fight up group fight will not be so mistakenly injured teammates. Fatty Lu Black's head was blown out, and the young man surnamed Yan was also bruised and swollen. Soon the riot squad and a large number of police arrived. The people who fought saw it and fled in all directions, and as a result, all of them were caught. Chen-yi's mind thought of that phrase again. Don't fight, win and go to jail. Fight to lose and be hospitalized. After all the people who fought in the group were caught away, the ones who watched the show dispersed, Chen-yi thought to himself, finally, I can go and stir-fry the food. As a result, the chef actually chatted with the boss and talked about how he was young and how he could fight 8 people at a time. Master, stop bragging. Chen-yi didn't have the good sense to say, hurry up and fry the food. The boss and chef then remembered that there were still guests. Chen-yi shook his head helplessly. Why are there so many strange people in this world? The boss was one, the chef was one, and whichever big brother watching the show definitely topped the two oddballs. Chapter 15, the ability to fight is not good. Due to the reason of watching the play, Chen-yi, they ate dinner has been almost 2 o'clock. The two people rushed to take a taxi back to the Huatian driving school, but also to practice in the afternoon. Come to the driving school of the two have been late. The coach first with the other two practice, so they called a brother to hand them to recognize the gear, clutch, brake, gas pedal and turn signal. Chen-yi, as a person who learned to drive in 2 lifetimes, of course know these, but Chen Dongyu is a novice. She repeatedly asked her brother several times the position of the gas pedal and brake. Before long it was Chen-yi's turn for them. After opening the car door, Chen-yi realized that the coach of subject 2 was actually the boss's wife. What are you looking at? The boss's wife did not have a good temper. Can't the old lady be the coach? Dazed, Chen-yi hurriedly said, no, I just didn't think there would be a female coach. The boss's wife bristled. I said I want to see your practical ability. You, the boss lady pointed at Chen Dao. You first. The boss lady let Chen Yi get right to it without demonstrating the teaching. Chen Yi was also on fire. At least I did my subject too back in the day. Chen Yi huffed and puffed then got on the car. The boss lady sat in the passenger side. Chen Dongyu sat in the back row. What are you staring at? The boss's wife saw Chen Yi get on the car and start to daze, so she yelled. Chen Yi was thinking back to the operation in his previous life when he practiced driving. Adjust the seat, adjust the inside and outside mirrors, and fasten your seatbelt. Chen Yi did all this in one go, and the boss's wife really thought Chen Yi was an old hand when she saw this, but the next second it hit her in the face. Chen Yi twisted the car key to start the fire, but he forgot that the gearbox was still in gear, so the car directly leaped forward a bit. It dead fired. TSK, TSK, TSK. The boss's wife kept shaking her head. A man's practical ability really doesn't work. Chen Yi hurriedly returned the gear to neutral, and then started to fire up the engine again. Listening to the roar of the engine running normally, Chen Yi secretly said, "Oomph, I'll let you see if a man's real-world ability works or not." Chen Yi put on the first gear and slowly released the clutch. With a, "Boss lady, you watch." The expression, "Kakaka." After a sharp sound, the car died again. How could this happen? Chen Yi said incredulously. The clutch was released too fast. The boss's wife shook her head and said, "It's just like some men who feel that they are long-lasting, but in fact, the time is only a few seconds. So fast." The boss's wife snickered with glee. Chen Yi didn't reply even as he listened to the boss's wife's mocking words. He angrily said, "Again." Chen Yi, who had started the fire again, did not hurry to put it in gear, but took a few deep breaths. "What? Ready to drive me into a wall?" Chen Yi was dumbfounded when he heard the boss's wife's words. Chen Yi simply ignored her and drove properly on his own. This time, Chen Yi put the clutch very slowly, just now as a long time did not touch the car. He thought that has been put very slow. This time finally did not make any trouble. The car normal walking. "How is it?" Chen Yi said proudly. "Unschooled and powerful, right?" Chen Dongyu also clapped his hands. The boss's wife gave Chen Dongyu a disbelieving look and said, "Little sister, humans can be unschooled in many things, like a certain aspect, but that doesn't mean one is proficient." Chen Dongyu nodded. "Yes, he just isn't proficient." Chen Dongyu's words made the boss's wife laugh. Chen Yi told her that he and Chen Dongyu were a couple when he signed up, so this also made the boss's wife mistakenly think that Chen Yi was really not proficient. Chen Yi was also embarrassed for a while when he heard Chen Dongyu's words, but he couldn't refute anything. If he let the boss's wife talk on, it was estimated that his eagle would become a golden needle mushroom, and his mighty staying power would become as fast as lightning. In order not to irritate his psyche, Chen Yi chose to ignore everything. After walking forward for a period of time, the boss's wife led Chen Yi backward. The newcomer's first practice is to walk forward and backward. After these 2 round trips it was time for Chen Dongyu to practice. The boss's wife treats Chen Dongyu's attitude is different. She now explains how to get into the car, what details to pay attention to, then the clutch, brakes, gas pedal, set again. Then it was Chen Dongyu's turn to practice. Chen Dongyu managed to get the car started and walking in one go, and the boss's wife found another opportunity to taunt Chen Yi. This man's practical ability just isn't as strong as a woman's. Chen Yi continued to ignore. After both of them went forward and backward for 2 round trips, the boss's wife called the other 2 men over to practice together. The boss's wife first demonstrated reversing into a garage, and then began to explain. When it was almost time, the boss lady let them start practicing. "You, first," the boss's wife pointed at Chen Yi. Chen Yi helplessly took a deep breath. This boss looked like she was at war with him. Chen Yi confidently got into the car. As someone who had also taken the subject 2 test 10 times in his previous life, he was most familiar with reverse parking. Slow down. Slow down. Are you taking off? Steering wheel killed. Killed. Hit it faster. Right point. Right point. Hang a chicken leg on the steering wheel. A dog can drive better than you. Chen Yi drove on the side, and the boss's wife just kept nagging on the passenger side. "Look." The boss's wife looked at Chen Yi's parked body, pressing the line, right? Chen Yi now dared to be angry, so he could only concentrate on driving. Then Chen Yi practiced a few more times, only to be scolded by the boss's wife every time. The boss's wife's aura made the 3 people in the back row tremble, fearing that they would be treated like this later. The only one of the 4 practicing was Chen Dongyu, who was female. The others were all male. The other 2 men were slightly better than Chen Yi, and here it didn't mean that their skills were better than Chen Yi's. Rather, it refers to the attitude of the boss's wife. The 2 men, although they were also told off by the boss's wife, but not as sad as Chen Yi. The 2 saw that the boss's wife's attitude towards them was so much better compared to Chen Yi's that the 2 wished to practice with Chen Yi every day. That way the boss's wife would only scold Chen Yi and wouldn't care too much about the mistakes they made. The last one was Chen Dongyu's turn, and it turned out that the boss's wife's attitude was a world of difference. Chen Dongyu before practicing reverse parking. The boss's wife also deliberately demonstrated 2 more times. And the explanation is particularly detailed. Chen Yi heart falling tears. Why don't I get this kind of treatment? Chen Yi thought that Chen Dongyu was just a liberal arts genius. And for Chen Dongyu, who was naturally afraid of small cars, she definitely couldn't drive well. At first, the boss's wife thought the same thing. After all, most of the girls were afraid of small cars. As a result, Chen Dongyu got into the car and skillfully adjusted the seat, inside and outside mirrors, turned on the ignition, started, backed into the garage. The whole set of actions Chen Dongyu completed in a smooth flow. Once passed, even better than the boss's wife stopped and drove steadily. Seeing Chen Dongyu so competitive, the boss's wife counted down the 3 boys again. Look at you guys, they were perfectly in place in one go. You guys dish it out like scum. Then Chen Yi was pointed at again by the boss lady. Not only are you soft like scum, but you're also short. The other 2 boys couldn't help but snicker, but Chen Yi had a lifeless expression on his face. Yes, his fingers are short, Chen Dongyu added. Then everyone laughed except Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu. What Chen Dongyu meant was that Chen Yi's short fingers were not good at grasping the steering wheel, so he was slower at hitting the plate. But that was not what the boss's wife and the other 2 boys thought. Obviously they weren't talking about the same thing. Chen Yi, who had been depressed for the whole afternoon, finally got out of the clutches of the boss's wife, because he had to go to Tang Tianxing's appointment, and he didn't mean to bring his family members for the first time. So Chen Yi called Li Renjie to come and pick up Chen Dongyu. Not long after Li Renjie arrived, Chen Yi explained, Dongyu, you and your sisters eat whatever you want tonight. Also, urge them to go to bed early. Class is tomorrow. After waiting for Chen Dongyu to leave, Chen Yi took a taxi to the largest shopping mall in Baihe County. After all, it was the first time he had made a visit to the door, so he still had to bring a gift. Arriving at the mall, Chen Yi strolled around. Classes were going to start tomorrow, and many students had rushed back from the village tonight. There were also many students in the mall picking out goods. Chen Yi suddenly heard 2 sisters discussing themselves. I heard that Mei Tian from the Nationalities Middle School got beaten up. A girl in a pink jacket said to her companion. Is it the principal's nephew? The companion asked. Yes, the girl in the pink jacket nodded. He was beaten just a few days ago, and it was in the school cafeteria, in front of hundreds of people. Her companion asked her why Mei Tian was beaten. The girl in the pink jacket explained that Mei Tian must have harassed the female students again. That's why someone's brother found him and beat him up. I heard that his 5th limb was broken. What's the 5th limb? The companion was puzzled. It's which? The girl attached to her companion's ear and explained in a whisper. Ah, so miserable? Then won't he not be able to witch from now on? The companion said with some sympathy. The pink jacket girl, however, said, serves him right. I've long heard that Mei Tian is lewd. I'm just envious that people have such a brother. It would be great if I had a brother like that. Chen Yi hemmed and hawed as he listened to the conversation between the 2. It seems like hitting Mei Tian was really the right choice. Chen Yi then had a problem. He had come to buy something for Tang Tiansheng, but he didn't know what Tang Tiansheng liked, or what Tang Tiansheng lacked. Tang Tiansheng, as the #1 underground person in Baihe County, and also owning the Emperor Hotel, surely didn't lack money. What would be good to bring? After thinking for a long time, Chen Yi thought to buy rice. After all, people who like to compare their rice consumption with others definitely like to eat good rice. So Chen Yi went to the location where the rice was sold to pick it out. Finally, Chen Yi asked the shopper. The shopper said there is a kind of 20 pounds of rice, to 300 a package. Is there mall's best rice? Chen Yi thought about it and asked for 2 packs. Outside the mall, Chen Yi carried 2 packages of rice and called a car. Master, go to Emperor Hotel, Chen Yi said as soon as he got into the car. The driver laughed and said, you're bringing your own rice to eat at a hotel? Chen Yi faintly returned, no, it's a gift. Chapter 16, The Mysterious Man in the Suit. The driver master was also speechless as he looked at Chen Yi carrying 2 bags of rice. Haven't seen anyone give a gift of rice yet. Still think it's the 70s and 80s? Soon Chen Yi arrived at the Emperor Hotel. Standing on the downstairs of the Emperor Hotel, Chen Yi looked upwards. The Emperor Hotel was one of the tallest buildings in Baihe County. The Emperor Hotel was 95 meters tall, symbolizing Tang Tianxing's 9 to 5. The Emperor Hotel was 28 floors high and easy to get to. Emperor Hotel has everything. Hotel, sauna, foot bath, KTV, bar, chess room, and so on and so forth. Chen looked for a while there and went directly to the front desk of the hall. Hello, I want to go to the top floor, Chen Yi said to the receptionist girl. Ah, the receptionist was a bit surprised. Ordinary people couldn't enter the top floor. Everyone in Baihe County knew that the top floor of the Emperor Hotel was the private residence of Emperor Tang Tiansheng, so it was rare for people to come to the front desk and ask how to get to the top floor. Okay, please wait. The girl didn't look down on Chen Yi. because basically anyone who could come to the front desk and ask to go to the top floor had an invitation. Although the man in front of her was dressed plainly and was carrying 2 bags of rice in his hands, but who still had every poorly mixed relative these days, the girl called the lobby manager. And after the Datang manager verified it, he took Chen-Yi into the elevator. The elevator came to the 27th floor after the lobby manager took Chen-Yi out, because the ordinary elevator can only go to the 27th floor. The 27th floor was a private club, and after the elevator opened, there was a long corridor. This private club was all in the ancient style, and it looked like it gave off an air of antiquity and elegance. Through the corridor, Chen-Yi saw an old man waiting here. The lobby manager bowed deeply to the old man, and then lowered his head and made a pleased gesture to Chen-Yi and left. Looking at the expressions and actions of the two, Chen-Yi realized that the plot written in the book in his previous life was really there. However, Chen-Yi didn't feel as enjoyable as the characters in the book at the moment, and even felt awkward. Chen-Yi really didn't like this depressing atmosphere after the great Tang manager left. "Old man, are you Uncle Tang's housekeeper?" Chen-Yi asked the old man, and as a result, he felt even more oppressed after hearing the old man's reply. "I'm Uncle Tang's servant." Chen-Yi couldn't help but shiver. As a spring breeze born and raised under the red flag who believed in the equality of all people, Chen-Yi really couldn't stand this otherworldly stink. The old man brought Chen-Yi to a doorway, not realizing that this door was actually an insurance door. The old man skillfully entered the password, and then the door opened. What Chen-Yi did not expect was, inside is actually an elevator? Chen-Yi was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He didn't expect that rich people actually liked this tone. After exiting the elevator door, Chen-Yi saw a majestic palace. "This is the 28th floor of the Emperor Hotel." The old man remained silent and Chen-Yi had no choice but to follow honestly. Walking into the large hall, Chen-Yi spotted the paintings and calligraphy hanging on the walls and some animal skins. There were tigers, leopards, and several other kinds of animal skins that Chen-Yi could not recognize, and they should be of some ferocious animals. Chen-Yi saw a very special skin hanging on the wall. No spots, no hair. Chen-Yi did not recognize what kind of skin it was. Of course, Chen-Yi didn't think it was a pig skin. Soon Tang Tiancheng came over from the side hall. He stood by Chen-Yi's side and found him looking at the white beast skin. "You like this beast skin?" Tang Tiancheng asked. Chen-Yi immediately shouted when he saw Tang Tiancheng arrive. "Hello, Uncle Tang." Then he added, "I'm not interested in the beast skin. I just feel that this beast skin is a bit peculiar." "Strange?" Tang Tiancheng then burst out laughing. "There's nothing strange about the world. What's so strange about it?" Chen-Yi nodded. "That's right." Then remembering the rice in his hand, he handed 2 bags of rice to Tang Tiancheng. "Uncle Tang, I don't know what you like on my first visit. A small gift. No honor." Tang Tiancheng looked at the 2 bags of rice and smiled. Good. He said 3 good things in a row. "Other people send me expensive jade, calligraphy and paintings, but you still know me." After saying that, he took the 2 bags of rice, and then gave them to the old man behind him to take away. "Have you eaten?" Tang Tiancheng asked cordially. Chen-Yi shook his head. "Didn't you say you wanted to spar with me over rice?" "Good." Tang Tiancheng was even happier and immediately arranged for his subordinates to prepare the meal. At the dinner table, Chen-Yi thought that Tang Tiancheng's life must be very extravagant. If it wasn't a mountain of delicacies, it was at least big fish and meat. As a result, what the underlings brought was stir-fried pork with edamame beans, stir-fried sweet potato leaves, and a tofu soup. So bland? Chen-Yi didn't dislike the meal being bad, but he felt that a character like Tang Tiancheng should eat something special. "What? The dishes aren't to your taste?" Tang Tiancheng looked at Chen-Yi with some doubt, thinking that he didn't like the dishes. Chen-Yi shook his head. "They're all home-cooked dishes. Why don't you like them?" Then he said jokingly, "I just think that people like you should eat differently, and I feel that I should not eat the food on earth." Tang Tiancheng laughed after hearing this. "I'm not an immortal. Eating, drinking, pooping is not very normal?" Chen-Yi thought about it. "Stars all have to eat, drink and poop. Aren't they all human?" Then the underlings brought 2 more bowls of rice. Which rice bowl? How to say? For ordinary people, this rice bowl should be filled with vegetables to be appropriate. But Chen-Yi wasn't vain. He used this kind of bowl to eat at home anyway. Then the 2 of them started their dinner chatting mode. "Did you know who I was when you called me that day?" Tang Tiancheng asked as he took a bite of his food. Chen-Yi shook his head, then asked, "Why did Uncle Tang say that you and my father were actually enemies when he first met me?" "Your father invited me to do business with him before." "And then?" "Your father, whom I used to despise. I felt that your father and I weren't the same kind of people, so I didn't want to do business with him." Tang Tiancheng explained. "Later on, your father intended to rush the duck, and I scolded him in front of many bosses, and almost even made a move." Tang Tiancheng spoke very lightly, but Chen-Yi felt that there must be something he didn't know about this. "Then later on, my father told me that you promised him to help me with everything." "And why was that?" Tang Tiancheng smiled. because your father is now in the same category as me, and he paid a big price. It's best for him to tell you some things. It's not really appropriate for me, an outsider, to tell you too much, even if you are Chen Jiangwo's son." Chen Yi got an ambiguous answer. Then Chen Yi added, "You must think my dad is more handsome than you, so you're jealous of him." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Tang Tiansheng said angrily, "I don't know how handsome my old man was back then, it's just that he's bald now. I think back then, Laozi's mistresses were all lined up from Baihe County to Tonshao City." Chen Yi hemmed and hawed and did not reply. Chen Yi then realized that Tang Tiansheng had started eating his third bowl of rice. So fast? How could Chen Yi not expect a person who had read over half 100 years to eat fast and hard? "Uncle Tang, why are you eating so fast?" "Hungry," Tang Tiansheng replied. Chen Yi had only just finished his first night of eating now, and since he had eaten too late at lunch today, he wasn't very hungry right now, so he didn't add any more rice. Chen Yi just quietly watched Tang Tiansheng eat, and he realized that not only did Tang Tiansheng eat a lot, but he was really super fast. What a big mouth. Chen Yi shook his head. He saw Tang Tiansheng already eating the 5th bowl in this moment. 7th bowl, 9th bowl, the 10th bowl. Chen Yi had already dropped his jaw at this moment. Although he had already prepared himself mentally, he didn't expect Tang Tiansheng to eat 10 bowls of rice at once. Tang Tiansheng licked his lips. Just eat 3 points of fullness. We'll have a snack later. Holy! Chen Yi was completely stunned when he heard this. 10 bowls of rice? 3 minutes full? Tang Tiansheng looked at Chen Yi's dumbfounded appearance and explained with a smile. "Now that I'm old, I'm not as able to eat as I was when I was young. When I was young, I tried eating 3 cows and 1 person." Chen Yi couldn't help but give Tang Tiansheng a thumbs up. "Cow, you're definitely the king of big appetite." Tang Tiansheng waved his hand. Where? I've met ones who can eat even more than me." Chen was speechless. Can a normal person eat this much? Chen Yi was beginning to doubt life. At this time, whichever silent old man came to Tang Tiansheng's side, he whispered a few words by Tang Tiansheng's ear. Chen Yi didn't know what the old man said. He only heard Tang Tiansheng slapping the table fiercely. "Don't they know that this kind of thing can't be child's play?" The old man then whispered a few more words in Tang Tiansheng's ear. Tang Tiansheng said faintly in a bad tone, "I know. You call them in first." Not long after, Chen Yi saw a man in a black suit still wearing sunglasses walk in. "Elder Tang." The man smiled and arched his hand. Tang Tiansheng's face softened a few points when he saw him, and he just said faintly, "How do your men do their jobs? Now you have to ask me to step in for this bit of." The man smiled helplessly. "Tang Lao, this can't be blamed on our incompetence. It's really because your old man's reputation is too great, and both of them have reached the point of immortality. That's why we asked you to step in. Can't all of them be suppressed?" The man shook his head. "Not really. It's not like both of them have done anything out of the ordinary. Suppressing by force won't work. All they want is a face." Chen Yi was a bit helpless at Tang Tiansheng's appearance. "Forget it, who asked me to owe you guys?" Then Tang Tiansheng asked Chen Yi, "Little friend, any interest in watching a boxing match?" Chen Yi listened to the two's conversation clouded with confusion, and could probably hear what conflict Tang Tiansheng was going to reconcile. Of course he was interested in seeing the doorway of this. "Yes." Chen Yi nodded. The man in the black suit then realized Chen Yi. "He is?" Tang Tiansheng said. "It's fine, the son of Chen Jiangwo, the richest man in Qingzhou. Just avoid him a little bit for some of the things you do. He'll know sooner or later anyway." The man nodded. "It's fine, I'm not afraid if it's one of my own." Chapter 17, the -3 floors of the Imperial Hotel. Although Chen Yi wasn't sure what the two were talking about, it just felt extraordinary. However, Tang Tiansheng said that he would know sooner or later. Chen Yi did not rush to ask. According to the laws of the novels he had read in his previous life, the more he knew, the sooner he would die. Tang Tiansheng took Chen Yi and the man in the suit out of the hall and came to the elevator that Chen Yi had just taken. When he came from the 27th floor, Chen Yi remembered that the old man had entered a password to get into the elevator. But Tang Tiansheng now opened the elevator without any password or key. Looks like this place only prevents people from coming in, but not from going out. Tang Tiansheng, who had entered the elevator, pressed the -3rd floor, and Chen Yi realized that this particular elevator had 6 buttons. Other than the 2 on-off keys, it was 27, 28, -3, -4, and 4 buttons. There's a 3rd and 4th basement floor here? Chen Yi had just looked at the floor retrieval before coming up. Except for the -1 and -2 floors which were elevators, there should be no floors underground. Chen Yi realized at this moment that he had underestimated Tang Tiansheng's strength. He had always thought that Tang Tiansheng was simply the richest man in Baihe County, and had been the underground emperor of Baihe County when he was young, and that was all. At most, he was black and white. At this moment, Chen Yitzai had reweighed the words of Tang Tiansheng's nickname, Emperor. It seems like this nickname isn't random. No wonder he said he looked down on his father. Chen Yi suddenly understood why his own father had to give Tang Tianqing 3 points. After all, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. Emperor Hotel, -3 floors. Chen Yi noticed that this place looked like a boxing gym right after the elevator opened the door. After entering, Chen Yi saw a huge ring in the distance, underneath which sat many spectators. Only these spectators looked like they were in opposition. Chen Yi saw 2 people arguing in the ring, only that he was too far away to hear the content of the argument. A person in the crowd shouted, "Master Tang is here." With that, everyone looked in Chen Yi's direction. Tang Tianqing walked in the front, with Chen Yi and the man in the suit following behind him. As Tang Tianqing walked over, the crowd naturally made way for him. Chen Yi, who was watching from left and right at this moment, realized that these 2 groups of people were the ones who had fought outside at noon today, which Fatty Lu Black and the youth surnamed Jiang were both there, and there were many new faces on both sides. Weren't they arrested by the riot squad? Chen Yi anticipated that things might not be that simple. When Tang Tianqing walked past one spot, the people around him lowered their heads and didn't dare to look directly at them. Chen Yi saw this. Holy, is old Tang so scary again? Chen Yi couldn't feel what the 3 words Tang Tianqing represented at all. Tang Tianqing stood under the ring looking at the 2 people on the stage. One was a young man. Chen Yi felt that he was the same age as himself. The other was middle-aged, around 40 years old. Quarreling, how come you're not arguing? Tang Tianqing's tone was soft, but in the ears of this group of people it was like rolling thunder in the sky. For a while no one dared to squeak. Give you 2 knives to stab each other, whoever survives will win, okay? Tang Tianqing's tone was still gentle, and everyone present except Chen Yi and the man in the suit lowered their heads. At this time, the young man on the stage couldn't help himself. Master Tang, it's not that I want to cause trouble, it's Zhang Dashan who's too unreasonable to call for reason. He took the initiative to pick a fight. Zhang Dashan spoke up. I picked a fight? It was you guys who started it, okay? By Zhu Wenqing, don't go too far. Others are afraid of your dad, but I'm not. The 2 then argued again without regard to Tang Tianqing's face. Tang Tianqing was not angry, but instead introduced both sides to Chen Yi. This Zhang Dashan is a rich man, with good ability. I guess he is in the top 10 in terms of financial strength in Baihe County. Bai Juanqing has some background. His dad is from the court. So many people respect him. Only then did Chen Yi understand the identities of the 2 men. Zhang Dashan must be the gold master behind Fatty Lu Hei, while the youth surnamed Jiang's gold master must be Bai Juanqing. After waiting for a long time to argue, both of them unanimously proposed, peaceful battle. Let's have a peace war. Tang Tianqing said in a deep voice. Have you guys thought about it? I've thought about it, the 2 said in unison. Alright, get ready then. After saying that, he led Chen Yi to the podium to watch. Uncle Tang, what is a peace battle? Chen Yi asked Tang Tianqing. Tang Tianqing explained. The peaceful battle is a rule I set when I was young. When any gang dispute, quarrel, or conflict is not resolved, both sides can fight a peaceful battle. Each side will put out a fighter, and the loser has to apologize for winning. And from then on, both sides shall not have any more conflicts, or else I will personally handle it. As if Tang Tianqing had returned to which bloody era, he sighed and explained. It's a bit different now. In the past, all I dealt with were gang disputes, but where are there any gangs now? They're all commercial companies. The Jianghu people looked up to me, so the peace and Qi wars all stayed, and now they usually deal with commercial conflicts. The rules of the He-Qi war remain the same. Chen Yi nodded. So what's in it for you? Tang Tianqing smiled. There wasn't much benefit in the past. It was just that the brothers on the road looked up to it for prestige. Later on, the commercial peace war changed. Every time as long as both sides agreed to fight the peace war, both sides have to pay out $1 million to me for custody and supervision. Chen Yi understood that this 1 million was for Tang Tianqing. Otherwise who would supervise it if it was reversed in the future? What everyone looked at was Tang Tianqing's strength and means. Why did you come up with the name Peaceful War? Chen Yi felt that the name was a bit awkward. Tang Tianqing sighed and said, it's a matter of the Jianghu. The Jianghu is all about peace and harmony. That's why the name was taken. Chen Yi nodded. He also agreed with what Tang Tianqing said. Zhang Dashan and Bai Juanqing each sent out their fighters, who were actually black boxers. Both sides had long been prepared. If the 2 didn't fight a peaceful battle, the rest would be either you or me. The 2 fighters kept testing each other, and the people under the stage were cheering. Zhang Dashan and Bai Juanqing were both shouting like crazy. It wasn't that they were afraid of making amends, but they felt that they would lose face if they lost. Fight! What are you waiting for? The rash Bai Juanqing shouted the loudest. Zhang Dashan was always a bit more steady. Go for it. I'll raise you $200,000 after you win. Zhang Dashan wanted to use money to make his fighters work harder. The 2 fighters were also meeting for the first time, but there was no way around it. The ring is so cruel. If you don't hit someone else is going to hit you. Both fighters stopped testing and then start attacking. But Tang Tianqing asks Chen Yi at this moment, whose fighter do you favor? Chen Yi scratched his head. I haven't studied them all. Which one does Uncle Tang favor? Naturally, Chen Yi would not be able to talk nonsense without pretending to understand. Of course, he could bestow supernatural powers on one of the fighters and then let him win. Chen Yi was well aware of the fact that a pugilist was not guilty of anything, but was guilty of harboring the wrong things. It was as if Chen Yi could bestow superpowers to everyone in the world and then soul forbidden techniques to control each other. Then Chen Yi would become a god who could super control the whole world. But if that was true, what was the point of life? Tang Tianqing looked at the two fighters. I don't favor anyone, he then explained. Both of these fighters are unimpressive. Their pace is messy and their breathing rhythm is off. They're the worst two people to ever fight a wabi-sabi battle. And anyone who has fought a wabi-sabi battle in the past could easily beat them. That means there's a possibility of a draw. Tang Tianqing nodded. Very likely. Chen Yi appreciated it with interest. After all, he hadn't fought many good fights in his 2 lives except for Mei Tian. Tang Tianqing on the other hand was completely uninterested. In his eyes these two fighters were like vegetable chickens pecking each other. Kid, are you interested in doing business with me? Tang Tianqing was really bored, so he asked Chen Yi. Ha? Chen Yi was first startled, then said, Uncle Tang intends to do business with me? Tang Tianqing spoke. I want to see a movie theater with you, within my Emperor Hotel. I intend to vacate a floor for a movie theater. Uncle Tang has a big family. Why would he choose to do business with me? Chen Yi was puzzled. Tang Tianqing explained. First, there isn't a single theater in Baihe County yet, so this will be a good business. Second, last time your father asked me to help you, I asked for too much. In my heart, I felt a little bit overpaid, so I wanted to make up for it. But I don't want to do business with an old fox like your father, so I thought of you. Tang Tianqing stretched out 3 more fingers. Third, you're the son of the richest man in Qingzhou. This identity is very important. In fact, many of the businesses within Emperor Tang Tianqing's hotel were in partnership with myself. After all, no one person could make it big and strong, whereas a group of people was different. Chen Yi agreed after thinking about it. Good, I'm short of money anyway, it's just that I don't know how much I have to invest. Tang Tianqing smiled and stretched out 2 fingers. About 2 million will be enough. I'll take care of the rest. It's only natural for a son to start a business with his old man's money, and it's only to open a movie theater, so I'm not afraid of losing money. Okay, Chen Yi agreed in one bite. Anyway, he wouldn't be able to make money himself, and he hadn't thought of using divine providence superpower to make money. It was better to get on a big boat. Just then the ring was also divided into winners and losers. The 2 fighters hit each other at the same time, and then they fell to the ground together. The referee began to read the seconds, and both Zhang Dashan and Bai Juanqing slapped the ring with conviction, both shouting out of the corner of their mouths, Get up, get up, get up. I'm adding $200,000. Zhang Dashan was still adding money. 3, 2, 1. The referee waved his hand. The match ended in a draw. At this moment, Tang Tianqing stood up. Alright, a draw is best for both of you. Just remember to abide by the rules of the peaceful battle. Although the 2 men were still unconvinced by each other, but due to Tang Tianqing's majesty, they didn't dare to act out, unless both of them didn't want to mix in White River County anymore. The man in the suit also came in front of Tang Tianqing after the match. Master Tang, it's still your face that works. Don't worry, the organization is sure you'll show something. Tang Tianqing smiled. I hope it's not just another medal and that's it. You know we don't need this kind of thing. The man in the suit smiled helplessly. Master Tang, you also know that I can't make the call on this stuff. After saying that, the 2 of them smiled at each other. Chen Yi, however, was still wondering what organization the man in the suit and Tang Tianqing were from. Chapter 18, If there's a boss's wife, there must be a boss? On October 8th, students who were on vacation for 7 days returned to school. Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu appeared at Huatian Driving School early in the morning on time. Last night Chen Yi put the investment in the movie theater 2 million funds to the past. Anyway, in Baihe County to hold on to Tang Tianqing's thigh is always right. After all, the family is still living in Baihe County. There is a possibility that they will need Tang Tianqing's help in the future. So Chen Yi did not hesitate to agree to Tang Tianqing's request for partnership, practicing for the road test this morning, and then taking subject 2 and the road test together in the afternoon. This was the notice that the boss's wife gave Chen Yi and the others last night. Holy, still really want everyone to get a driver's license in 3 days? Chen Yi didn't expect this Huatian driving school to be so crazy, simply didn't treat the students as human beings, and the boss's wife definitely treated them all as geniuses. Originally, the road test is a male coach's band. Just this coach has something today. The other coaches are full, so can only let the boss's wife on top. Hearing this news, Chen Yi almost scared half to death. But Chen Dongyu felt that the boss's wife is very good, very enthusiastic. Hearing Chen Dongyu praising the boss's wife so much, Chen Yi immediately retorted. She's just a snake charmer with a mouth as poisonous as a black mamba. Why black mamba? Chen Dongyu was puzzled. Poisonous and fast? Whoever touches her mouth is a dead word. Chen Dongyu obviously didn't believe it. He felt that it was just the poor state of mind of Chen's pair of boss's wives. Soon to set off to practice a car. In addition to the boss's wife, there are only 4 trainees left. Chen Yi they accounted for 2 yesterday, and they practiced reverse parking. 2 people also came. Those 2 people have long been sitting in the back row. Chen Dongyu is a girl, so let her sit in the passenger side. Opening the right rear door, Chen Yi found those 2 people waving at Chen Yi. Then Chen Yi saw the face he didn't want to see. The boss's wife was waving her hand to signal him to get on the car. And Chen Yi felt that this action was like a bot in a greenhouse saying to him, "Come on master, come and play." Just as Chen Yi froze, the boss's wife yelled, "You jacked off last night, didn't you?" Chen Yi foolishly asked back, "Why? Why else would you burn your brain out and not know to get in the car?" Chen Yi immediately flew into the car after glancing at Chen Dongyu. If it wasn't for Chen Dongyu being here, he would definitely have a hard line. "That's right, I just jerked off to the head." The crowd that got into the car began to regret it. The boss lady drove out of the gate of Huatian driving school and then began to accelerate at full speed. And in a short while, she caught up with the car that departed in front of her. The boss lady encountered a car in front of the driving slowly blocked. Chen Ben thought she would brake sharply. The result is that she instead increased to step on the gas pedal adrift and threw over. TMD. A bunch of old men driving grinding. Chen Yi they were trembling in the car. Hands do not feel pulling the armrest. The one in the middle of the back row did not have an armrest to pull, so they had to hold on to their companions. Immediately after, the boss's wife is on the main road constantly drifting, overtaking. The boss's wife is also constantly cursing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Will not drive. Oh, big brother, driving so slow, don't come out to make a fool of yourself, okay? GR, is the road your home? Drive in the middle for what? The boss's wife cursed the whole way. Almost all the cars on the road were cursed by her. But the good thing was that it was cursed through the car window, and the other party couldn't possibly hear it. Handsome, parked at the starting point of the practice section of the boss lady, also said to Chen Dongyu, "Sister, driving is like this. Men too, curse when you need to curse, beat when you need to beat." The boss's wife looked at Chen Yi as she spoke. "What are you looking at me for?" Chen Yi said angrily. "Look at you short, look at you ugly, look at your bottom 3 cents 9. Holy, if Chen Yi didn't see that there were people in the car, he would definitely let the boss's wife see his majesty. After the noise, it was time to practice. This time the boss's wife didn't let Chen Yi be the first to come. She let Chen Dongyu come first. I have to say that the world is a genius. Chen Yi did not sign up before he would think that he is definitely faster than Chen Dongyu. Learn well. The subject of a time, Chen Yi also just think Chen Dongyu is a student. Learning ability is stronger than him. Yesterday afternoon, reverse garage Chen Yi that if it is not the boss's wife in their own side of the chirping noise, they can also drive absolutely good. Until now, when he saw Chen Dongyu looking at the car in all directions, and the maneuvers were all very natural and easy, Chen Yi understood that this sister of his was really a genius at driving. I don't seem to have given her superpower about driving. Chen Yi even suspected that Chen Dongyu's itself came with the driving superpower. It's really a case of people being more angry than people. Chen Dongyu's performance was also recognized by the boss's wife. Sister drove well. Ah, is there any interest in developing towards racing in the future? Me? Chen Dongyu shook her head. No, I'm afraid of cars. Right, you're afraid of cars, and then you still drive the car so well. Chen Yi was jealous. He was in a hurry. The boss's wife didn't say much when she saw that Chen Dongyu didn't like racing, and quickly switched. After the replacement, the car was not so smooth. The car was driven by the man stretched out. Next is the person's companion. The companion is also not driving well. Intermittent. Chen Yi thought to himself that the boss's wife must have arranged himself at the end because she wanted to let himself see more in practicing. So all the way Chen Yi watched very carefully. He felt that he had absolutely no problem going up. 3% 9. Are you ready? Originally confident, slowly Chen Yi all of a sudden was broken by the boss's wife. And then the moment he started, he died fire. Alas, man, ah. The boss's wife kept shaking her head. Shut up. Chen Yi got really angry. The boss's wife made a face. The dishes don't even let people talk. Chen Yi felt that this boss lady was his own nemesis. Had he known that when he first signed up, Chen Dongyu pulled his walk directly away. Now it's good. Like a sheep being eaten to death by the boss. Chen Yi stabilized his mind and continued to practice. Well, this time nothing went wrong. Chen Yi drove normally on the road. Then the boss's wife asked, "See the person in front?" Yes. Chen Yi nodded. Crash into them. Fortunately, Chen Yi had seen this joke in his previous life and immediately braked and slowed down. After one person practiced once, the boss's wife announced, "Go back, walk through all the remaining section 2 to be tested, and take the test in the afternoon." This time, the boss's wife didn't drive back to the driving school, but let Chen Yi drive back. So Chen Yi practiced a bit more than them. On the way back, because Chen Yi drove slowly, the cars behind him were honking their horns to urge them on. A Big Ben is too slow, so forced to overtake Chen Yi's car. Good luck in the boss's wife in time to help Chen Yi's steering wheel, which makes the two cars did not scrape the road. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Driving so fast, rushing to get reincarnated? The crowd felt that the boss's wife was really double standard. Just now on the way to practice she was drifting. Just now when the boss's wife held the steering wheel she touched Chen Yi's hand. Chen Yi felt that the boss's hand was very warm and soft, just like a baby's hand. Soon the group returned to the driving school, and then the boss's wife took them through the side, half slope, corner, S-line, and right angle turn all at once. In a certain restaurant, Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu, as well as the two difficult brothers, to eat together, because this afternoon all four people have to take the subject 2 and road test, so they meet together to eat a casual meal. Difficult brother drank a mouthful of tea, leisurely said, "Alas, although all the driving schools in Baiha County say that 3 days to get a license, in fact, that is aimed at drivers who have driven a car just did not get a license. Even so, the average person will take a week at the earliest to get a license." Then Difficulty Brothers also spoke up. Other driving schools treat 3 days as a gimmick, but Huatian Driving School takes it seriously. I've heard a lot of older brothers and sisters say that many people in the school have been used as an experiment to get a license in 3 days, but so far no one has succeeded, and many people have retaken the test. The good thing is that you don't have to pay for the retake fee yourself. Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu were dumbfounded, so they were all experimental subjects of the driving school. Then how many days is the fastest record of Huatian Driving School to get a license? 6 days, Brother Difficulty explained. This one who got his license in 6 days is a 10-year-old driver, but has been driving without a license. Although he passed subject 1 and subject 4 in one sitting, he took subject 2 and the road test twice. Difficulty Brother looked at Chen Dongyu. "Sister, I think it's very likely for you to hit the all-time record of getting a license in 3 days." Oh, Chen Dongyu just smiled coyly and didn't say anything. Why is the boss's wife so fierce? Chen Yi and his hard-working brother discussed this issue. "It's just to you, right? I feel alright." Both of them felt that the boss's wife had an okay temper, and might have been slightly more particular with Chen Yi. "I feel like the boss's wife might have her eyes on you. Too bad. You have a girlfriend." Everyone in the driving school thought that Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu were a couple, just with the same last name. Chen Yi hemmed and hawed. "Her? I can't afford to mess with her. Also, if you guys let the boss hear this, I won't have a good ending." "Boss?" The difficult brothers looked at each other. "What boss?" Chen Yi explained. "The boss's wife is a woman, so he's the boss's wife." Then the boss must be his husband. The hard-boiled brothers laughed when they heard this. Could it be that if there's a boss's wife, there must be a boss's? "You didn't know the boss's wife was single?" Difficult Brother asked curiously. Chen Yi shook his head. "I thought she was all married." Brother Difficulty explained again. "The boss's wife is single, and many of the male instructors at the driving school look up to him. It's just that boss lady doesn't look at anyone." Then Brother Difficulty attached himself to Chen Yi's ear and said quietly, "Brother, if you didn't have a girlfriend, I would have encouraged you to take care of the boss's wife." The face of the boss's wife suddenly appeared in Chen Yi's mind. Chen Yi realized that the boss's wife was indeed quite pretty when she was quiet and not talking, like a bad girl. However, Chen Yi shuddered when he remembered her vicious language. "Forget it, I'm not blessed with this kind of woman." The afternoon exam was basically as the four of them expected. The difficult ones all failed. Chen Dongyu passed the exam. What they didn't expect was that Chen Yi also passed. Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu both have a chance to hit the fastest license record of Huatian Driving School. The boss's wife also notified Chen or two when she heard the news. Tomorrow afternoon, Subject 4, has been booked. Chapter 19, O Hero Jiang, October 9th, evening, the entrance to the examination center. The boss's wife is still holding a cigarette quietly waiting for Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu. They are now the only two people who can break the record of the fastest license in Huatian Driving School. The boss's wife is not worried about Chen Dongyu. She is too talented, so talented that she feels incredible. But Chen Yi is not the same. The boss's wife always felt that he relied on luck to pass the test. Under the setting sun, Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu slowly walked out from the examination center. Chen Dongyu had a very happy expression on her face, and just by looking at her appearance, she knew that she had passed. Where was Chen Yi? He was downcast at the moment, and had two panda eyes. By the looks of him, those who didn't know would have thought that he had been drained by the opposite sex. "Humph, man," the boss's wife said darkly. Chen Dongyu came to the boss's wife's front. She gleefully handed her driver's license to the boss's wife to see. The boss's wife happily took Chen Dongyu's driver's license. "This is a beautiful photo." The boss's wife was happier this minute than if she had gotten the driver's license herself. The boss's wife then patted Chen Yi's shoulder. "Young man, if you can't do it, come next time. It's not like if you turn in your homework this time, you can't do it next time. The boss's wife only heard Chen Yi mumble. Why is that? There's no why. Failing a course is a normal thing. The boss's wife consoled Chen Yi like this when she saw that he was a bit depressed. No, he passed too. Chen Dongyu's words almost shocked the boss lady's jaw. He passed? Chen Dongyu nodded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The boss's wife didn't have the good sense to say, passed and still so unhappy. You're playing with me on purpose, aren't you? Then the boss's wife added in a shocking statement. Playing with me is not like this. Playing with me here. I don't feel good at all. Chen Yi looked at the boss's wife with contempt. The boss's wife was just too obscene. I just can't figure out why I can pass. After all, I didn't pass the test once last night. Chen Yi's dark circles under his eyes were left behind from brushing up too late last night. He brushed up until 6 in the morning and didn't pass the 90 points once. Then he really couldn't hold out before going to sleep. Chen Yi slept until 12 o'clock at noon, and if it wasn't for Chen Dongyu calling him to get up, it was very likely that Chen Yi would have missed the exam. The boss's wife listened to Chen Yi's words and felt that he was pretending, but there was no evidence, so she could only say, alright, don't get entangled. I'll take you guys to celebrate. Good. Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu immediately got on the car with excitement when they heard someone treating them to dinner. Chen Yi thought that the boss's wife would invite them to eat at the Emperor Hotel, and even if it wasn't the Emperor Hotel, it would at the very least be a seafood restaurant. As a result, the boss's wife brought the two of them to a stall to eat kebabs, and Chen Yi, who wanted to blackmail the boss's wife, also gave up. Humph, if I can't eat back my capital, I'll drink back my capital. Chen Yi had managed to find a chance to blackmail the boss's wife once, but in the end, he didn't expect the boss's wife to take him directly to eat kebabs, so Chen Yi decided to eat or drink back his capital. Who let the boss's wife bully him so badly? After everyone ordered their kebabs, Chen Yi directly yelled, "Boss, come with 10 cases of beer. Make it the most expensive." Chen Yi's words stunned the coaches present. The boss's wife naturally wouldn't treat only Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu. She called all the coaches from Huatian driving school over. As a result, these coaches had just sat down when they heard Chen Yi shouting for 10 cases of beer, and the crowd instantly thought of excuses to excuse themselves later. Chen Yi was also very happy to see all the coaches come. At least he had a reason to waste money. The kebabs were soon served, and the beer had already been prepared. Chen Yi skillfully opened the box of beer first, and when he distributed it to the coaches, he didn't expect that each of them refused. I took a cephalosporin today. I can't drink. Wife is strict. Not allowed to drink. Driving. Our driving school on the idea is to drink not drive. Drive not drink. This instructor obviously hadn't thought about it yet, and under the tension he even said, my great aunt is here. It's not suitable for drinking. Chen Yi, who heard this, also understood that they all wanted to escape. So, boss lady, how come the coaches under you are all pussies just like you? Seeing this, Chen Yi had to use the agitation method. As a result, these coaches are hard to oil and salt. Chen Yi is also speechless. These old men are too bad. Tomorrow the driving school is on vacation. Everyone let go and drink for me. The boss's wife was also angry. She thought to herself that losing is not losing. She didn't want to be pointed at by Chen Yi and said that she raised a bunch of sissies, but it was these coaches who suffered. The coaches all reluctantly picked up the bottles of wine in front of them. It wasn't that they didn't want to drink, but they were afraid of losing face. Chen Yi saw that everyone had picked up a bottle of wine, so he immediately raised the bottle and said, come on, for the sake of our destiny, let's go. Then he turned his head to Chen Dongyu again and said, just feel free to take a sip. The coaches all shook their heads helplessly upon hearing this, but the boss's wife concurred and agreed. There is a difference between taking a walk and taking a whole sip. Taking a walk means drying up, and taking a whole sip means taking a casual sip. That's why the coaches are a bit helpless. Once they come up to go one, it's really a lot of pressure. What was Chen Yi's best skill in his previous life? If reading novels is the first, then the second is definitely drinking. Chen Yi was not an alcoholic in his previous life, but drinking is extremely powerful, or that kind of powerful to exaggerated kind. In his previous life, Chen Yi's first year-end dinner at the factory, Chen Yi one person dry down a factory people. At that time, the boss of their factory was also a good drinker, claiming that he could not get drunk from 1,000 cups. As a result, the boss was drunk by Chen Yi that night. That's why Chen Yi felt that even if he couldn't get his money back from eating kebabs, he would drink to make his boss's wife feel pain. The crowd had just finished a bottle. Chen Yi continued to hold up a bottle and said, in order to celebrate, Chen Dongyu and I successfully get a license, and also broke the record of the fastest to get a license in Huatian driving school. Let's go one more time. The coaches were dumbfounded when they heard it, and thought to themselves, big brother, you rely on their ability to drink, I play us right? The coaches are a little helpless, but the man's face and goodwill is at work again, so everyone drank a bottle again in a muddle. This moment, except for Chen Dongyu, Everyone had tried 2 bottles of wine in a row, and they were already propped up before they even ate anything. Chenny looked viciously at the boss's wife, thinking that today, how about taking revenge in his best place? After 3 rounds of wine, everyone's talk box opened up. Everyone began to discuss the name of the boss's wife. A coach who had a poor capacity for alcohol but was bold put his arm around Chenny and asked, "Do you know what the boss's wife's name is?" Chenny shook his head. In fact, he knew the name of the boss's wife. The first time he saw her, he knew that the boss's wife's name was Jang In-hong, but everyone called her boss lady, and Chenny couldn't expose the secret of his eyes, so he never called out the boss lady's name either. The bold coach saw that Chenny did not know, so he said very seriously, "The boss lady's surname is Jung, and her name is Jang In-hong. There's nothing special about this name, except that it's a bit old-fashioned." Chenny did not find anything wrong with this name. The coach continued to explain, "The problem is not with the boss's wife." After saying that, he explained, "There used to be a coach from Haizhou, and you know that Haizhou people have a serious problem with their speaking accents. Every time he called the boss's wife, he would call her Hero Jiang, and then the name caught fire. Every time he was flirted with the boss's wife he would say, 'Jiang Hero Hero Jiang?'" The coach continued to explain. The boss's wife then got angry and said that if anyone called her Hero Jiang, she would carry a knife and chop up her whole family. Later on, which Haizhou's coach accidentally called the boss's wife's name, and the boss's wife really chased him a few streets with a knife. Later, the coach in Haizhou stopped doing it because he was afraid of losing his life if he continued to do it. "We had no choice but to call her by her name and were afraid of calling her by the wrong name, so that's why we just called her the boss's wife." Chenny then realized why everyone only called out the 3 words boss lady and not her name directly. The bold coach added quietly, "The boss's wife is 29 this year and is still single." Then sighed again and continued, "I'm married, you have a girlfriend. Otherwise, we can compete to see who can chase the boss's wife first." As soon as Chen heard the coach's words, he estimated that he must have been a veteran in love affairs when he was young, and then guessed the reason why the boss's wife was single. She must be too fierce, that's why no one is chasing after her. The coach shook his head. The single instructors at the driving school all looked up to the boss's wife, and all secretly pursued her, but she said she would only consider it if she could drink over herself, and basically most of the people here have been put down by the boss lady. That's why everyone made excuses when you called for a drink just now. It's because they were afraid of losing face in front of the boss lady. Chen Yi nodded thoughtfully. It seems like getting back the face of these men is still up to them. So Chen Yi walked straight to the boss's wife and said to her, "Boss's wife, I toast to you." The boss's wife naturally understood Chen Yi's deeper meaning and thought to herself, "Would I be afraid of you if I drink?" The two of them just drank. The coaches all shook their heads in pity for Chen Yi when they first saw this scene. Another one looking for death in front of the boss's wife. Later, the coaches realized something was wrong. The two were not only urging each other to drink, but they were also pulling them as backstops from time to time. Hey, don't bring the fish to the pond when you immortals fight." After a long time, the coaches were all drunk. Although Chen Yi and the boss's wife both tacitly didn't persuade Chen Dongyu's alcohol, Chen Dongyu also drank 3 bottles without realizing it and was also drunk. Chen Yi and the boss's wife also went from drinking 1 sip at a time to blowing on the bottles. The two of them stepped on an old box each, and Chen Yi said angrily, "Boss lady, I've put up with you for a long time." Chen Yi vented all of his anger and resentment from the past few days. Chen Yi was going to teach the boss's wife to be a human being today. The boss's wife arrogantly said, "Soft and short scum, watch me destroy you. Humph, lousy will let you know what a real man is today." Chen Yi was obviously very unconvinced by the boss's wife's comment that he was soft and short, but there was nothing he could do to prove it, so he couldn't show the boss's wife how majestic and great he was. Could he? Chapter 20, Passionate Racing. The firefight between Chen Yi and the boss's wife lasted for more than half an hour. Although Chen Yi had an unrivaled amount of alcohol in his previous life, he couldn't help the fact that his current body seldom touched alcohol, and he wasn't accustomed to the overbearing nature of alcohol for a while. This boss's wife is really powerful. An unusual person drinking like this would have gotten down long ago. Just as Chen Yi admired the boss's wife, the boss's wife also greatly appreciated Chen Yi. This kid's fighting strength and alcohol is really strong. The old lady won't fall into his hands today, right? Unconvinced of defeat, the two continued to fight. The original 10 cases of wine had long since been drank up. The empty boxes at the feet of the two also turned from a few cases into a dozen cases, and the table had long since been piled high with empty bottles of wine. Kebab store owner saw the situation and hastily cleaned up the empty bottles on the table. He is also the first time to see such a person who can drink, and still fight for a long time. The boss's wife first lost. I can't drink anymore. The boss's wife was originally a water snake waste, and her stomach was too much compared to Chen Xiaoxiao. If it wasn't for the boss's wife's fast metabolism and diligent toilet running, otherwise she would have lost the battle long ago. Chunyi looked at the down boss lady and hemmed and hawed in triumph. Who else? Although Chunyi felt that his play was average, it was good that he still won. If it wasn't for the fact that this body wasn't his original one, he wouldn't be dizzy right now. After ruthlessly taking out the grievances of the past few days, Chunyi instantly felt refreshed, and his alcohol had sobered up a few points. After exhaling deeply, Chunyi realized a problem. Boss's wife? What happened to saying you'd treat us? Chunyi looked at the boss's wife who was lying unconscious on the table and suddenly remembered that this meal was her treat. How could she pay the bill when she was drunk? So Chunyi directly went to rummage through the bag of the boss's wife, saying that her treat must not let her go. As a result, Chunyi rummaged through the bag but found that the boss's wife had nothing in her bag except lipstick, cosmetics and sanitary napkins. This stupid girl, come to that and still drink. Chunyi helplessly shook his head and closed the boss's bag. Turning around, Chunyi realized that the boss was staring at him dead on. Why is he looking at me? Chunyi ignored it. Not long after the boss walked over to Chunyi, he coyly said, Boss, look at your friends who are all drunk. Shouldn't this bill be settled? Okay, how much? Chunyi didn't care if the boss's wife invited this meal or not. The key was that people were drunk and he didn't know where the boss's wife's money was. This time, I really lifted a stone and hit my own foot. The boss counted the bill then said, a total of 3,120. Just give 3,000. What? 3,000? Chunyi really didn't expect more than 10 people to eat kebabs for $3,000. The boss explained, you guys ordered a lot of food, a total of 1,080. Beer is $10 a bottle. Baiha County's unique beer, 102 a case. You drank a total of 17 cases totaling 3,120. I've already let more than 100 discount. Chunyi was momentarily speechless when he heard the boss's explanation. Then it turned into helplessness, which most of the food was ordered by himself, and the beer was basically drunk by him and the boss's wife. Ugh, Chunyi first sighed. Admit it. After saying that, he pulled out cash from inside his fall coat to pay the bill. Chunyi now basically carries 20,000 cash on his body. After all, in 2013, WeChat payment is not that many people use it. Chunyi thought that the boss's wife would be planted in his hands. Indeed, the boss's wife lost. However, Chunyi himself ended up shelling out the money. Chunyi really does not know whether he lost or gained this wave. Chunyi is not unable to spare the money. 3,000 is simply a child's play for him now. But he is just not happy to lose in the hands of the boss's wife. You think you've won, but you've actually lost. Chunyi looked at the people lying on their backs on the stall. How can we get this? The helpless Chunyi hurriedly called for a car. It's a good thing there are also many people running cars late at night in Baiha County. Otherwise Chunyi would have to move them like a porter. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A bunch of old men do not live in the dormitory, have to rent their own house. Huatian Driving School has a dormitory for coaches, and the boss's wife gives good benefits in this area. But these single coaches just don't like dormitories. One or two like to rent a house, and we all don't live in the same direction. So Chunyi called a lot of cars. After sending the coaches away, only Chunyi, Chen Dongyu and the boss's wife were left. Chunyi wanted to take a taxi to take them away, but then he saw the car keys that the boss's wife had placed on the table. Drive away? As the saying goes, wine strengthens one's courage. Chunyi couldn't contain this thought just as soon as it arose. He thought to himself that it was the middle of the night anyway, and there weren't many people or cars on the road, so he was just as wicked as he was bold. Chunyi excitedly sat in the driver's seat. He put the boss's wife in the passenger side. Chen Dongyu arranged in the back row lying down. Chunyi's wistful heart hit the fire. At first, Chunyi was driving steadily and slowly, but under the effect of alcohol, Chunyi stepped on the gas pedal deeper and deeper, and the speed of the car became faster and faster. Chunyi does not know how many blocks he drove. He now only feels happy, very excited, inexplicably singing. Late at night, on the main road of Baiha County, Chunyi sang a love song and drove a fast car. Chunyi didn't pay attention to the fact that several motorcycles appeared behind him. They were frantically honking their horns behind them trying to overtake, but Chunyi drove crookedly, and for a while all the motorcycles couldn't find the time to overtake. Finally, at the moment Chunyi stabilized the steering wheel, a motorcycle and Chunyi. Then Chunyi's windshield did not know what was smashed under the shattered, but did not fall. The boss's wife was awakened by Chunyi's song and the sound of shattering glass, and she opened her eyes in a daze to find her windshield shattered. Who did this? The boss's wife didn't know what had happened when she suddenly saw the motorcycle next to her pointing its middle finger at the boss's wife and yelling something from its mouth. Then it accelerated forward in one go, and the motorcycles behind the car passed Chunyi in droves. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There are still big me? P.S. Big means drag. The boss's wife was furious. She kicked the windshield and said to Chunyi, "Let me do it." Chunyi said in confusion, "Ah, how can I let you do it?" As soon as Chunyi finished speaking, The boss's wife found a lever to adjust the seat under Chenyi's cushion, and then pulled it upwards, and Chenyi's whole body stepped back a lot. The boss lady defiantly sat directly on Chenyi. Boss lady, this isn't too good, is it? Chenyi's entire person was blocked by the boss's wife, but his hands had nowhere to rest, so he couldn't hold on to the boss's wife's waist, could he? Shut up, the boss's wife roared. Chenyi then really obediently shut up and didn't say anything. It was just that this position made Chenyi very uncomfortable. The key was that he actually wanted to pee now. God, just play with me as much as you want. The boss's wife desperately chased after the group of motorcycles in front of her, only that their motorcycles were definitely modified, and their horsepower was not weaker than the boss's wife's coach at all. Chenyi felt that the current position was too ambiguous, and he gradually reacted as he kissed the aroma of the boss's wife's hair. Damn! Chenyi desperately suppressed his desire, but he had been single for too long in his last life. To say that he had no thoughts at all would be an absolute lie. Chenyi smelled the aroma of the boss's wife's hair and looked at the marvelous figure of her back. Chenyi had to close his eyes in order not to think nonsense. It is well known that after closing one of the 5 senses, the other senses will become stronger, and Chenyi, who closed his eyes, felt even more stimulated. Wanting to pee again and having a reaction, Chenyi couldn't help but move a few times, and the boss's wife only said slightly angrily, "Don't move around." Then Chenyi didn't dare to move around. The group of speeding cars followed the main road of Baiha County frantically forward, and the boss's wife was in hot pursuit behind them. Suddenly, not far ahead was checking for drunk driving. Those speeding bikers took advantage of the traffic police not paying attention and rushed over at once. React quickly to the traffic police found that there is a speeding car behind. Instantly set up a blocking barricade device. The boss lady can only slow down when she saw the situation. Rushing through the car will make the car stop with a flat tire. The boss's wife stopped the car at the stop and rolled down the window. A tall traffic police came forward and saluted them. The traffic cop then realized that the boss's wife was sitting on Chenyi and driving the car. And then he said, "Playing quite fancy, ah? Fancy driving?" Then he said sternly, "Please show your license, driver's license." The boss's wife pulled out a document from somewhere and threw it to the traffic cop, who picked it up and gave another respectful salute to the boss's wife, this time more standard and majestic than the last one. "May I ask for backup?" the traffic cop asked politely. The boss's wife took back her credentials and faintly said, "No need, just stay out of your way." The traffic police then let go. The boss's wife casually put her documents aside. Chenyi quietly glanced at it, but only saw the words "National Security" written on the documents. Chenyi could not see the words behind. My goodness, could it be that this chick is a hidden big shot? While Chenyi was thinking this, the boss's wife had already turned east and west on an unnamed path. Just as Chenyi asked the boss lady where she was going, the boss lady led him to an abandoned cement factory. At this time, there were many motorcycles parked in the center of the cement factory, and many people were singing and dancing around the bonfire. The boss's wife directly drove her car not far from this group of people, and then even flashed them with her headlights. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is it? Which one of you called the coach? Isn't it a motorcycle race tonight? The light flashed me. Everyone cursed and looked at Chenyi's guys here. The boss directly got off the car. Chenyi uneasily followed behind. When a man saw that it was an extremely beautiful woman getting off the bus, he hurriedly went up and asked, "Chick, who are you looking for?" The boss's wife looked at this person, then said, "Who the hell put my..." The boss's wife hadn't finished her sentence, and then she threw up with a wow. Just as the boss's wife fell to the ground, Chenyi was quick to help him. When the man saw that Chenyi was holding the woman, he immediately asked Chenyi, "Who are you?" Chenyi was about to answer. Suddenly, with the help of the weak light to see the person's face clearly, Chenyi felt his stomach turn over and roll, and then he also threw up. There are still such disgusting people, ah? Chapter 21, Missy Ugly. Ugly Missy Ming looked at the two people who vomited one after the other in front of him and instantly became furious. "You guys tricked me, didn't you?" With that, he was about to punch Chenyi and the boss's wife. "Stop!" Chenyi stretched out his hand and tried not to look at Missy Ugly. "Big brother, I'm still not used to your appearance. When I'm used to it, it's fine." Ugly Missy Ming became even angrier at the sight. TMD. He raised his fist and swung at Chenyi. Chenyi instantly pulled out a bunch of bills from within his jacket. "Big brother, I have money." Ugly Missy Ming's eyes glowed the instant he saw the money, and he immediately withdrew his fist. Just as Ugly Missy Ming was about to receive the money, Chenyi retracted his hand. "Big brother, mustn't you tell me your name before accepting the money?" Chenyi knew through his eyes that the strangely ugly person in front of him was called Ugly Missy Ming, but he wanted to tease the deformed-looking person in front of him. "It's really ugly as hell," Chenyi exclaimed. "My name is Ugly Missy Ming." Chenyi pretended not to hear. "Ugly as hell? The ugly of Ziyuan Mao." the youngest of the youngest, the Ming of understanding, Ugly Missy Ming. Ugly Missy Ming explained word by word. Big brother, your name is ugly to life. Looks also to life ah. Chen Yi asked, do you know why I'm giving you money? Ugly Missy Ming shook his head. I don't know. It's money to buy your life. You know? Chen Yi smiled and said, buy whose life? Ugly Missy Ming listened in a cloudy manner. To buy my life and the life of this beauty. You're so deadly looking. So of course I had to spend money to get rid of it. I hope you won't even show up in front of us after taking my money. With that, Chen Yi handed over the money in his hand. If an ordinary person heard Chen Yi, even if he didn't beat him to death, the money he gave would definitely not be taken. Because it is a person has a backbone. People live a face, trees live a skin. But out of Chen Yi's surprise, ugly youngest Ming not only took the money in the hands of Chen Yi, but also smiled and apologized. I'm sorry, I was a bit heavy-handed just now. Thank you for the money, boss. Ugly Missy Ming's companions saw Ugly Missy Ming admitting defeat and giving in, and have angrily scolded. Missy, give him back his money. Missy, can you have some backbone? Damn, if you don't give the money back, you won't be able to participate in the competition in the future. Ugly Missy Ming started to struggle in the midst of shouting and cursing. He really wanted Chen Yi's money, because there was at least $10,000 here, enough for his mom to have chemotherapy 3 times. But he didn't want to lose the competition because he could get $1,000 for winning. Ugly Missy Ming's companions looked at him still hesitating. One of the killers stepped forward and pushed down Ugly Missy Ming. Missy, be a man with backbone. Ugly Missy Ming is still struggling. He is not do not understand that people have to have a backbone. But mom cannot live. To have a backbone to do what? Killers saw the ugly youngest Ming still do not return the money to the other side. So they copied a steel pipe ready to hit Chen Emil. Only to hit Chen Emil to get back to the ugly youngest Ming lost face. Ugly Missy Ming saw his companion killing Matt wanting to make a move. He stopped killing Matt, and then walked towards Chen Yi. Boss, I can't take your money. Chen Yi couldn't tell what expression was on Ugly Missy Ming's face because he was really too ugly. You hurry up and leave. Ugly Missy Ming told Chen Yi to hurry up and leave. None of the people here were good people, and Chen Yi was still carrying so much cash. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it just now. Chen Yi gave Ugly Missy Ming a formal apology. Chen Yi leaned the boss lady's head on his shoulder as he walked over to Killmonger and said in a domineering manner, was it you who smashed my glass just now? Killer Matt smiled disdainfully. So what if I did? He has not seen the brains of the crazy. Still really think he has a few money as a big master? He didn't look at how many of his brothers were here. Chen Yi said in a deep voice to Matt, pay up. Ha 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 ha. This sentence caused the hall to burst into laughter. And Ugly Missy Ming was even more likely to pull to let him leave. Brothers, do you guys think I should pay for it? Killmonger arrogantly asked his companions behind him, and one of them jumped out and said, pay up. Why don't you compensate? Let him give us the girl in his arms to have a good time, and we'll pay him back for the girl when we're done. Ha ha ha. This sentence caused everyone to laugh again. Chen Yi raised his head. His eyes narrowed into slits as he looked viciously at Killmart. Are you sure you don't want to pay for it? Hearing this, Killmart approached Chen Yi. He arrogantly blew his hair in front of Chen Yi in front of his eyes and said word for word, I don't pay for it. I said to compensate. In the distance came a young man's voice. Everyone looked to the direction of the voice. Do not know when drove a BMW. The group of speeding car party naturally recognized the person who came. But Chen Yi does not know who is helping himself. Only after the silhouette came closer did Chen Yi see the appearance of the visitor. So it's him. The one who came was the youth with the surname Yang who had clashed with Fatty Lu Hei in the restaurant earlier. And this time was the third time Chen Yi had seen him. After Killmonger saw the visitor clearly, he immediately shouted respectfully, Brother Yang. Not only did Brother Yang not nod his head after hearing this, he also kicked Killer Matt in the stomach. Brother Yang? Killing Matt covered his stomach and knelt on the ground. He didn't know where he had offended Brother Yang. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Yang cursed. Do you know who he is? Chen Yi. Brother Chen. I don't think you wouldn't know who Mei Tian beat up, right? Not only is he the son of our richest man in Qingzhou, but he's also Master Tang's partner. Brother Yang explained Chen Yi's identity to Killmart. Killing Matt immediately panicked upon hearing this. He could not know who Mei Tian was, nor did he care who the richest man in Qingzhou's son was, but Master Tang he must care about. As long as it was everyone who hung out in White River County would care about the word Master Tang. Killmart immediately knelt down in front of Chen Yi and begged for mercy. Brother Chen, please bypass me. This matter must not let Master Tang know. Looking at the arrogant and domineering Killer Matt in the last second, Chen Yi only said, you pay up. I guarantee that no one will know about tonight's incident. Killmart hurriedly took out tonight's harvest, probably around $100,000. Give it to Ugly Missy Ming, and you have to apologize to him. Chen Yi looked at Killmart expressionlessly. He couldn't stand to see a dog that took advantage of an honest man. That's right, this honest person was Ugly Missy Ming. The moment he saw Missy Ming, Chenny did not really see his face want to vomit, but at that time the alcohol on the head, stomach uncomfortable, just spit out only. The moment he saw Missy Ugly, Chenny saw his name and age. Name, Ugly Missy Ming. Age, 16. Character, extremely excellent. That's right, Missy Ugly Ming's character grade was the same as Chen Dongyu's. Extremely excellent. At that time, Chenny suspected that Missy Ugly shouldn't really be bad, but rather pretending to be bad. That's why there was a scene at the beginning where Chen-yi teased Missy Ming, and it was also the scene that convinced Chen-yi that Missy Ming was just ugly, but was actually a very gentle person. When the ugly youngest Ming, in order to protect Chen-yi, took the initiative to return the money to Chen-yi and persuade him to go, Chen-yi understood that the ugly youngest Ming followed them just for the money, but also more sure that the ugly youngest Ming is a good person idea. Kilmart immediately put the money in the hands of the youngest ugly Ming, and then also apologized. Ugly brother, just now is my bad. I apologize. I definitely won't do this to you in the future. Spit out double the amount of money you've taken from him. Brother Yang said indifferently. The flying car competition was originally organized by Brother Yang, and whenever there was a competition day he would come to collect his cut. He also knew that this killmonger was just looking at Ugly Ming's skills, so that Ugly Ming could make money for him. And this Killmat also rely on Ugly Ming earn 2 sweets. He once had to eat Ugly Young Ming tens of thousands of dollars. Previously, Yang naturally will not care about these, but today Chen-yi present. He must give Chen-yi a face. Only from the last time in the Tang Masters -3 boxing hall saw Chen-yi, he investigated the background of Chen-yi. When he knew the strength behind which Chen-yi, Yang wanted to find an opportunity to recognize Chen-yi. Do their line of work of the 3 religions and 9 streams have to know, otherwise it is easy to lose their lives. Yang brother not easy to find a chance to get to know Chen-yi. Naturally want to perform well. Good, I know. Killmonger nodded his head. All get lost, Yang exclaimed as he dispersed the speedsters away. Just as Ugly Missy Ming was also about to leave, Chen-yi told him to wait. He had something to find him later. Brother Yang respectfully walked to Chen-yi. Brother Yang, are you still satisfied with how I handled this? Chen-yi nodded. Not bad. Brother Chen, my name is Yang Hai. I hope you can remember me. Brother Yang said his name. Chen-yi also had to pretend that he just realized it. Brother Yang Hai, young and promising. No way, Chen Hai fond. It's all just making a living. Then Chen-yi said jokingly, you drive a BMW for a living, but the son of the richest man in the world can only drive a broken coach. After saying that, he pointed at the boss's wife's car. Yang Hai heard the BMW key to Chen-yi. Brother Chen, as long as you don't mind, you can take this car. Characters like Yang Hai naturally knew how to kiss ass. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to mix today. Hundreds of thousands of BMW said to give away. Without a certain amount of vigor will not be able to achieve things. Chen-yi waved his hand. Okay, just kidding. Your car may still have the residue of your millions of children and grandchildren. I don't want it. Yang Hai nodded yes, and then immediately and cheekily asked Chen-yi for a phone number in WeChat. In 2013 there are very few people with WeChat, but people like Yang Hai naturally want to keep up with the times. Chen-yi did not refuse. After all, more friends more road. And like Yang Hai this is more in order to flatter himself. Yang Hai happily got Chen-yi's phone and WeChat immediately and thoughtfully asked, Brother Chen, now so late do you want me to help book a room? Chen-yi thought about it and it made sense, so he let Yang Hai go and make the arrangements. After Yang Hai left, Chen-yi went to find the ugly Missy Ming. Chen-yi left the ugly Missy Ming, but there are other arrangements. Chen-yi saw not far from the ugly Missy Ming fiddling with his motorcycle. Chen-yi from his back did not see the ugly Missy Ming, only 16 years old. Missy Ming? Chen-yi shouted. When clown Missy Ming turned back, he saw a magical scene. Chapter 22, Accepting a Little Brother. Chen-yi shouted the ugly youngest Ming sound. The signal of urinary urgency immediately filled the entire brain. Just now in the car when he wanted to pee, the results were delayed under the forget. Just after he shouted ugly youngest Ming on the urinary urgency, Chen-yi also do not care about other immediately pulled out the second brother out of the water. The ugly youngest Ming turned his head in an instant and saw Chen-yi pulled out that thing. And then ugly youngest Ming was dumbfounded. Ugly Missy Ming's expression was one of surprise. Although it was difficult for an ordinary person to see any expression on ugly Missy Ming's face, his current expressionless face was one of surprise. Big brother, are you teaching me how to use the restroom? But, I can, Chen moaned while letting the water out. Everyone knew that holding it in and suddenly peeing out that kind of awesome feeling was no less than doing certain things. After solving the physical problems, Chen-yi came to the side of the ugly youngest Ming. Brother, what are the difficulties at home? Chen-yi tried his best to act like a good person. No, nothing difficult. Ugly Missy Ming used to see people on the heart. Put his own all encounters and stories will talk with people. The results he in addition to a bunch of ridicule and betrayal. Nothing to get. After this ugly Ming decided to be a bad guy. He learned to be bad, pretending to be evil, but the bone is good to the extreme. He also knows that Matt is using him, but he is willing. After all, he couldn't get a job in his condition. No one would want him, although Matt ate his money. At least he had some soup to drink and more time to take care of his mom. And very short of money when killing Matt will more or less lend him a little. Is this a little favor to let the ugly youngest Ming willingly follow the killing Matt? Shenny said gently. Don't worry, I won't lie to you. Ugly Missy Ming grinned, although it looked like a horrible smile. Can you save a leukemia patient? Is that the most important person to you? Shenny asked. Ugly Missy Ming nodded. Yes, very important. Ugly Missy Ming patted his chest. More important than my own life. Let's make a deal. Shenny knew that ugly Missy Ming would not trust himself. It was hard for someone who had been cheated to easily trust others, and this kind of person was generally more trusting of deals. What kind of deal? Ugly Missy Ming asked. I can save your most important person, but have to use your life in exchange. Ugly Missy Ming not only did not get angry after hearing this, but instead asked Chen Yi happily. Is that true? Chen Yi nodded, and Ugly Missy Ming excitedly waved her fists. Great! Mom is finally saved. Chen Yi then realized that what Ugly Missy Ming was willing to trade his life for turned out to be his mother. What should I do? Ugly Missy Ming couldn't wait to ask Chen Yi. Let me show you something first. After saying that, Chen Yi went into a state of virtual shadow. The ugly youngest Ming saw Chen Yi suddenly turned into a mass of black shadows. He was not only not afraid, but also felt that the other party is the gods to save themselves. I will save your mother, but you will lose your freedom. At the same time your life and death will be in my hands. As long as I want you will die immediately. Chen Yi told Ugly Missy Ming all the consequences, and finally asked heavily, Are you still willing? I am willing. As long as I can save my mother, I am willing to do anything. Chen Yi did not expect the ugly youngest Ming unexpectedly agreed so quickly. He thought the ugly youngest Ming will hesitate. After all, life is precious, the price of love is higher. If for the sake of freedom, both can be thrown. This is the most rational saying is Chen Yi's last life firmly believe, but he now found a higher level than freedom. That is, affection. Ugly Missy Ming could give up everything in order to save his mother. Have you thought about it? Chen Yi asked again. Ugly Missy Ming waved his hand. Think about what to think about. Do you still need to think about saving your own mother? Chen Yi smiled. He smiled happily. Chen Yi felt that he was very similar to Ugly Missy Ming. Everything was for the sake of his family. Chen Yi exited the state of virtualization. He asked the ugly youngest Ming, if you give you a superpower, what would you choose? Ugly Ming scratched his head. Superpower? For a while, Missy didn't know what superpower to ask for, mainly because he had never fantasized about this kind of thing. Time a little bit passed. Thought for a long time. The youngest Ugly Ming said, I want a lot of money superpower. Ugly Missy Ming thought about it. If he had money then his mom wouldn't even suffer in the hospital and he himself would find a good wife. Even if the other person loved his money. This isn't a superpower for you. It's money power now. Chen Yi shook his head helplessly. Ugly Missy Ming still didn't understand that with superpowers, he would soon have banknote abilities. Big brother, I really don't know what superpower I want anymore. This was how people were. When there was only a plate of food they would devour it. When a full banquet appeared for them to eat, they didn't know what to eat. Chen Yi had to ask Clown Missy Ming in a different way. What is your favorite thing to do? Taking care of mom. What do you long for most? Mom's illness can be cured. What is the one thing you must do in this life? Make mom happy. Well, Chen Yi felt that Ugly Missy Ming was a baby who couldn't leave her mom. If your mom wasn't sick, what would you most want to be? Missy Ugly thought for a moment. I'd most like to become an ordinary person. I look too distinguished now. Chen Yi felt that what Ugly Missy Ming said made sense. After all, looking too ugly was also standing out. However, what Chen Yi needed right now was not this answer. I said career. What career do you want to do? Chen Yi's voice was a bit loud. He had lost a bit of his patience. Occupation? Ugly Missy Ming touched his head and giggled. I fantasized about being able to communicate with animals when I was a kid, and I hope to open a pet store when I grow up. Ugly Missy Ming was ugly as a child and didn't have many friends, so he could only play with animals, but they couldn't talk to him, so he wished he could communicate with animals. Chen Yi nodded. I'll give you a superpower that can communicate with animals. Okay? Really? Ugly Missy Ming's eyes glowed. Chen Yi nodded. But I will plant a ban on you. You won't be able to tell the secret between me and you to other people. As long as I want to follow you I can kill you. Chen Yi revealed a ferocious look as he spoke. Ugly Missy Ming did not hesitate to say, don't worry big brother, I definitely won't betray you. Chen Yi nodded with satisfaction. I hope so. Chen Yi then opened the control panel of the Divine Providence superpower and then typed, name, Ugly Missy Ming, granting the ability to communicate with all living things, and the ability to super control plants and animals to become larger for battle. Chen Yi did not just give Missy Ugly the superpower to communicate alone. After all, without a little fighting words, it is difficult to defend oneself. Whether to use the soul forbidden technique? Chenny was good enough to point yes, having read many novels in his previous life. Such things as the human heart were too inscrutable, even for a person like ugly Missy Ming, who had an extremely favorable character rating. He couldn't help but leave his back up. Chenny then entered in the soul prohibition technique again. Never be able to voluntarily say anything about the divine providence superpower. Memories cannot be probed or viewed. Life and death are at the whim of the divine providence superpower host. The input was completed with a flash of light and it was done. Alright, you can now communicate with animals, and you can still override them, Chenny said to ugly Missy Ming. Really? Ugly Missy Ming didn't feel like she had any abnormal reactions. You can try. Chenny saw the ugly youngest Ming do not believe let him try. Just there is a cockroach on the ground. The ugly youngest Ming squatted down and asked the cockroach, "Cockroach big brother, can you hear me speak?" Chenny felt that this scene is a little funny. A person to ask the cockroach to listen to their own words. Then there was a moment of silence, and Chenny didn't know what had been sent what. What's wrong? It didn't answer you back? Chenny thought that God's gift superpower was besides the problem. Ugly Missy Ming shook her head. No, it told me to get lost and not to disturb it looking for food. Haha, Chenny laughed. He did not expect that the first time ugly Missy Ming spoke to an animal he would be scolded. It turned out that he was just silent because he was scolded by the cockroach. After being depressed, ugly Missy Ming immediately got excited. I've got superpowers. The excited ugly Missy Ming gave Chenny a bear hug. Big brother, thank you so much. Chenny shook his head. You don't need to thank me. All we did was a deal. Then my mother, Chenny explained. It's best not to use superpowers for problems that can be solved with money. I will arrange for your mother. Don't worry. Then Chenny left another ugly young Ming's phone number in WeChat. I have something I will arrange for you. Chenny let Missy Ugly go back first, and then urged, remember, your life is in my hands. Ugly Missy Ming knew that this was no joke. Since the other party could grant him superpowers, then there must be a way to take his life. Brother Chen, I know what to do. After Missy Ugly left, Chenny also helped the boss's wife back to the car. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chenny picked up the boss's wife just now documents to see. On it was clearly written, National Security Alien Energy Bureau. Sure enough, Chenny was a little skeptical that there were secrets in this world from the time the boss's wife pulled out this document, and he was even more skeptical when he saw that the boss's wife was still able to find it after she lost the flying car gang. That's why Chenny had an idea the first time he saw ugly Missy Ming. He had to have his own forces. It's hard to support a lone tree. Otherwise it's hard for him to protect his family. It's always good to save for a rainy day. Chenny was glad that he had the divine eye to see the other person's character level, and with the addition that he also had the divine bestowal of supernatural power, this was definitely the best match. Finding a random person to bestow supernatural abilities, although one had the soul forbidden technique to manipulate the other person, it was always troublesome. Late at night, Chenny drove to the hotel arranged by Yang Hai. The coach with no windshield looked a bit weird in the late night. The most important thing is that the night of October in Baiha County is very cold. No windshield. Chenny was blown shivering. The co-pilot of the boss's wife also curled up into a ball. Fortunately, there is not much wind in the back row, and Chen Dongyu was wearing a thicker coat, which did not wake up from the cold. Chenny parked the car in the hotel's parking lot and then helped the two to walk to the front desk. Chapter 23, 3 in a Room. Juanhao Hotel was definitely the most unique hotel in Baiha County because it was a couple's hotel. The attendant at the front desk was originally brushing up on her drama when the front door was opened. The attendant watched as a young man helped two stunning beauties walk over. Hello, Chenny reserved the room. Chenny politely looked at the front desk attendant. The front desk attendant froze and then checked. The reason the attendant froze was because Chenny came in with two beauties. Although the Juanhao Hotel was a couple's hotel, it was usually a man and a woman. No one had ever come in with two beauties. Hello, Mr. Chen, right? The deluxe suite you ordered is ready. This is the room card. Chenny took the room card and looked at it. A room? Chenny froze. How could the three of them live in one room? The waiter nodded. It's a room. Chenny instantly understood. It must be that Yang Hai thought he was in that kind of relationship with the boss's wife, and then he didn't see Chen Dongyu in the car, so he booked only one room. Chenny had originally opened another room, but all the money he had on him had been given to ugly Missy Ming, and the hotels nowadays didn't support WeChat payment yet, so Chenny gave up on this idea. One room is one room. Chenny sighed, and felt nothing for Yang Hai's approach. In his place he would definitely be the same. Big deal. I'll sleep on the sofa. Juanhao Hotel, 88. Chenny pushed open the door of 88, inserted the room card into the slot on the wall, and after a second it powered up. Chenny was dumbfounded when he saw the layout of the room. Dim neon light. The large round bed was also filled with rose petals. The table next to the sofa was decorated with all sorts of props. and the red wine on the table seemed to foreshadow the uncomplicated nature of the night. Holy, why is it an erotic room? Yan Hai completely guessed wrongly what Chen Yi was thinking. Yan Hai thought that Chen Yi was just like other cockneys, liking some unusual tones. Chen Yi was a bit helpless, but in the middle of the night with Chen Dongyu and the boss's wife, he couldn't go back to Lanbo Bay, could he? Luckily, the large round bed was big enough, so Chen Yi carried the boss's wife and Chen Dongyu onto the bed after organizing them. Then Chen Yi felt that it was a bit cold tonight, so he turned on the heater. After doing all this, Chen Yi came to the sofa and went to sleep. There were no words for the night. The next day, Chen Dongyu opened her eyes in a daze. Her physiological reaction at this moment was too strong. It couldn't be helped. Last night she drank 3 bottles of wine and she hadn't been to the toilet. So at this moment the urge to urinate was urgent and straight to her head. Chen Dongyu rushed into the toilet. The unprecedented feeling of pleasure let Chen Dongyu a few times. Out of the toilet, Chen Dongyu saw Chen Yi naked lying on the sofa. Chen Yi, in addition to a pair of red underwear outside, nothing left. Ah, Chen Dongyu exclaimed. Chen Yi. Chen Yi was scared by Chen Dongyu and instantly rolled up. What's wrong? Earthquake? Then Chen Yi saw a fragrant scene. Chen Dongyu was standing in front of herself in a white lace-trimmed bodysuit. Messy hair, delicate face. Chen Yi's zone somewhere that would be awake in the morning was instantly stimulated. Chen Dongyu, why are you wearing so little? After hearing Chen Yi's words, Chen Dongyu looked at herself, and only then did she realize that she was actually wearing only close-fitting clothes. Ah! Chen Dongyu screamed and ran back to the bed, hurriedly pulling up the quilt to cover herself. As a result, as soon as Chen Dongyu pulled, the boss's wife was exposed. She was also only wearing close-fitting clothes, and then Chen Dongyu screamed again. The boss's wife opened her eyes in a daze. After looking at the environment, then she saw Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu again. You guys are playing so flowery, and pulling me as an audience. It's a pity that I slept too much last night. The boss's wife thought that Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu would put on a good show in front of her last night after seeing the environment as a couple suite, but it was a pity that she slept too much and missed it. Chen Dongyu hurriedly explained. It's not. The boss's wife saw Chen Dongyu covering herself with the quilt again, then snickered. What are you blocking for? I'm a woman too, and I like men. Chen Yi interjected at this time. She's my sister. Asterisk. The boss's wife was speechless. Young people nowadays play with flowers too much, right? Looking at the boss's wife's look of contempt, Chen Yi hurriedly added, not biological. The boss's wife nodded thoughtfully, then just walked straight towards the toilet. Big sister, can you get dressed? Chen Yi was not good enough to get dressed in front of the two, so he had to use a hug pillow to block his red underwear. Underneath all at once. If you want to cover it, cover your face. The boss's wife did not have a good mood. Chen Yi looked at the boss's wife black silk intimate apparel mind and naturally surfaced Chen Dongyu's white lace edge. Nosebleed almost rushed out. Waste. This stimulus cannot stand. The boss's wife despised Chen Yi, then went into the toilet. Chen Yi was immediately paralyzed on the sofa like a deflated ball when the boss's wife said this. Too heartbreaking. Just as Chen Yi was feeling devastated, Chen Dongyu whispered, Chen Yi, get dressed. Then Chen Dongyu buried her entire head in the cup. Chen Yi listened to Chen Dongyu's words and quickly got dressed. He analyzed that last night, the heating must have been turned on too much, causing him to be too hot. Plus he drank a lot of wine last night, that's why he unknowingly stripped off his clothes in the middle of the night. Chen Dongyu and the boss's wife's situation must be the same as his own. Otherwise how could all three wake up naked? Not long after the toilet came the sound of flushing. Chen Yi also to the boss's wife to solve the good. Intends to go to solve the next himself. As a result, the sound of water flow came from inside very soon. Chen Yi listened carefully before realizing that it was really the sound of water flow. She went to take a bath without even bringing her clothes? Chen Yi didn't realize that the boss's wife's boldness had reached this level. Chen Yi sat on the sofa and watched his eyes and nose. Only the sound of water running in the toilet made Chen Yi very irritated. Chen Dongyu had also gotten dressed. Only her current face had nothing left but indifference. Chen Yi, who knew he had made a mistake, played a cell phone game. Not long after the sound of water flowing from the toilet disappeared, and the boss's wife walked out from inside. Chen Yi didn't dare to look directly, so he had to pretend to look down. The boss's wife looked at Chen Yi and smiled. If you want to look directly, don't cower. Chen Yi really didn't expect the boss lady to be so generous. If it wasn't for Chen Dongyu being here, Chen Yi might have studied the boss lady's body carefully. Chen Dongyu saw Chen Yi quietly groping at the boss's wife. Her heart flooded with a trace of strange emotions. Before Chen Yi could walk into the toilet, Chen Dongyu grabbed the door and entered. I want to take a bath. Chen Dongyu just faintly said. Chen Yi heard Chen Dongyu slam the door shut with force, and he wailed in his heart. I just wanted to use the restroom. In the parking lot of the Juanhao Hotel, Chen Yi, Chen Dongyu, and the boss's wife all appeared. Everyone waited for Chen Dongyu to take a shower and then came out. Chen Yi saw the two of them leave and hurriedly went to the toilet, then immediately chased after them. And when they did, they were already in the parking lot. "Why don't you guys wait for me?" Chen Yi panted and stopped in front of the two. "What?" The boss's wife directly disliked Chen Yi. A child who can't find a home comes to find his old lady for milk? Chen Yi rolled his eyes. He ignored the boss's wife and instead asked Chen Dongyu directly, "What are you planning to do today?" "Going shopping with my sister," Chen Dongyu said indifferently, her tone very cold. Chen Yi looked at the boss lady. "Her sister? Is there a problem?" Chen Dongyu asked. Chen Yi shook his head. He didn't dare to say there was a problem, or else he would be disliked by the boss lady again. "You guys go shopping." Then the two of them took a taxi to go shopping. The boss's wife asked Chen Yi to go and fix the coach. The bill was on Chen Yi. Chen Yi was reluctant then. "I paid for all the kebabs last night. It's not like I broke the car." Unfortunately, Chen Yi didn't dare to say this to the boss's wife. He believed that if he said this, he would definitely be hunted down by the boss's wife. Chen Yi had no choice but to drive himself to the repair shop. Came to the repair shop originally wanted to change a better glass, but the thought of the car is not their own, but also which hateful boss's wife. So Chen Yi said to the repairman, "Change the cheapest glass." "Okay, cheapest 118. Pick up the car later. It'll be quick." So Chen Yi went to the lounge to wait. Waiting in the process, Chen Yi remembered to promise ugly Missy Ming thing. He immediately gave Chen Jiangwo made a phone call. When the caller picked up, "Chen Yi, what's the matter?" "Father, you should know quite a few doctors, right?" Chen Yi asked. "Yes, when I was looking for you, many hospitals were in contact with me." "Why are you asking?" Chen Yi explained. "I have a friend whose mother has leukemia. I want to help him. This is simple. As long as we find a matching bone marrow, we can arrange for an operation at any time." Chen Yi received a satisfactory reply, then asked, "Father, do you know a plastic surgeon?" "What? You want to have plastic surgery to become a handsome man? Is the current you not handsome enough?" "No, it's still that friend of mine. He's too ugly to find a job." Chen Yi said naturally ugly Missy Ming, although his own God-given superpower can also solve this problem. But there can be money to solve the problem. Chen Yi absolutely do not use God-given superpower. After all, this kind of heaven-defying golden finger could easily be spied on and coveted. "I see. I happen to know a plastic surgeon and have even partnered with her in a plastic surgery hospital. I'll recommend her to you." "Father, thank you." Chen Yi didn't expect Chen Jiangwo to help himself so much. After not being around Chen Jiangwo for more than 20 years, Chen Yi thought that Chen Jiangwo was just more guilty towards himself. Silly child. What are two fathers and sons saying thank you for? Just remember to be in a yang by October 23rd. Chen Jiangwo hung up the phone after saying that. Chen Yi counted the time. Today was October 10th. He himself had to leave for a Yang City on October 20th at the latest. It seems like I have to arrange for ugly Missy Ming to do something first. Chapter 24, Visiting the Ugly Mother. Chen Yi dialed the ugly Missy Ming's phone. Originally he wanted to directly arrange the ugly Missy Ming to do things, but on second thought he should go to see Missy's mother. So the phone connected and asked Missy where she was. "I'm at the People's Hospital to take care of my mother." "Brother Chen, is there something you want me to do?" Chen Yi inquired about the situation of Missy's mother, and then said that he would go to the hospital to visit his mother. Ugly Missy Ming heard the very beginning. After all, this is the mother hospitalized for the first time, someone to see his mother. Hang up the phone soon after Chen Yi was told the coach windshield for a good. Take the car after Chen Yi directly drove to the fruit market. Since to see the patient of course, have to buy some fruit. Chen Yi, this person is very pragmatic. He felt like the movie to visit the patient to buy a bouquet of flowers to go as simply bull asterisk 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 asterisk. There is this money as well as buy some fruit to supplement the nutrition. Came to the fruit market. Chen Yi eyes are to see numb. Pick a few kinds are not satisfied. So Chen Yi picked up his cell phone and opened the browser to check what fruits are the best for leukemia patients. As a result, many advertisements popped up on the website, and finally Chen Yi found a reliable one, which said that leukemia patients eat apricots, strawberries and grapes are the best. Then Chen Yi bought these three, each to £3. To be more than can not finish eating rotten. When Chen Yi was ready to check out, he saw Chelsea again and bought £3. After buying the fruit, Chen Yi casually found a teller machine. He took 80,000 cash. In addition to the ugly youngest Ming a little, their own body must also stay a little. Otherwise no money on the body is really troublesome. After doing all this, Chen Yi came to the hospital. He went straight to the third floor of the hospitalization department. Push open the door of the ward after the Chen Yi saw ugly Missy Ming and his mother. Ugly Missy Ming's mother looks very normal. At least not as ugly Missy Ming, so outstanding. Full of white hair, a lot of wrinkles on the face yellowish, eyes dark and lifeless. Missy saw Chen Yi carrying so many fruits, and hurriedly went forward to take them. "Good day, Auntie." Chen Yi politely greeted Missy Ming's mother. Missy Ming's mother saw Chen Yi somewhat puzzled, and then they enthusiastically want to entertain Chen Yi. Chen Yi quickly let her lie. Missy's mother saw Chen Yi to see her very happy, although she did not know Chen Yi, but hospitalized for so many years this is the first time someone to see her. Are you? Chen Yi hurriedly introduced himself. I am a friend of Missy Ming. My name is Chen Yi. Ugly Missy Ming's mother was even happier to hear this. My son has a friend. How nice. With that, she began to say that Missy Ming was too ugly. No one liked to be friends with him, and thanks Chen Yi for being able to be friends with him. This child is just too lonely. Just now he was lying on the ground talking to ants. Chen Yi could only smile awkwardly when he heard this, and then hurriedly asked ugly Missy Ming to wash fruits for his mother to eat. I don't know what you like to eat. I'll just bought some randomly. I'm happy that you can come. Then ugly Missy Ming's mother asked, how did you and little Ming meet? Chen Yi cleanly made up a lie. Auntie, little Ming helped me save a pet before. That's how we met. Chen Yi does not know what ugly Ming is good at. Only heard him say that he is interested in animals. Cannot say that the two are racing to know it. At this time the ugly youngest Ming also washed the apricots out. He apricots first handed his mother. His mother immediately taught. There are guests in the first to guests to eat Then ugly Missy Ming and handed the apricots to Chen Yi. Chen Yi results have been handed to ugly Missy Ming's mother. Auntie, you eat first. Missy Ming's mother saw Chen Yi handsome and so understanding. Immediately felt Missy Ming made a good friend. Then after chatting for a few more sentences, Chen Yi suddenly said, Auntie, little Ming helped me save a pet last time after the other party gave a lot of payment. Today in addition to visiting you is to send money to you. Ugly youngest Ming's mother quickly said, this can't be done. Xiao Ming just helped a little bit. It's not worth mentioning. Chen Yi took out 60,000 cash and said, this is half of the other party's payment to me. Ugly Missy Ming's mother still wanted to push back. Then Chen Yi said, you take it, if it's not little Ming, I can't earn so much money. After hearing this, Missy's mother hesitated and finally accepted the money. Chen Yi then added, Auntie, I'm planning to open a pet store, so I'll let little Ming come over to help. I'll partner with him, I'll put up the money, he'll put up the effort, and we'll split it in half. When ugly little Ming's mother heard this, she just said, my son is a bit stupid. I hope you can bring her up well after you. If he doesn't listen to me, you can tell me. I'm also relieved that he's following you. A person who clearly could have given nothing to others still gave half of the money to her own son. And it was from this that ugly Ming's mother saw that Chen Yi was a good person. Although Chen Yi left the hospital room, Missy said to her mother to send Chen Yi also followed out. The ugly youngest Ming out of the ward found Chen Yi waiting for him. Brother Chen, something to do? Ugly Missy Ming asked as he walked over to Chen Yi. Chen Yi took a look at the surrounding surveillance, so he led Missy Ugly down the stairs. There just happened to be an inpatient department charge window on the first floor, so Chen Yi directly brought Missy Ugly over. Help me check Li Yuehong's bill. Li Yuehong is the name of Missy Ming's mother. Just now at the first sight of Missy Ming's mother Chen Yi knew. After seeing Chen Yi's ability, ugly Missy Ming didn't ask Chen Yi how he knew his mother's name. Hello, Li Yuehong owes a total of more than $51,000. The staff told Chen Yi. Swipe the card, and by the way, help me deposit 80,000 into Li Yuehong's name. Seeing that Chen Yi wanted to settle the bill for his mother's medical expenses, ugly Missy Ming immediately pulled Chen Yi back and said, Brother Chen, Chen Yi interrupted him, your life was given to me, do I still care about this small amount of money? When ugly Ming heard this, he let go of the hand that was holding Chen Yi, but Chen Yi's approach to let the ugly Missy Ming is too touched, although Chen Yi at any time can take their lives, but ugly Missy Ming believed that as long as they do not betray Chen Yi words, he will not take their lives. After paying the fee, Chen Yi will take the ugly youngest Ming to go outside to eat. By the way, and he said his own ideas. When he left the hospitalization department, he had to pass through the emergency department, and Chen Yi bumped into an acquaintance. Young Chen? The head of the emergency department recognized Chen Yi at a glance. Chen smiled and said, Dr. Wang, just call me Chen Yi. The head of the emergency department saw that Chen Yi had removed the gauze and asked, is the head injury healed? Chen Yi nodded. His head injury had been healed a long time ago, and it wasn't like he needed to remove the stitches. Do you have something to do at the hospital? The head of the emergency department asked. For Chen Yi, he still had to flatter him. Chen Yi explained, a friend's mother is hospitalized. Came to take a look. Do you need my help? Chen Yi asked ugly Missy Ming, do you think you should arrange Auntie to a single room? Missy Ugly shook her head. No need. I'm too ugly and no one wants to be in the same room with us. Chen Yi then thanked the emergency department doctor for his kindness. Alright, let me know if you need any help. Chen Yi then left the emergency room doctor's phone number, and also gave it to Missy Ming in passing, so that he could also look for the director of the emergency room. Ugly Missy Ming saw Chen Yi, even the director of the emergency department are recognized. More admired Chen Yi. The two sat in a restaurant outside the hospital. Chen Yi said to Missy Ugly, "Just now you were talking to the ants, right?" Ugly Missy Ming nodded. He had just gained a new ability and naturally resisted the urge to use it. "You should try not to do such silly-looking things in the future. I can understand you, but others can't." Chen Yi's tone was a bit unkind. "I want you to act normal." Ugly Missy Ming immediately understood the meaning. "I get it." Then Chen Yi said to Missy Clown, "You and I are not the only ones with special abilities in this world. There are even a lot of people who have such abilities. What I want you to do is to help me figure out how many people in Baihe County have such supernatural abilities." It was only then that Ugly Missy Ming realized that he and Chen Yi were not the only ones with superpowers. And then he asked Chen Yi, "Brother Chen, what should we do?" Chen Yi said, "Since you can communicate with animals, I want you to raise a batch of rats or cockroaches or something like that. You communicate with them to get information and spy on the target when necessary." Ugly Missy Ming instantly understood. "I know what to do." Then Chen Yi added to Ugly Missy Ming, "Immediately raise a few small animals when you go back, and you'll help me monitor two people first." "Who?" Ugly Missy Ming asked. "The first one is Tang Tiansheng, Master Tang." As soon as Chen finished saying the first one, Ugly Missy Ming was shocked. "He's also a supernatural?" Chen Yi shook his head. "I don't know, just suspicious." Chen Yi then spoke the second name. "The second one to monitor is the boss's wife of Huatian Driving School." Although Ugly Missy Ming did not know why Chen Yi would be spying on the boss's wife of a driving school, he would follow Chen Yi's orders. Chen Yi thought for a moment and said, "There's also my old man, and the three younger sisters that you have to monitor as well. You don't have to know everything, but once something happens to them, you have to be the first to know and inform me." "Understood." Ugly Missy Ming nodded. "I'll open a pet store for you, so that even if there are some small animals coming in and out, they won't arouse suspicion." Ugly Missy Ming had just thought that Chen Yi had lied to her when he told his mother that he was partnering up to open a pet store, but she didn't realize that Chen Yi was really going to open a pet store. "Wait, send me your bank card. You'll probably need a lot of money to raise pets." "Good." After saying business, the two of them started to eat, and after eating Chen Yi thoughtfully gave Ugly Missy Ming's mother a bag. Before parting, Chen Yi suddenly remembered something. "Your mother's mating type is already being searched for, and I've also found a plastic surgeon for you. After all, you're really too outstanding with this appearance." Ugly Missy Ming nodded. "Thank you, Brother Chen." After the two separated, Chen Yi received a call from his old man. "Chen Yi, your cousin has entered the state enterprise, and called us to go to dinner together tonight." "Good. I'll bring Chen Dongyu back later." Chapter 25, The Tuyu Who Was Brought Down. Chen Yi made a phone call to Chen Dongyu. Chen Dongyu said they are in the pedestrian street. Chen Yi to Chen Dongyu conveyed the words of the old man, then let them wait on the roadside. They immediately come to pick them up. Chen looked at the time. Now was already 1 in the afternoon. Yu Haixing Chen a call to Li Renjie. He wants to change the car. The coach is after all a driving school, and the manual wave is very troublesome to drive. Not long after Li Renjie drove the Land Rover to the restaurant in front of the hospital, Chen Yi handed Li Renjie the keys to the coach. "You drive this car to Huatian Driving School. Just put the key at the front desk. I will talk to the boss's wife." Li Renjie didn't say anything more and drove the coach away. Bodyguards like them driving a manual wave is simply equivalent to drinking water. As long as it's not a wuji, ordinary helicopters. Li Renjie also drove. Chen Yi opened the Land Rover door to sit on the car. This scene again let the surrounding people very envious. Young on the Land Rover. No point, nothing more background is really not. Sitting on the Land Rover driver's seat, Chen Yi was a bit excited. Looking at the luxurious interior, touching the leather seats, Chen Yi smiled proudly and then started the car. His mouth also recited, "The feeling of rotary gear is not bad." In his previous life, he was a poor man, but he didn't realize that he was lucky enough to drive a Land Rover in this life. So it's really 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, and he won't be able to cross the river. Chen Yi came to the pedestrian street intersection, found Chen Dongyu and the boss's wife big bag carrying. Chen Dongyu straight pull open the door of the back seat, while the boss's wife but instead directly sat in the passenger seat. The boss's wife on the car after the first sentence is, "Yo, the birds and the bees have changed then sked a few more times. I didn't think you were still a tycoon. Why don't I be your lover?" The boss lady's words caught Chen Yi off guard. After glancing at Chen Dongyu, Chen Yi wisely replied, "Boss lady, don't blow me off. The people chasing after you are lined up from here to the foie gras country, so I would still have a chance then." Chen Yi immediately complimented the boss's wife again. "A woman as beautiful and generous as you, gentle and virtuous. I can only look at her from afar, but not play with her." The boss's wife felt that the first half of the sentence sounded good to her ears. Then she said viciously, "You don't want to play with me. Who do you want to play with?" The boss's wife then realized that she had said it wrong, and immediately corrected herself again. "Is a woman something that can be desecrated? My mistake, my mistake." Chen Yi immediately apologized and then hurriedly changed the topic. What did you guys buy? By so much. Chen Dongyu seemed to understand the chat between the two. She did understand the last question Chen Yi asked. The clothes we bought. Chen Yi said disdainfully. Just buy 2 sets of clothes and wear them differently. Women are just troublesome. Originally, Chen Yi thought that the boss's wife would dislike herself when she heard this, but she didn't expect Chen Dongyu to actually open her mouth first. A woman's clothes, a man's face. Chen Yi felt that Chen Dongyu was brought down by the boss ladies. Sister I said, don't call me sister, you can call me by my name. Chen Dongyu interrupted Chen Yi and huffed. Chen Yi hadn't noticed any changes in Chen Dongyu at this point. He just said, okay, I'll call you Chen Dongyu, okay? Chen Dongyu, you should mix less with the boss's wife in the future. Look at how pure you are being brought down by her. The boss's wife was about to retort, but Chen Dongyu directly disliked Chen Qi. Who's bringing down who? I also don't know who is lying on the sofa wearing only a pair of underwear. Chen Yi was dumbfounded when he heard this. He didn't dare to retort, and it wasn't good for him to retort. Chen Dongyu was his sister in the end, although not biological, but always living under the same roof for more than 20 years. This body was occupied by the earth Chen Yi, and Chen Yi just crossed over more than 10 days. Although Chen Yi's psychological not much guilt, but Chen Dongyu more or less some different ideas. Chen Yi saw the situation had to drive honestly, fearing that he was provoking these two women. The results do not speak cannot. The boss's wife and dislike. Some people just have the courage to do. No courage to recognize Chen Yi's psychological which bitter what did I do? I didn't do anything. Sister, what do people like this usually call him? Chen Dongyu deliberately sang with the boss's wife. Generally called softballs, but those who will shrink their heads we call turtle eggs. Isn't that the kind of animal that shrinks its head when it encounters danger? Yes, that's the kind. And that kind of animal is soft everywhere except for its hard shell, especially certain parts. The two of them sang and exasperated Chen Yi so much that he had to put both hands on the top of the steering wheel. Look, it's even more similar now. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Yi knew what he had done in his past life, or else at this moment, he would really wonder if he met the boss's wife in this life because he had created sins in his past life. Even if he met the boss's wife, as a result, even Chen Dongyu was now being brought down. Heaven the earth can't you let me meet a gentle woman? Just as Chen Yi sighed, the boss's wife also arrived home, and Chen Yi then realized that the boss's wife lived in the next neighborhood of Blue Wave Bay. Bye sister. The boss's wife enthusiastically said goodbye to Chen Dongyu, and at the end, she also said to Chen Yi, see you later, turtle egg. Chen Yi almost vomited blood when he heard this. After sending off the boss's wife, Chen Yi felt incredibly relaxed, and without realizing it, he hummed a song. Sister's body is very pretty, isn't it? Chen Dongyu coldly asked without Ding Dong said. Chen Yi was shocked. He was how he did not expect Chen Dongyu to suddenly ask him such a question. Chen Yi stammered. This, good looking? Not good looking? Chen Yi couldn't answer for a moment. Before Chen Yi could answer, Chen Dongyu asked again, is it my body that looks good? Or is it my sister's body that still looks good? Chen Yi was numb on the spot. Saying that Chen Dongyu's looked good? Probably she would say she was lying. Saying that the boss ladies was good looking? Probably she wouldn't be unhappy. But one wouldn't dare to say that they were all good looking. After reading so many novels in his past life, Chen Yi felt that the most tragic death was to say that they all looked good. In a hurry, Chen Yi immediately explained, the boss's wife's body is a line beauty, while yours is a pure even. Chen Yi saw Chen Dongyu did not reply, thinking that he'd barely passed this answer. His heart was finally relieved. Then thought, why do women always like to ask men who in the end looks good compared to others this kind of question? Who invented this problem? Chen Yi really wanted to slap the person who invented this question to death. Just when Chen Yi was still thinking about who the inventor was, Chen Dongyu asked the deadliest question. In that case, you saw mine? Listening to Chen Dongyu's icy tone, Chen Yi's heart was in his throat as he kept asking in his heart, what to do, how to do. Say didn't see if the front of the pure even count for what? If said to see, consequences of what Chen Yi dare not think. Previously out of the Meitian that file thing, Chen Dongyu estimated very disgusted with men. If this time they in the words of recognition, Chen Yi dare not guarantee that Chen Dongyu will not carry a knife to cut themselves. Chen Yi anxious head is not bright, can only intermittently say, Dongyu, you listen to me first. Explain. Chen Yi felt the killing aura behind him getting heavier and heavier. And the coldness of this killing aura made his hands and feet sweat without him realizing it, and his whole body began to shiver unceasingly. Chen Yi immediately begged for forgiveness, quickly uttering words of apology with a sobbing voice. Dongyu, I'm sorry, I saw it, and your body is just as good as the boss's wife's. Chen Yi intended to say everything he wanted to say before he died, or at least die a clear death. As a result, just as Chen Yi was trembling and waiting to accept death, Chen Dongyu simply said, "Really? My body is as good looking as my sister's?" Ha! Chen Yi was confused. "What is this?" Then Chen Dongyu explained. "Originally I was a bit angry after being looked at by you, but I realized that my sister didn't feel anything at all. Then I took advantage of the shopping to ask her for advice. She explained that it's all still wearing fitted clothes. Just think of it as walking in Vini for once. Then my sister explained to me what Vini is." Chen Dongyu continued. "Most of all, the most important thing is that elder sister said a very classic sentence." "What words?" Chen Yi asked curiously. "Sister said, in fact, there is no difference between showing a person and a pig in that kind of situation. To say that there is, it's just certain parts of a person." Chen Yi was also helpless when he heard Chen Dongyu's explanation. The boss's wife was comparing herself to a pig and saying that she was very horny. In fact, Chen Yi misunderstood what the boss's wife meant. What the boss's wife meant was that most of the people who saw this situation actually just remained appreciative and their eyes glowed. And Chen Yi's understanding was that the boss's wife was insinuating that he was a spermatozoa. Chen Yi really misjudged the boss lady this time. The boss lady was talking about a certain part of the body being the eyes, while Chen Yi understood it to be the brain. "Dongyu, are you still in contact with your cousin?" Chen Yi started talking about business. Chen Dongyu shook her head. "Nope, she doesn't even really want to find us to play." Chen Yi rummaged through his memories about his cousin. She was the daughter of his great-aunt's family, and had a general relationship with Chen Yi's siblings since childhood. The great-aunt's uncle was in the organization, and most people in the countryside felt that being able to work in the organization was a great thing. Since childhood, the cousin's family life is good. She knows all the friends of the unit children, so the cousin is not Chen Yi's siblings a few. In the first few years the cousin would still be in contact with Chen Dongyu, and then she was estranged again. "How do you think they were kind enough to invite us for dinner?" Chen Yi asked in puzzlement. Chen Dongyu analyzed. "It must be that cousin has entered a state enterprise. Auntie wanted to invite people from the unit to a banquet, and was afraid that people would say that they invited outsiders to invite their own family members. So they invited us." Chen Yi also remembered that when he was a child, they would go to his aunt's birthday every year to wish him well. But ever since Pops Chen Xinglong heard his aunt say that the Chen family was flattering themselves in front of the great-aunt, Pops Chen Xinglong never went to the great-aunt's house again. "Let's hope they treat us normally," Chen Yi expected in his heart. Chapter 26, Mantis Catching Cicadas. "How do you know I'm not the yellow bird?" Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu just chatting. The sun outside the window has routinely tilted. Not long Chen Yi took Chen Dongyu back home. Get off the car ready to close the door of the locking car. Chen Yi saw Chen Bai came face to face. "Yo, older brother so fast will drive it?" Chen Biu enviously walked to the front of Chen Yi. Chen Yi nodded. "I in winter rain to get a license. This car is automatic wave simpler." Chen Biu enviously touched the Land Rover's body. He smiled and said, "This more than 1 million Land Rover is not the same." Touching the smooth and tender. Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Where was the description of a car being smooth and tender? "Older brother, you guys have only been out for a few days. You got your license so quickly?" Chen Yi said. 3 days to get a license. Chen Dongyu powerful. She relies on strength. I rely on luck, said a heated smile. Chen Biu heard this and thought that Chen Yi's driver's license was bought. How much does it cost to get a driver's license? I heard it costs several thousand. Chen Yi nodded. 3,000 a person. I can introduce you to it if you need it. The service is quite good. Chen Yi naturally wouldn't say that he only spent 2,800 a person, which price was fought for by Chen Yi himself. He naturally wouldn't destroy the market. Chen Bai listened thoughtfully. Alas, it seems I have the money to take a test too. In a world where the basic monthly income was only $2,000 a month, to spend more than a month's worth of money to get a driver's license, there were still a lot of people who couldn't take it out. Even if they could, they probably wouldn't be able to spare the money. So what's the point of taking the test and not being able to afford a car? Chen Yi heard this and just said good. At this time, the old man Chen Xinglong also walked over. You have something to say directly to your brother. I don't need to convey it. Chen Biu took out a box of cigarettes and prepared to hand Chen Yi and Chen Xinglong one each, but it turned out that there were only 2 cigarettes left in the box. Chen Yi, in order to not let Chen Biu embarrassed, immediately pulled out his own soft Chinese. He handed Chen Biu one, and then handed it to Pops. Pops did not want it. He said, "This cigarette is too expensive. Smoke up heartache." So Chen Yi saw his old dad pull out the cigarettes unique to Qingzhou. $3 a pack. Dad, this is too cheap, Chen Yi said with a heartache. Chen Xinglong shook his head. I've been smoking this all my life. I'm used to it. I'm not lucky enough to smoke good cigarettes. Chen Yi couldn't argue with his old man. Rural people always think differently. Their generation was saved. It was Chen Biu who praised the cigarette after lighting it. Good cigarettes are different. They taste good. Chen Yi did not comment. In his opinion, good cigarettes, poor cigarettes are cigarettes. Are not all a dollar fire engine can be lit well. In his previous life, Chen Yi would occasionally buy a pack of good cigarettes, but he could never tell the difference between good and bad cigarettes. Older brother, tomorrow we are going to have a groundbreaking ceremony and invite the whole village for dinner. You must be there, Chen Biyu said. Chen Yi nodded. Okay, I will definitely be there. Chen Biyu then left, and after he left, Chen Yi and Chen Xinglong also entered the door of their house. Chen saw that it was still early, so he told his old man that he would go to his great-aunt's house later, and went to take a shower himself first. In the morning Chen Dongyu and the boss's wife took a shower and then rushed off. They couldn't even wash themselves. Their bodies smelled of wine and sweat mixed together. Chen Yi felt that he smelled bad. Chen Yi bath after Chen Dongyu and old man are packed almost, so the family of three set off to the big aunt's home. Big aunt's house is close to the county town of Baiha County, and it is just a bridge away from the county town. The big aunt's house is not close to the car road, so Chen Yi also had to park not far away from the place, and then walk over. Here parked a lot of official cars. Must be all should come to the big aunt's home to eat. Chen Yi took a look at the cars parked here. Basically all German and island cars. These two types of cars are the favorite of civil servants. There was also a BMW SUV among them, estimated to be around $600,000. Maybe it's some boss. Chen Yi didn't think much about it, parked his car and went straight to his great-aunt's house. When he was about to arrive at his great-aunt's house, the lively sounds could be heard from afar. There were those playing poker, mahjong, and those purely chatting. Chen Xinglong brought Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu inside. Everyone just looked at them and turned their heads back. Most people didn't recognize Chen Xinglong, and Chen Xinglong didn't recognize them either. At this time, it just so happened that the great-aunt was carrying tea in one hand and fruits in the other for the guests to change the wave, and the previous wave had pretty much eaten and drank. Seeing Chen Xinglong's trio, the eldest aunt just said, "Brother, you're here? Find yourself a place to sit first." Then the great-aunt added to Chen Dongyu, "This is the daughter-in-law, right? Come and help serve one," said to give the tea to Chen Dongyu. The great-aunt thought that Chen Dongyu was paying Mimi. After all, she had heard that her nephew had gotten married, and Chen Dongyu, who she hadn't seen for a long time, was taken as Chen Yi's daughter-in-law. "Great-aunt, I'm Dongyu," Chen Dongyu explained. Big Aunt didn't care who she was, and directly shoved the tea into Chen Dongyu's hand. Just in time. "Come and do Big Aunt a favor." Then Big Aunt pulled Chen Dongyu away. Looking at this demeanor of the great-aunt, Chen Yi was a little annoyed but not good to be angry. From memory she was like this, not caring about her own family, as if it didn't matter if she had it or not. Chen Yi helplessly shook his head. If the relationship between the two families is good, it would not be so Chen Yi wedding kiss Big Aunt are not present. I'm afraid that the great-aunt's family still doesn't know their true identity, right? At this time, the great-aunt saw Chen Yi's father and son. He came to Chen Xinglong's side, took out a box of $30 cigarettes and smoked them by himself, without the slightest idea of handing one to Chen Xinglong. "Your sister just casually invited you guys, and you guys still really have the nerve to come?" Big Aunt sneered. Chen Xinglong looked up at the sky. He naturally didn't know how to reply. Seeing this, Chen Yi directly pulled out his soft Chinese. "Pops, have one." Chen Xinglong did not refuse Chen Yi's cigarette. He took it and lit it up. "This is Chen Yi, right?" Big Aunt naturally didn't feel embarrassed. He dared to do this because he knew this scene would happen. He just didn't expect Chen Yi's cigarettes to be better than his own. Chen Yi doesn't even know how to call people when he grows up now. When he was a kid, he would still call his aunt. In the face of his great-aunt's cynicism, Chen Yi naturally did not defy him in the slightest. This person, naturally, is for calling, but not being a person. Naturally, there is no need to call. Chen Yi insinuated that his great-aunt was not a person. The great-aunt hemmed and hawed. "I'm not a person. I'm an official, and I don't need you to call me that." Then he complimented. "It seems that Chen Yi is young and promising now. I wonder if Yumei is interested in accompanying me, an official, to play a couple of games again?" Big Auntie didn't play the mouth game anymore. He just wanted to teach this young man in front of him a lesson, so that he would know what the sky is high and what the earth is thick. The two of them opened a separate table. The great-aunt took out a bunch of money estimated to be 8 or 9,000. In a world where the basic monthly income is 2,000, 8 or 9,000 is considered a huge sum of money. Chen Yi pulled out the 20,000 in cash on his body, and his great-aunt's eyes lit up at a glance. It seems like this kid has brought all the gift money he received from his recent marriage with him. Big Aunt naturally did not think Chen Yi had money. Even the pack of soft Chinese just now, he thought Chen Yi had picked up an empty box filled with cheap cigarettes to go in. Just in time. Teach him to behave today. Big Aunt's greatest skill is at the gambling table. His boss likes to play two hands, so he specially learned this technique. He also rely on this technique to coax his boss very happy. After all, if you want to win at the gambling table, you win, and if you want to lose, you lose. You can't find a few of this kind of skill. Big Auntie had already seen the time when Chen Yi's money fell into his pocket. "How do I play?" Chen Yi asked. You're the junior. You choose. You can't blame anyone else if you lose. Golden flower then. Chenny didn't know how to play anything, he only knew one or two kinds, and golden flower was considered the easiest. You pick the type. I'll deal the cards. No problem? Great Aunt had long calculated that one person would pick one person, and I'm afraid that a novice like Chenny would still find it fair. No problem. Chenny agreed without even thinking. Rounds of counting. Still don't know who is counting who? How much bottom? $5. Big Aunt saw this and immediately found someone to change a few $100 in change. Soon the card game began. At first everyone is in the middle of the road. Both sides have lost and won. Gradually the form began to be wrong. The Great Aunt lost a dozen consecutive hands. Chenny won more than 1,000. If not for the novels Chenny read in his previous life, he wondered if he was really lucky. The Great Aunt who lost another hand pretended to be very bored and said, "It's no fun to play so small. We can play bigger." Chenny acted like a hot-blooded youth for a year, and his Great Aunt thought he was really hot-headed. Good. Big Aunt agreed at once. The two of them went from a base of $5 to 50, which if they lost a big hand, they would probably have to lose a few thousand. On the first hand, Auntie dealt Chenny a pair and dealt himself a small hand. Chenny thus won a few $100 again, and then Chenny moved his finger in the air, and his Great Aunt didn't know what it meant. On the second hand the Great Aunt dealt himself a golden flush and Chenny a straight. Big Aunt went first, and he pretended to be upset about losing. "I don't believe this. Boring." Big Aunt drew out 200 and slapped it hard on the table. In the eyes of outsiders Big Aunt was throwing his weight around at this point, betting that this was a good hand. Chenny pretended to be cautious and looked at the face of the card. When he saw it Chenny revealed a bright smile. The Great Aunt secretly laughed. "Ha! Took the bait." Chenny called 500, smothering 2 to go for 5. Then the Great Aunt father smothered 3 or 4 more times. Chenny also called 3 or 4 times. The table soon had more than 3,000. Chenny and Big Aunt's gambling attracted a lot of people around. A few thousand bets in the countryside or not much. Big Aunt looked at the play is almost done, and kill the pig is to slowly cut. Once cut too hard will be useless. The Big Aunt looked at the situation is almost. So again board 200 said, "Open." Chenny first lighted the card, a straight out of the surrounding a clamor, and then not waiting for the crowd back to God, the Great Aunt showed his gold flower of the bottom card. "Wow! Gold flush! Awesome!" Chenny lost, and the Great Aunt turned to Chenny and said in embarrassment, "Sorry, I got a little lucky this hand." With that, he smiled and collected the money into his arms. Chenny revealed an ugly face, but in reality, he secretly rejoiced in his heart and said, "Finally hooked." Chapter 27, Cousinly One Air. Before starting the next hand, Chenny's hand flew in the air a few more times. The Big Aunt reckoned that Chenny had some kind of hidden disease and didn't pay much attention to it. The next hand started and ended. The Great Aunt did not call. He folded and looked at the cards in his hand with a disgusted face, as if the cards in his hand sucked. In fact, this is the Big Aunt intentionally. In order to act realistically, he mixed with the officialdom for so many years. The truth has long been perfect. He still has half a year on the retirement. Intends to open a casino. Coupled with the relationship between the officialdom over the years and their own strong skills, he believes that his casino will certainly be prosperous. Another hand was opened. This time the Great Aunt gave Chenny a shunjin, basically the biggest card, but there is a leopard on it. That is, 3 of a kind. So the Great Aunt dealt himself a leopard, and he even pretended to say, "The last hand was so bad, let's muffle a hand for a spin first." So the Great Aunt smothered another hand. This time he still smothered $200. Chenny also pretended to follow suit. "Alas, my hand is not good either. Call 200. Chenny also muffed $200. The Great Aunt felt funny and wanted to tease Chenny, so he muffed another $200. Chenny showed some hesitation. He showed that he wanted to see the cards again, but also wanted to follow the boring. After hesitating for a while, Chenny continued to follow the boring 200. Big Aunt smiled. "Chenny, and called to teach you. This feeling of their own luck it. We must be bold. Greedy a big hand," said the Great Aunt and dumped 5 banknotes on the table. "Have luck not gamble all. God will not be able to see." Chenny heard the sudden realization. "I understand. Thanks." After saying that Chenny smothered 1,000 down. One old fox, one little fox. Just no one looked at the cards first. Big Aunt saw Chenny so impulsive. Heart is also a burst of excitement. This a moment of effort he will soon be in the account of 20,000. Cannot be excited? The Big Aunt threw out another 1,000. This is an ordinary person half a month's income. The two men's gambling so that the onlookers silent. This gambling taboo is the sound of big, so everyone is all breathless and concentrated on watching. 2 people board with the Big Aunt's money on the bottom. The Big Aunt had to say, "Nephew, I do not have enough money. We just open it?" Chenny said, "Sure." Chenny showed his cards first. The scene was in an uproar. Egg, Kai, Tip, Clear spades. Sean Gold. How lucky do you have to be to get a card like that? Big Ant couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw this. Ha ha, Shun Jin isn't the biggest. How do you guys know I can't smother a leopard? Could it be? Everyone looked at the great ant. Some wanted to see the leopard eat the Shun Jin, but most of the sensible people felt that the leopard was too difficult to be encountered by the average card reader, let alone smothered. While everyone was watching the show with their own moods, the great ant turned over a card indifferently. It was a 4 of spades. Then the great ant pretended to rub it, then turned it over and saw that it was still a 4. It was a 4 of clubs. The hearts of the onlookers were in their throats. Everyone had gone crazy after seeing the 2 4s, and without realizing it everyone was shouting for. Still rubbing his hands together, his great ant placed the card on the table and turned up a corner. 4, 4, 4. Just as everyone was shouting this, the great ant looked at the color and it was red. The great ant looked at this already thinking that she was winning. 2 black 4s had already come out. Any remaining 4 must be red. The great ant no longer chose to look at it. He stood up and turned over the last card in his hand in a dashing manner, seemingly announcing Chen Yi's defeat. After turning over the cards, the great ant looked at Chen Yi proudly, while Chen Yi still had the same calm expression, just in his eyes as if he was looking at a fool. The great ant noticed that the atmosphere was a bit off. Everyone was too quiet after the flop. Big Ant hurriedly looked down, and when he saw the last card face, he wanted to die. It turned out that it was a red 7 of diamonds. Great Ant's face was ugly and gloomy, because this was money he was going to use to pretend, but as a result, now that he had lost, he didn't know what to do later. Chen Yi smiled. Thank you. It was you who taught me that when you have luck, you have to gamble it all. It seems that my luck is better than yours. After saying this, Chen Yi collected the money and left the table, and this gambling fight also had a perfect curtain call with Chen Yi's victory. Chen Yi was not the god of gambling, nor was he a master of the 1,000 tricks. He was only able to win because he had a divine superpower, and he bestowed his great ant with the superpower of losing every time he gambled. That's right, superpowers could be positive or negative. There were good superpowers, and naturally, there were burdensome superpowers. In fact, Chen Yi had acted too calmly, and if Great Ant could have noticed Chen Yi's performance, then he wouldn't have lost everything. Chen Yi, who won 8,800 at once, was in a very good mood. He also didn't expect his great ant to actually spare 8,800 to bet. In his memory, his great ant was not very generous. Chen Yi was about to go to find Chen Dongyu when he ran into his cousin, Li Weiner. Chen Yi hadn't seen his cousin Li Weiner for many years. In his memories she was still a youthful girl. Now she had a head of long hair with big waves, drew thick makeup, and had a slim figure. In the seriousness of the general public she was considered a beauty. Chen Yi? Cousin looked at Chen Yi with disgust. She really didn't expect Chen Yi to come as well. Cousin, Chen Yi shouted politely. After all, she was the daughter of a great ant. Why do you still have the same stench on you like when you were a kid? Li Weiner's expression was a bit exaggerated as she pinched her nose in death and even used her other hand to fan the air in front of her. Seeing this, Chen Yi nonchalantly said, Cousin's nose is as sensitive as a dog's. I probably didn't wipe it clean when I wiped my ass just now. Chen Yi's reply really disgusted Li Weiner and scolded her again. Li Weiner condescendingly said, I've even gotten into a state enterprise, and it seems like you didn't even get into college, right? It's really worrying. I don't know if Auntie will wake up from her coffin when she finds out about your situation. Chen Yi said angrily, Cursing is not cursing, Mom. Even if my mom wakes up, she will come to take you to the road. After all, there is no such mouth as yours on the earth. Like you are most suitable to go to the netherworld and Yin King to set up the road. Li Weiner blankly glanced at Chen Yi and then left. She felt that it was too cheap to talk to someone like Chen Yi. Chen Yi didn't care. A woman with a poisonous mouth like her would have someone to clean her up one day. After Li Weiner ran away, a young man walked up to Li Weiner and looked at the angry Li Weiner. Young man inquired, Baby, who bullied you? So Li Weiner added fuel to the fire and told the youth what had just happened to her, and also said a whole lot of bad things about the Chen family. That person Chen Yi has been disgusting since she was a child. She even tried to pick my pants when she was a child. And her 3 sisters, all they do is curse day in and day out. And the curses are very unpleasant. All disgusting words. Their old man is even more of an oddball. He used to borrow my family's money and not pay it back. When my father approached him to ask for it, he even played the scoundrel, saying that he never asked my family to borrow any money at all. The youth saw that Chen Yi's family was so hateful, so he asked, Which village are they from? It seems like, Li Weiner thought for a moment. It seems to be called Tianyao Village. Tianyao Village? The youth thought about it, so he asked Li Weiner, Is he called Chen Yi? Li Weiner nodded. Yes, how did you know? The youth smiled and said, My dad likes to gossip, and he knows a lot of Yang City's gossip. He said that there is a boss. The boss has an illegitimate son in Tianyao Village in Baiha County, called Chen Yi. Is it true? Li Weiner inquired. If it was true she would have an article to write. The youth nodded. It's absolutely true. Did he organize a wedding some time ago? Li Wan-er nodded. On October 1st, the national day when the old Chen family held a wedding banquet, Chen Xinglong also invited Li Wan-er's father, Li Zhangtian. Since the whole family didn't go, they didn't know exactly what was going on. The youth immediately scoffed after hearing this. That wedding is cancelled. Why? Li Wan-er asked curiously. I heard my dad say that witch bride herself said at the wedding that she was pregnant and that the child wasn't Chen Yi's, so she withdrew from the wedding. It was rumored that there was almost a fight on the wedding day. The youth didn't know where his father got the gossip, but after matching it with Li Wan-er he realized that everything was right, so both of them believed it. And Li Wan-er asked the youth again, then isn't Chen Yi's real father very powerful? Li Wan-er still felt it was better to ask clearly, or else it would be bad to hit her face when the time came. The youth laughed. In a Yang city besides the richest man, who else is more powerful than my father? Li Wanting began to calculate something in her heart. She must make a fool out of Chen Yi. Chen Yi, who had searched for a few rounds, finally found Chen Dongyu in a corner. At this time, Chen Dongyu was sitting paralyzed on a stool, with a tired and half-dead look. What's wrong? Chen Yi asked Chen Dongyu. Chen Dongyu complained. Auntie really didn't treat me as an outsider. After serving tea and water, she asked me to clean up the garbage on the floor. And just after cleaning up the garbage, she asked me to help in the kitchen. When I got to the kitchen, I slipped out. Actually, come to think of it, we really don't know the great aunt's family very well. At this time, Chen Xinglong just happened to hear Chen Dongyu's words. No matter how unfamiliar we are, she is still my sister. Your aunt. The two are somewhat helpless. Such an aunt do not know what to bring. Find a husband, give birth to a woman. Are all angry things? To come to what you saw, facts have proved that is not a family to deal with down to know. Chen Yi instantly have a new understanding of the family. Just when the two siblings were complaining in their hearts, Chen Xinglong asked Chen Yi how much he had lost. He didn't like to gamble and didn't bother to look. 8018. Chen Yi said indifferently. What? Chen Xinglong and Chen Dongyu were both a bit disbelieving, especially the old man Chen Xinglong. He was still a bit clear about Li Jingtian's hand. He didn't believe that Chen Yi could win money in his hands. Chen Yi saw that they didn't believe him and had to take out the cash to testify. This is the 20,000 I originally had on me. This is 8,800. The two fathers and daughters smiled at each other when they saw it. Then Chen Xinglong said with a straight face, this money will be returned in a red envelope later. Pops? Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu asked in confusion. Chen Xinglong sighed and said, 2 siblings in a lifetime. If she's not kind, I can't be unrighteous. Chen Yi instantly admired the greatness of his old dad's mind. He realized that it was impossible for him to reach his old dad's height now. Chapter 28, The Engagement Banquet. But how long will it take for the banquet to start? Chen Yi helplessly shook his head. These days there are countless banquets in the countryside. A little bit of random things to be set up 2 tables. This kind of culture also do not know how to form. Chen Yi's family sat at a distant table, with the children at the same table. That's right, the seat that Li Jingtian arranged for them was here. Chen Yi's family thought nothing of it. After all, they were also too lazy to make friends with those in the official circles, and they didn't want to recognize the relatives of Li Jingtian's family. The general banquet in Baihe County was a water banquet, but with the traditional sense of the water banquet is different. The traditional water banquet, vegetables and meat. Baihe County's water banquet is basically a clear color of vegetables. Radish, cabbage, carrot, sauerkraut, vermicelli, and so on, this kind of dish, and the dish's portion is pitifully small. Basically a bowl of soup, a little bit of vegetables. Meat words is pure meat, a pile of, and bacon fat, a bowl and just 8 pure meat, a person apiece. White River County banquets are square tables, a table of 8, Chen Xinglong and Chen Dongyu sitting together, Chen Yi and a flower-faced boy sitting on a stool. The dishes were almost looted when they were brought up, because Li Jingtian didn't have a water banquet this time. Chicken, duck, goose, fish, shrimp, fried oatmeal, even the soup was duck blood vermicelli soup. Li Jingtian has really gone all out. Chen Yi see such a rich dish also cannot understand what Li Jingtian want to do. Baihe County. The reason why the water banquet, because the gift money cannot receive much, and a family to send a gift, the whole family to go to eat, so it will do water banquet. Banquet above the natural liquor. Water is an ordinary drink, not worth mentioning, but the wine is different. 2 bottles of red wine and 2 bottles of white wine per table. There are also cigarettes. Everyone at the table has a pack of cigarettes. It's Qingzhou Fushing cigarettes. Usually people in Qingzhou call this kind of cigarettes Fushing. It costs 35 a pack. The cigarettes at Chen Yi's last wedding banquet were $10, and the wine was ordinary bulk white wine and beer. Li Jingtian's banquet this time is no less luxurious than going to a hotel. Chen Yi took a look at the tables in the courtyard. There were about a dozen of them, and estimated that there were about 100 people. Good boy. How much gift money can he receive to set up a table so well? Chen Yi couldn't even figure out what kind of medicine Li Jingtian's family was selling. Everyone was eating their meals, when Li Jingtian walked up and raised his wine glass and said in a loud voice, "Everyone, please listen to me." Everyone looked at Li Jingtian. The chopsticks in his hands didn't stop, meeting everyone together today. For one thing, it is to celebrate my daughter's entry banquet. My daughter has successfully entered our Qingzhou State Enterprise, Jianxia Investment Group, and it is also a supervisory position in administration. Let us congratulate her. Everyone was shouting their congratulations as if they had gotten into the Jianxia Investment Group themselves. These days, state enterprises are just like institutions, iron rice bowls, and with higher wages and better benefits from state enterprises. A position in a state enterprise was also up for grabs. Jianxia Investment Group? Chen Yi thought hard. Isn't this Father Chen Jiangwo's company? Li Renjie talked to Chen Yi about many of his father's industries. This Jianxia Investment Group is one of Father Chen Jiangwo's most lucrative industries, and Father also holds 90% of the shares. Is the main of this group to say one thing or another? I didn't expect Li Wan-er actually entered her father's company. Chen Yi shook his head helplessly. He would not care about this kind of crap, although stirring up Li Wan-er's job himself was only a phone call away. But after hearing his father's words just now, he didn't feel the need to make things worse. After waiting for the hue and cry to pass, Chen Jiangwo once again said in a loud voice, "The second thing, and the most important thing today. First, allow me to introduce someone to you all first." Li Jingtian beckoned to a young man, who confidently walked to Li Jingtian's side. "This young man is remarkable," Li Jingtian introduced without mincing words. "His name is Liang Dangxian, the Dangxian of a horse. He himself graduated from Qingzhou University and is now starting his own business with an internet company of his own. His father is even an executive of the Jianxia Investment Group, and his mother is a well-known teacher." Everyone guessed that Li Wan-er had relied on Liang Dongxian's father to rise to the top when Li Jingtian said this, and Li Jingtian's next words confirmed their guesses. "Most importantly, Liang Dangxian is my future son-in-law. He and my daughter are in love with each other. The main reason for inviting everyone here today is to get them an engagement ceremony." Many people knew about Li Jingtian's intentions, except for Chen Yi's family. They had only told Chen Qinglong about attending Li Wan-er's induction banquet, not that it was still Li Wan-er's engagement banquet. No wonder Li Jingtian threw such a luxurious banquet, so it was to take care of his future son-in-law's face. Only then did Chen Yi figure out why Li Jingtian had made a big deal out of it. It turned out to be an engagement banquet. Li Jingtian, in order to give face to the future son-in-law, only luxury for a while. Plus the White River County engagement party invited relatives and relations to participate in the engagement party, more or less to express the intention, meaning that can collect some gifts. Precisely because of the collection of gift money, Li Jingtian thinks since it may be able to make a profit, so it is so bold. At this time Li Jingtian beckoned Li Wan-er to come forward, and then let Liang Dangxian say a few words. Liang Dangxian cleared his throat. To this group of mountain village people naturally feel superior, unlimited confidence. First of all, thank you all for coming today. Liang Dongxian's first sentence gained the goodwill of everyone present. Secondly, I have to thank Wan-er's parents. Without them, I would have found such a good girlfriend. Everyone looked at Li Jingtian and his great aunt. They all envied them for finding a good son-in-law, with culture, background, and would also be so good at talking. This was simply the standard son-in-law in the hearts of all mothers-in-law. Finally, I want to thank the most important woman in my life, Li Wan-er. It's her appearance that illuminated my world. It's her beauty, modesty, generosity, and kindness that deeply attracted me. I feel that meeting her is my greatest fortune. Thank you for appearing in my life. Li Wan-er revealed a happy expression as she listened to Liang Dangxian's words. Seeing that the time was ripe, Liang Dangxian immediately knelt down on one knee and pulled out a small box. Li Wan-er acted very surprised. This surprise is not pretend. Liang Dangxian also did not tell her in advance. Everyone was excited to see a scene that would only appear on TV, and several of the single girls present wished that it was they who were standing there instead of Li Wan-er. Liang Dangxian pulled out the ring and asked Li Wan-er loudly, "Wan-er, are you willing to marry me?" The people present were stunned when they saw the ring. The diamond on that ring was just too dazzling, and it was big, at least 5 carats. Those who know how to analyze it immediately. This diamond ring is at least $600,000 to start. After hearing this, everyone is talking. This many people every month is only about 2 or 3,000. 600,000 have to save to the monkey years and months to go off. What's more, this diamond ring is likely to be more than $600,000. Chen Yi looked at Chen Dongyu's envious expression and asked, "Are you envious?" Chen Dongyu nodded. "Of course. Marriage proposal, hey. This is very romantic, okay? And the diamonds are so bright. In the future, brother will buy you a bigger diamond ring." Chen regretted saying this as soon as he uttered it. What kind of brother buys a diamond ring for his sister? Chen Dongyu didn't realize it was wrong. she said seriously. It's not about the diamonds, it's about a man's dedication to treating a woman. Chen Yi nodded in silence. Li Wan-er happily exclaimed, I'm willing. Although Li Wan-er felt that she was still missing a bouquet of flowers, she was satisfied to get a 5-carat diamond ring. She didn't care in the slightest about Liang Dongxian's intentions for herself. She just felt that she had earned it. A $600,000 diamond ring on her hand. Li Wan-er's vanity was strongly satisfied. Ceremony to this is the climax. At this time relatives and friends sent their blessings. Said blessings are actually giving red envelopes. The first to go up was one of Li Jingtian's cousins, who took a thick red envelope and handed it to Liang Dongxian. That's right, the red envelope given at the engagement banquet in Baihe County is for the son-in-law, and this is the custom in Baihe County. Li Jingtian's cousin also told Liang Dongxian to treat his niece well, and Liang Dongxian said he would. Then one by one, relatives and friends lined up to give Liang Dongxian red envelopes, and all offered a blessing or words of advice. Seeing this, Chen Yi asked his old dad, Chen Qinglong, Dad, do we have to give? Pops shook his head. You guys don't need to. You're younger siblings. But I have to give. Chen Yi was relieved when he heard that he didn't have to give. He didn't want to give money to Li Wan-er. Even though the money was given to Liang Dongxian, Chen Yi knew that in the end it would all end up in Li Wan-er's pocket. Then how much do we give? Chen Qinglong thought about it. 12,000. Monthly bonus. Pops didn't have that much cash on him, so Chen Yi took out the cash he had on him and gave it to Pops. After Pops thought about it, you can give me the 8,018 that you won over Li Zhengtian just now as well. Just in time to pay it back, by the way. Chen Yi counted another 8,018 and gave it to Pops. Do you have a red envelope? Chen Yi realized that Pops was holding the cash but had nothing to put on. Forget it, the countryside doesn't talk about so much etiquette. Just get the money in place, Pops explained. Chen Xinglong intended to wait for the last to go. After all, still have to tell Li Wan-er that there are 8,800 is to return her father Li Zhengtian. Everyone present looked at the red envelopes handed over. Look, being an official is different. That official person sends more than one. This old Li family is so grand. Everyone is talking about the size of the red envelope. Li Jingtian's own relatives are very powerful. Each family handed a bulging red envelope. We estimate that there are at least 5,000 inside. Rural people basically a month's income is about 1,000. Go out to work will be higher. But even for part-time workers, 5,000 is a not small number. Li Zhengtian in the officialdom and eat open. Usually send gifts or not less send. So everyone sells him a face. The least is to send 2,000. At this time it happened to Chen Xinglong's turn. Everyone looked at Chen Xinglong with $10,000. Thought it was Li Zhengtian, which rich relatives. The first step is 10,000, which is really rare in the countryside nah. Chen Xinglong divided the 10,000 into two parts. One 1,002, one 8,008. He handed the money to Liang Dongxian and said, Nephew son-in-law, this 12,000 is a little bit of my meaning. 8,888 return to your future husbands. Chapter 29, returning $10 million to you. Do you dare to ask for it? Liang Dongxian still didn't know what was going on. He knew Chen Xinglong but didn't recognize him. Chen Yi took an arrow step to Chen Xinglong's side and said loudly to Li Wan-er, You're sick, right? Li Wan-er sneered. Am I sick? It is you who are sick. My family didn't invite you, but you all came over with a stubborn face. You don't even look at whether you are worthy of this occasion or not. They can't heard her daughter say this to her mother's family and didn't say anything. She can't stand out and say that she invited them. Otherwise she will hit her daughter's face. Liang Dongxian is also the first time to see Li Wan-er angry like this. But from her words, Liang Dongxian guessed that standing in front of him is the future uncle Chen Xinglong, and his son Chen Yi. Li Wan-er never said anything bad about anyone in front of Liang Dongxian, and the only ones who did were Chen Yi's family, which led Liang Dongxian to still think that Chen Yi's family were bad people. However, Liang Dongxian didn't say anything, although he also despised Chen Yi's family from the bottom of his heart. After all, his own identity was still there. Liang Dongxian just said to Li Wan-er, Baby, don't be angry. They're not worth getting angry. Pops, let's go. Chen Yi said that he was going to pull Chen Xinglong away. Whatever they thought. Going away? Li Wan-er said unforgivingly, If you want to leave, please pay for the meal. Look at what you've eaten this time. I guess you've never eaten so many good dishes in your life. And you want to leave after eating. Do you have the nerve? And the cigarettes, do you know how much a pack costs? Our family de Fawn just gave you such good cigarettes. Do you have the nerve to return the money in the name of a gift? The onlookers all felt a bit diabolical when they heard this, but they didn't say anything. Liang Dongxian also felt that Li Wan-er was wrong. There are still so many guests here. Chen Yi ignored her. The best way for this kind of shrew was to ignore her. Chen Yi turned his head and left with Chen Xinglong. Unexpectedly, the more Chen Yi ignored her, the more Li Wan-er came on. You want to leave after eating? Ha! Your whole family is really overbearing. Before you borrowed money and didn't exchange it, and now you're eating overbearing food. Your family's face is really as thick as a city wall. Cannons can't even penetrate it. Scoundrels. Mongrel skins. You one ingrate. One bastard. Li Wan'er kept screaming and cursing. And when Chen Yi was almost out of her sight, she uttered her last words. Chen Yi coldly and slowly turned around. But Chen Qinglong grabbed Chen Yi's hand. Son, let's go. Chen Yi shook his head. Pops, it doesn't matter what she says. Since she scolded you, then this matter cannot be let go like this. Chen Yi walked to Li Wan'er as he clenched his fists and asked, what did you just say? Li Wan'er became even more smug after seeing Chen Yi turn around. I said that you are a bastard, living for more than 20 years before finding your own father. Chen Qinglong is an ingrate, raising a son for someone for so many years for nothing. After saying this, Li Wan'er let out a loud laugh. That laughter made Chen Yi grit his teeth in anger. Are you trying to settle the score today? Chen Yi viciously uttered these words. He really wanted to beat up Li Wan'er, but beating people up would not solve anything. Counting how can I not count? Li Wan'er looked at the angry Chen Yi with a very pleased heart. Your family still owes my family money. After saying this, Li Wan'er asked her father, Li Zhangtian, Dad, how much does their family owe us? Li Zhangtian actually understands in his heart that Chen Qinglong doesn't owe him any money, but now that he has already torn his face, he said with a hard face, Chen Qinglong borrowed $10,000 from me many years ago, and hasn't returned it until now. Big Aunt could no longer watch. She hid in the house. Hear that? Then your unjust father owes my family $10,000. Li Wan'er said. Chen Yi nodded. Okay, I'll return it. Everyone thought that Chen's family owed Li Wan'er's family money after hearing this, including Liang Dangxian. Slow down. Your family borrowed it so many years ago, and it has long since appreciated in value. The interest your family has to pay back as well. Li Wan'er said unforgivingly. Okay, you say a number. 100,000. Li Wan'er lionized. The previous $10,000 at least top now 100,000. You want to return for 100,000. Chen Yi silently pulled out his cell phone to call Manager Wu of Longxiao Bank after hearing this. Manager Wu, do I have to make an appointment if I take out all the money? Chen Yi asked. Manager Wu on the other end of the phone said, you are a level 3 VIP customer. You don't need to make an appointment. Good. Chen Yi ordered. Take out all my money. I will arrange for someone to come and pick it up. Chen Yi hung up the phone and then made another call to Li Renjie, telling him to go to Longxiao Bank to get the money. Li Wan'er was even more pleased to hear Chen Yi call mentally, and scolded. $100,000 is your family's entire fortune. TSK, how poor. The people present were a bit disgusted to hear Li Wan'er's words. Most of them didn't even have 100,000 deposits yet. After a long time, Li Wan'er moved a stool and sat down, crossing her legs and asking Chen Yi condescendingly, still not here yet? It's not that you guys want to renege on the debt again, right? Chen Yi returned with a relaxed face. What's the hurry? It's only $100,000. It's still only $100,000? Li Wan'er scoffed. I don't think I even have $10,000 on me. Chen Yi pulled out the 10,000 or so he had on him. He raised it in front of Li Wan'er. I don't know how much I have here either. Li Wan'er saw that she was hit in the face, also stopped talking and waited quietly. Not long after the 5 bodyguards, one person carrying 2 boxes came. Li Wan'er saw that there were 10 boxes and guessed. This kid wouldn't have changed all the $100,000 into one piece for himself to count, right? The 10 boxes were neatly arranged in front of everyone, and everyone thought the same as Li Wan'er after seeing the 10 boxes. Chen Yi waved his hand to signal the Li Renjies to open the boxes. When the first box was opened, the scene was in an uproar. A red one? All $100? How many are in this one box? When one by one the boxes were opened, the people on the scene were numb, and some of them could not even hold back the idea of rushing up to grab them. So much money. Many people might not be able to earn this much money in their lifetime. Then everyone speculated. This old Chen family will really owe old Li family money? Old Chen family is so rich, will it owe money and not return it? I guess the old Li family is withholding on others. Everyone looked at Li Wan'er and Li Zhangtian. Li Zhangtian lowered his head and didn't say anything. Naturally he could only pretend to know nothing when it came down to it. Li Wan'er's face was ugly. Very ugly. She furiously pointed at Chen Qi. This money is definitely not yours. It must have been given to you by your own father. Liang Dangxian looked at the $10 million and was fine. It wasn't like his family didn't have that kind of money. Chen Yi nodded. Yes, it's not my money. I'll return $10 million to you. Do you dare to take it? Li Wan'er was dumbfounded by her dislike. $10 million she naturally wouldn't want, and was embarrassed to ask for it. But this $10 million laid out proves that the old Chen family is not the kind of person who owes money and does not pay it back. So instead, it appears that she is petty. Just when Li Wan'er was in a dilemma, Liang Dang first spoke up. We are quality people. Naturally we won't take more of other people's money. But what belongs to us? We definitely want it back. Liang Dangxian said this and walked to a box and took out $100,000. He handed the $100,000 to Li Waner and said, "Baby, what is there to be embarrassed about if someone else pays us back?" When Li Waner heard Liang Dangxian's decent words, she instantly accepted the money happily. Liang Dangxian's words made the whole audience comfortable, reasonable and beautifully spoken. "This account is finished, right?" Chen Yi indifferently looked at Li Waner. "Finished? You can leave now," Li Waner said as she was about to whisk Chen Yi away. Chen Yi sneered. "You just scolded my old man and me. Shouldn't you give a statement?" Li Waner also scoffed. "I'm telling the truth. If you're not your old dad's son, then you're a bastard. Your old dad raising a son for someone. What is it if not an ingrate?" said another burst of laughter. Liang Dangxian looked at Li Waner, who was a bit strange in front of him. She had never been so rude and irritable in front of Liang Dangxian. Li Waner's words made Liang Dangxian somewhat disgusted, feeling that Li Waner had gone too far. "Apologize," Chen Yi said indifferently. "What? Do you have to apologize to someone for telling the truth these days?" Li Waner liked Chen Yi's look that he couldn't scold himself and still couldn't do anything about it. Chen Yi didn't talk nonsense with Li Waner. He directly dialed Tang Tianqing's phone. "Kid, causing trouble again?" Tang Tianqing picked up the phone thinking that Chen Yi had gotten into trouble. Chen Yi said solemnly in a deep voice, "Uncle Tang, there's something you must help." Tang Tianqing heard Chen Yi's tone was a bit heavy, so he asked, "Tell me, what is it? I'll try my best to help you. Do you know of a Li Zhangtian in Baihe County?" Tang Tianqing thought for a moment. "Yes, a director. I've heard that he's good at the $1,000 game. What's the matter? Did you lose money to him?" Chen Yi shook his head. "No, I think he's corrupt, not suitable for government. He meant to lay off Li Zhangtian." Li Zhangtian and Li Waner both laughed out loud when they heard Chen Yi on the phone, and everyone present followed suit. They didn't believe for a second that Chen Yi could get Li Zhangtian laid off with a single phone call. Tang Tianqing understood when he heard Chen Yi's request. "All right, give me a minute." It was inevitable that Li Zhangtian was corrupt. Otherwise, how could he support a large family on one person? Not long after, everyone present in the officialdom received a notice. Notice: Li Zhangtian has corrupted the law and is now dismissed and investigated. Li Zhangtian was immediately dumbfounded when he saw the notification on his cell phone. He was really not expecting Chen Yi to let himself be laid off with a single phone call. Li Waner looked at Li Zhangtian's face and immediately asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Li Zhangtian showed the notice to Li Waner, and when Li Waner saw it, she grabbed at Chen Yi with her teeth and claws open. "It's you! You actually made my dad get laid off? I grass you ancestor." Li Waner was pulled back by Liang Dangxian, only she cursed really hard. Liang Dangxian also felt that Li Waner was a bit out of character. Chapter 30, Hopeless Pops. Chen Yi was not the kind of person to bully others, but he was going to bully others once today. Chen Zhangwo was also in the clouds when he heard Chen Yi's call. Then Chen Yi explained to him. "It's like this," Chen Zhangwo said. "I see, this kind of employee Chen Zhangwo, will never want." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chen Zhangwo, who hung up the phone, directly called the personnel department to go. Li Waner, who was madly and brainlessly cursing Chen Yi's phone, suddenly rang. Li Waner pulled out the phone while cursing. When Li Waner saw that the phone was from the personnel department of Jianxia Investment Group, she immediately returned to her normal state. "Hello?" Li Waner picked up the phone with a face-changing gentleness. "Hello?" The voice coming from the other end of the phone was very formal. "We received a notice from our superiors that due to your character issues, our group has decided not to employ you anymore." Li Waner was instantly dumbfounded. Her father, Li Zhengji, had only been laid off, and she herself had received a call that she was no longer employed by the Jianxia Investment Group. Li Waner looked at Chen Yi with surprise. She really didn't expect Chen Yi's power to be so great. Just 2 phone calls made both herself and her father lose their jobs. Reacting, Li Zhangtian hurriedly admitted his mistake to Chen Yi. "Nephew, I was wrong. I am your own aunt." Li Zhangtian played the emotional card at this time. He. Chen laughed. "Li Zhangtian, you got where you are today because you asked for it. Look at what you've educated your daughter into." Li Zhangtian repented. When he was young, Chen Yi's siblings and Li Waner were quite close, but he didn't look down on Chen Xinglong and didn't want Li Waner to get too close to the Chinese, so he told Li Waner that the Chen family owed him money. Li Waner was too young to know right from wrong. She thought that the reason why her father Li Zhangtian didn't buy her new clothes was that he lent the money to her uncle Chen Xinglong, and from then on she held a grudge against the Chen's family and badmouthed them to everyone. Li Zhangtian cried and begged Chen Yi for forgiveness. "Nephew, it's my fault. It's all my fault. I'm dog-eyed. I have no eyes. I was the one who lied to Li Waner that your family owed me money. I was the one who failed to teach you well." The crowd of onlookers knew exactly what was going on even after hearing Li Zhangtian. They thought it was really old Chen's family that owed him money. Li Waner looked at her father incredulously. She had hated the old Chen family all her life, only to find out that it was all because of a lie, all because of one of her father's lies. No, it's not like that. Li Wan'er looked at Li Zhangtian. Dad, it's not your fault. It's that their family owes me money. Li Wan'er was unrepentant, always biting on the fact that it was Chun Yi and his family that owed their family money. Li Zhangtian looked at his somewhat bewildered daughter. Daughter, Dad has done you wrong. In the past, Dad gambled badly and didn't have the money to buy you new clothes, so he lied to you and said that all the money was lent to your uncle. No, that's not it. Li Wan'er, who was in the present day, did not believe it in the slightest. She did not admit that it was Li Jingtian's fault, much less her own. Liang Dangxian looked at this scene speechlessly. He really thought that Chun Yi's family was really as Li Wan'er said. Harmed him also followed Li Wan'er hate Chen Yi family, and the most people speechless. Chen Yi's real father is actually Chen Jiangwo. Liang Dongxian's gossipy father almost got himself killed. Who is Chen Jiangwo? The president and first major shareholder of Jianxia Investment Group, or the richest man in Xinzhou, but also the biggest boss of his own gossip-loving father. Luckily I didn't go out on a limb. Liang Dangxian thought back to his own performance just now. Other than disliking Chen Yi's words back, he basically didn't do anything out of the ordinary. I hope this young master doesn't hold a grudge. At this moment, the great aunt who was hiding in the house and not coming out ran out. She had actually been in the house to keep an eye on the situation outside, and now that her husband and daughter had lost their jobs, she had to step in. Nephew, it was great aunt who invited you all here today. Your aunt he doesn't know. He's your real aunt after all, and he even hugged you when you were little. Just forgive him. Big aunt cried and pleaded with Chen Yi, her eyes also filled with guilt. Big aunt, it's not that I'm talking about you. You've never felt that we're that important, and that's fine, but you repeatedly condone your husband and daughter to bully us, and even hide when it comes down to it. Have you ever treated us as your maternal family? Chen Yi counted off. Chen Xinglong also walked over to Chen Yi's side. He looked at his sister's family. He wanted to say something but didn't know what to say, so he just sighed. When the eldest aunt saw Chen Xinglong, it was equivalent to seeing a life-saving straw. She immediately begged Chen Xinglong for help. Brother, you have to help me. If Zheng Tian doesn't have a job, I'll fall apart. Seeing Chen Xinglong still hesitant, the eldest aunt hastened to play the emotional card. Brother, I brought you up when you were a child. Have you forgotten? You really have to help us. I beg you. Chen Xinglong was in a bit of a dilemma. Just as he was still in a dilemma, the great aunt directly knelt down. She had just knelt halfway down when Chen Xinglong hurriedly pulled her back. Brother, if you don't help me, this family of mine will be lost. After saying this, she bawled. Chen Xinglong helplessly sighed again. Then he patted Chen Yi's shoulder and said, Child, spare Li Zhangtian. He'll be a retiree soon, and the whole family is counting on his pension to get by. As for Li Wan'er, Chen Xinglong said, forget about her. Your father's group probably doesn't need this kind of poor character. Chen Xinglong spared Li Zhangtian, but Li Wan'er did not spare her. Chen Xinglong also had to take Chen Yi's feelings into consideration. If he just simply picked the matter over, it was estimated that Chen Yi would not feel good in his heart either. Chen Yi nodded. All as you wish. Then Chen Yi gave Tang Tianqing another call to go. Not long after the officialdom is on, the people have received a notice. Li Zhangtian restored to his original position. Thank you. Li Zhangtian hurriedly thanked. He really did not dare to go against Chen Yi anymore, and his great aunt also followed to thank him. Chen Yi glanced at Li Wan'er, who collapsed in Liang Dongxian's arms. Her eyes were a bit hollow, as if these 20 years were surrounded by a lie. The matter was over. Li Jingtian's family was duly punished. Face was lost. Li Wan'er's job was lost. But what made Li Jingtian and his great aunt happier was that Li Jingtian's job was saved, and the family didn't just fall down. The agonized Li Wan'er, on the other hand, said to Liang Dangxian, let's go back to Yang. Although Li Wan'er's job was lost and her face was lost, it was good that Liang Dangxian did not leave Li Wan'er. Liang Dangxian felt that Li Wan'er was definitely wrong, but overall she was considered a good person. On the way home, Chen Yi drove the car and the main driver, sitting in the passenger side of Chen Xinglong, actually magically do not get carsick. Chen Dongyu also in the back row silent. The family is very silent. Chen Yi and Chen Dongyu are worried about Chen Xinglong. After all, this incident is the biggest damage to him. Chen Xinglong also do not know what to think. It turns out that lies are the original sin. A lie made the two families have so much separation. Looking down on people is also an original sin. Just because of Li Jingtian's snobbery, leading to the two families have been at odds. After a long time, Chen Xinglong sighed. This may be it for me and your great aunt. Chen Xinglong's words were filled with sighs and helplessness. Although Chen Yi felt that what was the harm in not wanting this kind of relative? But if he really thought from his father Chen Xinglong's point of view, the relationship between the two siblings used to be so good. Just because they went from being family to relatives, then everything changed. Chen Yi thought of his three sisters. Will they become like this in the future? Then Chen Yi immediately negated this answer. Now most of the young people's mindset has changed. Can get along with it, cannot get along with the separation. But if something happens, I will definitely help you. The three of them returned to the old Chen's house without any words. At night, the stars are dotted. Chen lay in bed and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He wasn't very concerned about what happened today, but he just couldn't sleep. He didn't have much affection for Li Waner's family. After all, he wasn't really Chen Yi. Chen Yi couldn't tell what his attitude towards Li Waner's family was. To say that he hated them, he couldn't talk about it. It was impossible to say that he liked them. Just Li Waner in front of everyone scolded the old man. This thing has really let Chen Yi anger. Thinking about it, Chen Yi, who couldn't sleep, took out his cell phone. He opened a certain hand. The good thing about brushing video is that it can make people forget about time and worries, so you don't have to think about anything. Chen Yi can't sleep, just get up and brush the video. After opening a certain hand, Chen Yi realized that there was actually a live broadcast now. Chen Yi was a bit puzzled. It seems like it doesn't match up with Earth's time, right? However, Chen Yi did not study carefully. Crossing over exists. What else is impossible? Chen Yi opened the live broadcast and found that in addition to a live broadcast leaderboard, there were many lists inside. God's hero list, popularity list, hotspot list, and so on the list. Chen, a little open popularity list, found that the first place is a singing female blogger. Her singing voice in general, but wearing very pleasing, simply wear to the live room in the heart of each wolf. Chen Yi chills for a while. This kind of anchor he never dared to praise. He felt that selling talent is nothing, but with a special way to attract eyeballs is not good. Chen Yi directly crossed this live. The next recommended several are singing, although all normal, but Chen Yi thinks still not good. Chen Yi then continuously brushed past a few live rooms. The platform to see Chen Yi has been changing the live room, so they gave him to recommend different types of anchors, PK, funny, and dancing. The platform saw that Chen Yi had been changing live rooms, so it recommended different types of anchors to him. Chen Yi finally stayed in a funny live room. Is acting sketch. Skits were everyone's favorite because they were funny enough. That was why on the Spring Festival night on Earth, the most anticipated thing was the skits. Chen Yi watched the hilarious bunch of people acting out a skit, and he couldn't catch his breath from laughing. In the live broadcast room, a couple was lying in bed. The woman said, "Hubby, I don't think you love me anymore." The man says, "Why do you feel that way?" The woman says, "You don't even touch me now." The man jumps up, "Sister, this is the fourth time tonight. Please let me go. I'm really drained." Chen Yi saw this and immediately followed this anchor, then and rewarded a $100 gift. Chapter 31, No. 1 on the Divine Greats list. Chen Yi felt that this kind of earning money based on strength was still okay, which was why Chen Yi decided to reward. But the time for merriment was always limited, and the live broadcast didn't take long to end. Chen Yi glanced at the time. It was only 10 o'clock. Sleeping in the countryside was just so early, and getting up was also early, because there is no nightlife in the countryside. If there is, it is basically chatting or playing cards. A big man like Chen Yi naturally wouldn't go chatting with a bunch of women, and he didn't like playing cards. So the nightlife of a young man like Chen Yi is basically playing with his cell phone. 10 o'clock is not early, but Chen Yi is not sleepy, so Chen Yi continued to brush the live broadcast. After 10 minutes of brushing, Chen Yi didn't meet the one he wanted. At this time, the system recommended him a musical instrument anchor. The anchor's name is Jiang Shaoyi. Chen Yi looked at the live broadcast of the anchor playing pipa, and there were only a few dozens of people in the live broadcast room. Beauty. No one will like it if you play it like that. Do a dance. Something sexy. Damn literature. I don't understand it. You should at least sing a couple lines. Pretty girl. Can't really do a clothes dance. Some of the people in the live broadcast room spoke in a very revealing manner, making people's hearts hate them. Chen Yi quietly enjoyed the blogger's ambush on 10 faces. The number of people watching after the song was finished was rather less. The beautiful blogger sighed and helplessly moved out of the drums. People who saw the drums have wondered what the blogger wants to do. The blogger directly came to a battle against the war. Excited melody coupled with the strong drums. This battle against the war by the beautiful blogger is very enthusiastic. The live room at once influx of many people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This Jiang Shaoyi will only play a Counter-Strike every day. Is there any point of novelty? That's it. That's it. She's not bored. We're all sick of it. You guys shut up. You don't watch the anchor perform other instruments. You guys shut up. You don't watch the anchor perform other instruments. And you don't even watch. You don't allow people to talk about your poor performance. Do you? Let's go. This Jiang Shaoyi will never be a hit in her life. It's no fun. I'm leaving too. The live broadcast room just broke 300 people. Many people immediately left. The number of people is getting smaller and smaller. This Jiang Shaoyi performed quite well. This was how Chen Yi felt. Jiang Shaoyi looked at the comments in the live broadcast room. She didn't say anything. She had long been accustomed to it. There were not many people watching the performance of other instruments, and only when she played the drums would there be some people in the live room. Jiang Xiaoyi for such a situation also do not know what to do. She is not no song, but there are always people in the rhythm of the bad, constantly scolding her. Live room soon returned to dozens of people, and this period of time Jiang Xiaoyi has changed 2 or 3 kinds of instruments. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyi saw a net name for I am the big brother. People asked her, does the anchor play the flute? Jiang Xiaoyi saw and finally spoke, do you want to listen to the flute? I am big brother said yes. What kind of music to listen to? Jiang Xiaoyi would occasionally accept song orders from others. I am big brother replied, Immortal Sword in Wonderland. Will you? I will. Jiang Xiaoyi was also an Immortal Sword fan, so naturally she would. Jiang Xiaoyi flipped out her flute and began to perform, and Chen Yi was mesmerized. He was the one who had the screen name I'm Big Brother, and he took this name because he was the big brother of several sisters. Chen Yi was an Immortal Sword fan in his previous life and was naturally very familiar with this tune. Chen Yi listened to the tune as if he had entered the world of immortals, and Jiang Xiaoyi's basic skills were really solid. Her performance did not break and her breath was very stable. Chen Yi immediately recharged his account. He thought to himself, if such a good anchor doesn't catch fire, heaven forbid. The recharged Chen Yi immediately rewarded 100 royal salutes to Jiang Xiaoyi, who was stunned when she actually stopped playing after seeing it. Jiang Xiaoyi had never received so many rewards. A royal salute cost 300. The anchor could share half of it. 100 was $30,000. Jiang Xiaoyi earned 15,000 at once. Don't stop, continue. Jiang Xiaoyi immediately apologized when she saw this from I am Big Brother. Sorry, I'll start over. Then she thanked I am Big Brother again. Thank you boss for your appreciation. Chen Yi's large sum of money directly shocked all the live rooms, as bounties exceeding $10,000 would be announced to all the live rooms. Jiang Xiaoyi has obtained 100 royal salutes. Please gather around her live broadcast room. The live broadcast square also exploded. Holy, another divine hero. What about 300 large bills for a royal salute? Without further ado, I'm going to go spectate. Jiang Xiaoyi's live broadcast immediately rushed into the 3rd place on the popularity list, and the staff at the backstage of a certain hand immediately began to give Jiang Xiaoyi traffic. Chen Yi was looking at Jiang Xiaoyi's livestream, and he didn't know where a bunch of people had come from, all of them crowding around. Where's the godly hero? Divine hero, please reward me. I'll do a clothes dance. Gun you right. The other god ho doesn't like your kind of tune. Wow. Anchor buddy talent. Anchor is beautiful. Love love love. Follow away wave. Why didn't I find such a talented anchor before? Jiang Xiaoyi didn't expect to be on fire all of a sudden, and her fans kept going up. After a performance of Immortal Sword Wonderland was played, I am Big Brother spoke again. Can the anchor sing? Jiang Xiaoyi replied with embarrassment. I can sing, but I can't sing well. I am Big Brother said. It's okay, you sing a song called Kill the Wolf. Okay. Jiang Xiaoyi agreed. Jiang Xiaoyi turned on the backing track. Hey yeah 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 yeah. As soon as the intro sounded, there was another burst of hot comments in the live broadcast. The body that slept for the previous year, awakening from the rotting branches and withered leaves. It's the nightingale's bleak sigh that undoes the spell. Chen Yi was overcome by Jiang Xiaoyi when she sang the first line. Jiang Xiaoyi's voice was very ethereal and pure. Chen Yi immediately gave Jiang Xiaoyi another reward. He swiped 100 sports cars. One sports car was worth 200 large bills. Jiang Xiaoyi has obtained 100 sports cars. Please gather around her live room. The announcement of Jiang Xiaoyi appeared again in all the live rooms, which blew up again. Holy, this divine hero is too powerful. This divine hero has never been heard of before. Ha, this hero can definitely take the top spot on today's hero list. It's not the best of any hero, is it? Let's go. Let's see you at Jiang Xiaoyi's live broadcast. No more chatting. Wait for the divine hero to run away. Jiang Xiaoyi's live room was flooded with a large number of people again. Chen Yi rewarded her with 50,000. He had earned 25,000 tonight just from Chen Yi's reward. Money wasn't the main thing. The important thing was that Jiang Xiaoyi's fans had risen. She now had over 100,000 people in her live room. Not only did Jiang Xiaoyi's fans go up, even Chen Yi had tens of thousands of fans. Chen Yi let Jiang Xiaoyi sing a few more songs, and Jiang Xiaoyi also gained countless fans with her own strength. Chen Yi took a look at the iPower ranking and realized that he was in 2nd place, and the 1st place had rewarded him with more than $60,000. 10 million level rewards itself was small, in addition to the fact that this was a new platform, so the number of people using it was not large, and the rewards were even smaller. Chen Yi's 50,000 reward was already a god amongst gods. Chen Yi saw the godly heroes list and then swiped another 100 royal salutes for Jiang Xiaoyi, while he himself rushed up to number 1 on the godly heroes list, being able to spend money to make himself happy and also get attention for people who were truly untalented. Why not? Jiang Xiaoyi has obtained 100 royal salutes. please gather around her live room. The system dropped Jiang Xiaoyi's announcement for the third time. Jiang Xiaoyi's live room broke through 200,000 in one go, and also rushed to the number 1 spot on the popularity list. At 12 o'clock or so, Chen Yi silently exited the live room. With the pleasure gained and his vanity satisfied, Chen Yi went to sleep. The next morning Chen Yi was woken up early by his old man. Today the village is going to have a groundbreaking ceremony. The town mayor is also coming. We have to go and help too. Chen Yi got out of bed in a daze and went up the mountain after a simple wash. After all, most of the villagers in Tianyao village were on the mountain, and the ancestral hall and parking lot were also built on the mountain. So Chen Yi had to go up the mountain. Because of the car road, Chen Yi drank his old dad and big sister all walked up the mountain. In a short while, we arrived at the village head Chen Biyu's house. It was said to be a groundbreaking ceremony, but it was actually an invitation for the people of the village to have dinner. When the villagers of Tianyao village saw that the gold master had arrived, all of them welcomed Chen Yi's family, and Chen Yi responded one by one. At this time, the village chief led the town mayor and a group of officials over. This is Mayor Lu, Chen Biyu introduced. Hello. Chen Yi and Mayor Lu shook hands cordially, and Mayor Lu also showed great enthusiasm. This is Secretary Nong. This is. Chen Biyu introduced a large group of people to Chen Yi. Chen Yi did not remember any of them except the town mayor and the secretary. After the introduction Chen Yi left his old man Chen Qinglong to accompany them, letting him, a young man in his 20s, accompany a bunch of people in their 40s and 50s. He couldn't stand it. Chen Dongyu took the initiative to go to help. Rural banquet is very troublesome. Women have to do more. Washing dishes, cutting vegetables, washing dishes and so on and so forth. Chen Yi was also going to help. After all, he has nothing to do. But the women in the village said that he is a man, do not want him to help. Let him go to the side to play. Bored, Chen Yi watched the others play cards, which villagers and clansmen wanted Chen Yi to play a couple of hands, but Chen Yi could not. They played some word tiles. Chen Yi cannot even read. So a young man invited Dao to play mahjong, said 3 short of 1, Chen Yi really cannot avoid. Before reluctantly agreed. Chen Yi does not know how to play mahjong, are learning while playing. Soon he lost a few $dozen, but thought to learn is always right, and also play a small, not hurt the piece. Not long after the anti-meat one passed by, Chen Yi asked the same clan at the card table, today eat mutton ah? The same clan nodded, yes, and beef. The village got a cow and 3 sheep, saying they are having a cow and sheep banquet. Chen Yi nodded. Although most of the money spent was his money, Chen Yi was still happy to spend money on treating the village to dinner. At this moment, Chen Yi's phone suddenly rang. He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar phone number, but the address was from Tonshao City in Qingzhou. Hello, who is it please? Chen Yi politely picked up the phone. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, I'm Chen Xiaoyu's homeroom teacher. Why didn't she come to class today? Chen Yi listened. I'm sorry homeroom teacher. I'll contact her now. Hanging up the phone Chen Yi frowned thinking, this little ninny, skipping class? Chapter 32 The Little Sister Who Skipped Class. However, Chen Yi was not worried about his little sister in the slightest, because he had bestowed her with superpowers, and nothing could happen for a while. However, Chen Yi still quietly called ugly little Ming. Little Ming, do you have any critters on hand right now that can trace people? Ugly Missy Ming replied, yes, I purposely looked for a few stray dogs yesterday. They can still call out for help from their own kind. Just give them good food. Chen Yi thought about it. Dogs were indeed expert trackers, but the prerequisite was that they had to have smelled little sister's odor. How about this? You stay put for now and wait for my notice. Chen Yi felt that he had to call his second sister Chen Xinyu first to confirm first. Chen Yi didn't call Tang Tianshang. After all, favors like this are used once less. Tang Tianshang was willing to help himself last time. I guess most of the reason was because he had earned his father, Chen Jiangwo, a hard time before. And Chen Yi does not want to rely on others for everything. Even if you can rely on others, it is also a moment. Including Father Chen Jiangwo, he cannot rely on a lifetime. After the two hung up, the banquet was about to start. Chen Yi was pulled by Chen Biyu and the mayor and secretary of a table, and they had to let Chen Yi and his father sit on the upper seat. Said to be the upper seat? In fact, just a party position. However, the people of Baihe County attach great importance to this. Usually only people with high seniority or high status can sit on the upper seat. The people of Baihe County who valued etiquette would rarely take the initiative to sit on the upper seat, including some people of high rank. Chen Yi was flattered to sit on the upper seat, and soon the food was served. Most people in Baihe County ate beef and mutton, so they had their own understanding of the practice of beef and mutton. Beef and mutton in Baihe County banquets would usually have soup as well, but today it was dry fried. Chenny smelled the aroma of the meat and couldn't help but marvel at how good the grandfather who ran the kitchen in the village was at his craft. Mayor Lu and Secretary Nong both scrambled to pour wine for Chenny and his old man Chen Xinglong, but Chenny refused, saying that he still had to go to the county town later to do some business. Chen Xinglong didn't refuse. He still didn't know that his little sister Chen Xiaoyu had skipped school. Mayor Lu and Secretary Nong didn't force the issue. They chatted quite well with Chen Xinglong. In the course of the meal, Chen Biyu let both Mayor Lu and Secretary Nong stand up and say a few words, and then let Chenny say a few words. Chenny hastily refused. He let his old man Chen Xinglong say a few words. Chenny naturally wouldn't earn face on this kind of occasion. He was willing to pay money for the village to repair the ancestral hall and parking lot, all for the sake of Chen Xinglong being respected in the village. So of course this kind of face was reserved for his old man Chen Xinglong. Chenny did this to let everyone know that although Chenny was not Chen Xinglong's biological son, Chenny would never forget the old Chen family. Not only would he not forget, but he would also treat them with heart, just like his own son. Chenny was afraid that after he left Tianyao village in the future, some people would ridicule his old dad Chen Xinglong. Li Wan was the best example. After the eating and drinking was over, everyone took a group photo together at the future ancestral hall and parking lot, while Chen Xinglong, Chen Yi, Mayor Lu, Secretary Nong and Chen Biyu naturally stood in the middle. After all this was done, everyone dispersed, and since the cars of the officials were at the bottom of the mountain, they walked down the mountain with Chen Yi's family. Passing by the old Chen's door, Mayor Lu saw the Land Rover and complimented Chen Yi. "Mr. Chen is really young and promising. You're young enough to drive a Land Rover with over $1 million. Chen Yi modestly replied, "No, it's my father's car." Of course, Chen Yi wouldn't pretend to say, "What's $1 million car? I can drive $1,000 million Maybach if I want to." Be humble when you need to be humble, and high profile when you need to be high profile. If you're a mouthful, Chen Yi believes that he will never survive more than 2 episodes. Mayor Lu and his entourage listened to Chen Yi's Q&A and felt that Chen Yi was very easy to get along with, and they didn't like to make friends with people who were bossy. Before Mayor Lu and Secretary Nong's party left, Chen Yi also specially invited them to sit at home, and then each of them sent the rural specialties. The so-called specialties were actually 2 cigarettes, 2 bottles of wine, and a box of tea. These are a little bit of my father's intentions. You all know that there's nothing good in the countryside, just a little bit of specialties. Chen Yi stated that the things were sent by his own old dad, not himself. Of course, he also hoped that his old dad would take care of him more when he had something to do, and naturally didn't need his help when he had nothing to do. Mayor Lu and his entourage looked at the things inside, then just said that they were too polite, and everyone unspokenly did not say anything more. After sitting for a while they left. Chen Yi glanced at the time and returned to his room. At this time should be noon. The second sister Chen Xunyu estimated also after school. After the phone was dialed, Chen Yi first asked about his second sister's situation in the past 2 days, and his second sister said that everything was normal. Little sister's homeroom teacher called me, saying that she didn't go to class this morning. Do you know where she went? Chen Yi asked quietly. He didn't want his old man Chen Xinglong to know, otherwise Chen Xinglong should be worried. The second sister asked in surprise, she actually dared to skip class? Let's not talk about that first. Was there anything unusual in the morning? The second sister shook her head. No, just like before. It's always me who went to school first before she got up. I also don't know what she's doing back there today. When Chen Yi heard this, he said to the second sister, "You go back to Rambler Bay first. I know a private detective. You give him a photo of the little sister, and then give him a piece of clothing that the little sister has worn. He has a trained tracking dog." The second sister didn't doubt what Chen Yi said. She worriedly asked Chen Yi, "Big brother, should we call the police?" Chen Yi denied. "No need to call the police first. I suspect that this little ninny has fallen in love early. I'm going to catch the man and educate him." Chen Yi told Chen Xunyu about his suspicions, in order to make the second sister not to call the police. "Alright, I'll go back to Rambo Bay first." After hanging up the phone, Chen Yi called Ugly Missy Ming again and told him to prepare for action, and also gave him a word of advice. "Remember to bring a mask when you go. I'm afraid you'll scare my sister." Good. Ugly Missy Ming didn't mind either. After doing all this, Chen Yi went downstairs to look for Chen Dongyu, only to see Chen Dongyu hand-washing clothes as soon as he went downstairs. Chen Yi slapped his forehead, seeing this scene only to remember that in addition to a rice cooker inside the home, what electrical appliances are not? The most basic refrigerator, washing machine and television are not. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did I forget about this? Chen Yi cursed himself for being too careless, not even paying attention to what was missing inside the home. Chen Yi waited for Chen Dongyu to finish washing the clothes and then told his old dad Chen Xinglong, "Dad, let's go to the county town. There's something." Chen Xinglong didn't ask what was the matter. He just asked if they were coming back for dinner in the evening. Chen Yi replied, "No, I don't know if I can come back today yet. After saying this, Chen Yi pulled Chen Dongyu into the car. Little sister skipped class. Has she skipped class before? Chen Yi's first words after getting on the car confused Chen Dongyu. She skipped class? Chen Dongyu was a bit unconvinced. Although Chen Xiaoyu had told herself more than once that she didn't want to study, but skipping class was the first time she had heard of it. Chen Yi nodded. Aha! Her homeroom teacher even called me. While Chen Dongyu frowned as she pondered where her little sister would skip class, Chen Yi was not worried. Other than worrying that his little sister would be captured by the National Security Alien Bureau, Chen Yi was in no hurry at all. White River County, a certain small KTV. This kind of small KTV is all about student business. 7 or 8 students can sing for 5 hours for $100, and each person is also given a bottle of mineral water. This for which have not seen the world, and want to learn the adults of the dashing students, simply is the conscience of the business. In fact, Chen Xiaoyu is not the first time to skip class. Yesterday afternoon class she pretended to have a stomachache, go to the hospital to see a doctor's excuse to escape a class that is not the class teacher, because a girl who dropped out of school promised her to meet the world. The first time to come to the KTV of Chen Xiaoyu a moment was mesmerized. Which girl just let Chen Xiaoyu to meet the next? The results of Chen Xiaoyu like an internet-addicted teenagers cannot help themselves. Chen Xiaoyu sang more than an hour later to leave. She has basically figured out the consumption inside. So with the dropout girls agreed to come early tomorrow morning. Said he invited them. Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xunyu go to school after Chen Yi to give them one person 3,000 living expenses. After all, Chen Yi think poor Ray's son, rich Ray's daughter certainly right. Chen Xiaoyu early in the morning as usual bed, and then heard the second sister Chen Xunyu close the door. Immediately jumped out of bed. She immediately called the dropout girl. The two agreed to go to yesterday's KTV meet later. Chen Xiaoyu also deliberately put on makeup to go, dress up like an adult. To the KTV Chen Xiaoyu spent $300 to open a room. Dropout girl also brought her boyfriend and boyfriend's friends together. Just because Chen Xiaoyu said to the dropout girl, you can call more people over. Chen Xiaoyu is also like lively people. Come to all the people are some punks. Is in the rebellious period of Chen Xiaoyu at once by which the punks on the untamed temperament to attract. Chen Xiaoyu see people a little more, so ordered a few dozen beer, fruit plate and snacks. A man wearing a work suit walked into the room claiming to be the manager of the KTV. Said to toast Chen Xiaoyu a cup. This Chen Xiaoyu bring deep stimulation. Feel like an adult. Are acquainted with the KTV manager. This makes Chen Xiaoyu's vanity has been incomparably strong to meet. So another big hand and ordered a few dozen drinks. The dropout's boyfriend's friends have asked the dropout about Chen Xiaoyu's situation. After all, like such a generous girl, how is also a rich girl? The dropout girl is not too clear about Chen Xiaoyu's situation. Only know that Chen Xiaoyu's brother gave her 3,000 living expenses. Everyone was shocked to hear that a junior high school student has 3,000 living expenses, and 17 years old is still in the first year of study. Everyone concluded that Chen Xiaoyu was a person's silly money, so they began to move up the crooked mind. They took advantage of Chen Xiaoyu to go to the restroom. One of the boys secretly drugged Chen Xiaoyu. They want to take Chen Xiaoyu as their long-term meal ticket, as long as the hand has Chen Xiaoyu handle on the line. At this time, Chen Xiaoyu was blinded by the red wine and green. She still thought that these are her good buddies. Chapter 33, Suspicion of Homicide. Waiting for Chen Xiaoyu to return to the private room, the crowd was again very enthusiastic to toast her. Chen Xiaoyu, who had long been confused, naturally refused. After a cup of wine everyone is waiting for Chen Xiaoyu's reaction. In fact, which boys under the sleeping pills, mixed with wine and drink down soon to see the effect. But they waited and waited and waited and did not see Chen Xiaoyu have a reaction, which drugged the boys are not able to win the wine down. Seeing this, the others decided to try again. This time they added more doses. After the crowd toasted again, Chen Xiaoyu felt a little dizzy and showed signs of fainting. The other drugged boy thought that Chen Xiaoyu had been hit, and then laughed maniacally and said to Chen Xiaoyu, "It's hard, isn't it? You want to sleep, right? Let me tell you, I drugged your wine, so you'll have to obediently listen to us from now on." This group of friends actually planned to wait for Chen Xiaoyu to fall asleep to take luo photos of her, and then use this to blackmail her into giving them money. After all, they thought that the person who had 3,000 living expenses was definitely a rich girl. When Chen Xiaoyu heard this, she thought that the other guy was going to violate her, and she felt a wave of panic in her heart. Then the other drugged boy suddenly fainted. The friends next to him thought he was drunk. They kept ravaging and slapping the boy's face. One of them even jokingly said, "It can't be dead, right?" Said he probed his nose, only to find that the boy was completely out of breath. That person immediately pushed away the dead boy, grabbed the door and flew out. The other people saw the situation, also reacted to the first time to run, leaving only the overwhelmed Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Xiaoyu touched which boy, found that his body has been a little cold. Chen Xiaoyu in the first time to call the police. "Hey!" Chen Yi picked up the phone. He didn't look at who was calling. After the other party explained the reason for calling, Chen Yi panicked for the first time. He furrowed his brows and tried his best to stabilize the steering wheel in his hands. This was all but because of the words that came from the phone. Hello, Chen Xiaoyu's brother, right? Your sister has been arrested on suspicion of murder. Chen Yi's mind went blank with a buzz, and his brain stopped functioning completely for a minute. Chen Yi desperately tried to stabilize his mind. He told himself that he must be calm. Chen Yi stretched his wrinkled eyebrows and instantly became normal. Chen Dongyu was still in the car. He couldn't afford to mess up. I know, Chen Yi said calmly. What's wrong? Did something go wrong with little sister? Chen Dongyu asked Chen Yi. She had just seen Chen Yi frowning. Chen Yi shook his head. Nothing. After saying this, Chen Yi called the boss's wife. Boss lady, weren't you looking for Chen Dongyu to go shopping just now? We are now in the county town. The boss's wife scolded as soon as she heard. Chen Yi, you drank too much horse urine, didn't you? Yeah, I brought her here. You guys go shopping first, and I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight. The conversation between Chen Yi and the boss's wife was not normal at all, and the boss's wife realized something was wrong. I'm at the driving school. Come over. The boss's wife listened to Chen Yi's tone was very normal. It didn't seem like a drunken behavior, which meant that there was someone next to him and he couldn't say it directly. Chen Yi drove Chen Dongyu to Huatian driving school. At this time the boss's wife had long been waiting at the door. The moment the boss's wife saw Chen Yi, she was about to open her mouth to ask. Chen Yi gave her a look and told her not to open her mouth for anything. Chen Dongyu got out of the car with some doubts. The boss's wife immediately walked to her with enthusiasm. You're finally here. A single sentence showed that she had been waiting for Chen Dongyu for a long time. Chen Dongyu was not skeptical. She just asked, so little sister? Chen Yi explained, you go shopping with the boss's wife first. My friend hasn't found the little sister yet, so I'll go and ask someone to look for her. Okay. Chen Dongyu half-heartedly nodded. Chen Yi gave all the cash he had on him to Chen Dongyu, telling her not to always spend the boss's wife's money. After Chen Dongyu took it, she was pulled away by the boss's wife, who took 2 steps and looked back at Chen Yi. Chen Yi immediately pulled out the phone after seeing them leave. This time he had to ask for help. His own strength hadn't yet reached the point of heaven. Master Tang. Chen Yi didn't call Uncle Tang, but honored Master Tang. And Tang Tiancheng also expected that what Chen Yi was about to say was very serious. My sister might have killed someone. Can you help? Tang Tiancheng agreed in one gulp. I can only think of a way for you to meet your sister. Chen Yi gratefully said. Thank you, Master Tang. Hanging up the phone, Chen Yi immediately rushed to the police station. He didn't call his father Chen Zhangwo. Chen Zhangwo was too far away, and a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. At this time, Tang Tiancheng was the most useful. Chen Yi drove to the White River County Public Security Bureau. Tang Tiancheng has long been through the relationship to let Chen Yi see Chen Xiaoyu one side. The moment Chen Yi arrived, a police officer greeted him. Hello, Master Tang's friend, right? Chen Yi nodded. Yes. Soon Chen Yi was brought to an interrogation room. The moment he pushed open the door, Chen Yi saw the pale Chen Xiaoyu. The moment Chen Xiaoyu saw Chen Yi, she wanted to pounce on him and hug him, but her hands and feet were cuffed. Chen Xiaoyu just shouted with a sobbing voice, Brother, save me, save me. Chen Yi wanted to get closer to Chen Xiaoyu, but he was instantly blocked by the police officer next to him. I'm sorry, you can only watch her here. Chen Yi could only comfort Chen Xiaoyu with words. Sis, don't cry or be in a hurry first. You tell us what happened first? The other policeman hurriedly recorded that Chen Xiaoyu had been crying since she came in and hadn't said anything. Chen Xiaoyu told it all, and after hearing it, the policeman realized that things were too fishy, so he could only apply to have all the people involved brought in for questioning. Chen Yi heard it and probably understood that it was all the supernatural power he had bestowed on his little sister that was at work. The little sister's supernatural ability must have decided that she had been attacked, so it bounced the attack back, and because she panicked, the attack was bounced back 10 times over. It was equivalent to that person taking 10,000 sleeping pills in one sitting. It would be strange if she didn't die. The police told Chen Yi to wait in the hall. They were going to start moving. Chen Yi could only sit in the hall and wait now. After all, he couldn't do anything now. It wasn't that he couldn't do anything, but he couldn't make a move. Chen Yi could naturally bestow a bunch of people with superpowers and then forcefully bring out his sister. But what about the consequences? The gang would either not listen to their arrangements or betray them, and the implications of such an approach would be too great. The only thing Chen Yi could do now was to wait and see what would happen, and he was thinking about whether or not this matter would alert the National Security Alien Energy Bureau. If it alarmed, then how should he respond? Chen Yi sat in the hall quietly thinking. Not long after, a group of young people in a wave after a wave of Ben grabbed in. Chen Yi quietly waited for the change of events. He couldn't be in a hurry now. If he was in a hurry, he would make a mistake. Reception of Chen Yi's police soon began to interrogate the people caught back. Where these gangsters can withstand the interrogation, after a meal of coercion and enticement of all people will soon explain. The police quickly checked all the confessions a few times, and found that they were all correct. Soon the autopsy report came out. The boy belongs to the sleeping pill overdose death. Seeing this, the police already understood that this case did not belong to their category, so they presented their own report and quietly waited. Chen Yi was still sitting quietly in the hall waiting. His brain was already running out of steam. There was not much experience to draw on in his previous life. All there was just the bridge of a novel. If we follow the bridge of the novel, then the Alien Energy Bureau should appear now, right? Chen Yi was thinking just like that when a man in a black suit appeared. Chen Yi recognized him the moment he saw him. Having seen him before at Tang Tianxing's place, the man in the suit also saw Chen Yi. He curiously walked towards Chen Yi and asked, "Why are you here?" "My sister is suspected of murder. I'm here waiting for the results." Chen Yi looked very worried about his sister and managed to fool the man. The man in the suit smiled faintly. "In that case you come with me." Soon the man in the suit took Chen Yi into the interrogation room. A police officer took out an instrument and pointed it at the man in the suit. The man took his sunglasses off and then stuck his head over. The man took off his sunglasses and stretched his head over. The instrument made a drop sound and then a green light appeared. The policeman made sure and then went out. Chen Xiaoyu looked at the man in the suit with some doubts, but looked at his brother was also there. Then assured, "Chen Xiaoyu?" The little sister nodded. "It's me." The man in the suit pulled out an ID and said, "I am Zheng Chang from the National Security Alien Energy Bureau." Zheng Chang said in a serious manner, "I now suspect that you are an alter ego." "What?" Chen Yi and Chen Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock. Chen Yi was pretending, but Chen Xiaoyu was truly shocked. Zheng Chang said indifferently, "It's just a suspicion. There's no definite evidence. So, you have to go with me for a checkup. Can I not go?" Chen Xiaoyu was afraid that this Alien Energy Bureau specialized in arresting people for research like they did on TV. She didn't want to lose her freedom. "No," Zheng Chang said forcefully, "you must cooperate." Then he turned his head and looked at Chen Yi again. "You have to cooperate as well." Chen Yi was really surprised this time. "Why?" Zheng Chang explained, "The family members of an alien can also be very likely to be an alien, so we have to check you as well." Chapter 34, The Bureau of Psychic Powers. Zheng Chang took care of everything after greeting the police, and when he got into the exclusive vehicle of the Alien Energy Bureau, Chen Yi asked, "Brother Zhang, are many people altered beings?" Zheng Chang made a shushing gesture and Chen Yi shut up about it. Chen Yi guessed that not all of the Alterans were good people. After all, there were just too many ambitious people. There were bad ordinary people, and naturally there would be bad Alterans. Zheng Chang drove on hurriedly on the main road, and Chen Yi had no idea where Zheng Chang was taking them. A mysterious cave? An institute in the mountains? Or, the city in the sky? Chen Yi also didn't know where the Alien Energy Bureau would be located. His hand gently stroked Chen Xiaoyu's head, and his little sister still had a stunned look on her face. Chen Yi would not try to blame her, although Chen Xiaoyu was already 17 years old. After all, she was only in her first year of school. Her mind was not fully developed, and it was only normal to be attracted to the kind of KTV where the lights were red. Chen Yi understands that Chen Xiaoyu simply wants to sing and drink. Everything was geared towards adults. A 17-year-old who was still in her first year. Her mind must be immature, but her age made her feel like an adult herself. It was like a rebellious child. Chen Yi was wondering how to explain this to his old man Chen Xinglong and his two younger sisters. Zheng Chang brought Chen Yi and Chen Xiaoyu to the pedestrian street. Chen Yi was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the Alien Energy Bureau would be in the pedestrian street. As a result, an hour passed, and Zheng Chang took the two of them to eat sour noodles, drink milk tea, and buy snacks during this time, all in a normal shopping style. Zheng Chang also bought himself 2 sets of cartoon pajamas. The most let Chen Yi speechless. Zheng Chang also took them to buy face masks. Not only he bought himself, but also sent Chen Yi and Chen Xiaoyu a set of face masks. "This, big brother Zhang, what are we doing here?" Chen Yi really couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, while Zheng Chang returned, shopping, walking the dog by the way. Chen Yi realized that someone was following them. Is it a shifter? Chen Yi wasn't too sure, but thought to himself that if he dared to follow Zheng Chang, he didn't think it was an ordinary person. Chen Yi wanted to turn around and look, but Zheng Chang droned on, "How else am I supposed to find the fun if you turn around?" Chen Yi was speechless. Zheng Chang was using them as bait. "Fishing, brother Zhang, are you sure you can protect us?" Chen Yi thought that even if Zheng Chang was very powerful he might not be able to protect two people at the same time, right? As a result, Zheng Chang's answer made Chen Yi very worried. "It's not like I said I would protect you guys. The Alien Energy Bureau is so unreliable." Chen Yi was silent. It's true that people still have to rely on themselves. If you rely on a mountain, the mountain will fall. If you rely on a tree, the tree will run. If you rely on a pig, the pig will jump up the tree and follow. Chen Yi wasn't too worried about those people striking out at himself. The big thing was to bestow them with some strange and bizarre supernormal abilities. However, Chenny still wanted to keep his secret. After all, his ability was too powerful. So powerful that it was against the heavens. Even as long as I want to, then I can create worlds full of supernaturals. Zheng Chang continued to take Chen Yi's siblings shopping. As they shopped they came to a library. The people in the library were all reading books to themselves. No one was looking at what Chen Yi's trio was doing. Could it be that this is where the Alien Energy Bureau is located? Chen Yi followed Zheng Chang with a puzzled mood. Zheng Chang brought Chen Yi's siblings to a corner. Zheng Chang pointed at the bookshelves in the corner and said, "Later, you guys will go through them first." Chen Yi and Chen Xiaoyu looked puzzled. "Where through? How do I wear it?" Chen Yi asked in surprise. "Just walk straight through. Don't worry, it won't bump into it," Zheng Chang explained. Chen Yi nodded and said okay. This was kind of like crossing objects in his own virtualized state. Chen Yi first took the lead and walked through. Chen Xiaoyu saw her brother touch the bookshelf and walked through at once, so she also walked through with an apprehensive heart. Chen Xiaoyu rushed through with his eyes closed in his guts. After Zheng Chang saw both of them pass through, he turned back to look at the person holding a book and wearing a duck-tongued hat not far away. Zheng Chang smiled contemptuously at the man and muttered to himself, "Not making a move again. How boring." After saying that, Zheng Chang disappeared into thin air. The moment Zheng Chang disappeared, the man in the duck-tongued hat instantly closed the book with force. "I lost him," the man muttered as he wore a wireless headset. A gloomy voice came from the headset. "Normal. He never misses." Walking through the bookshelves, Chen Yi came to a street. The street was full of haze. The leaves on the ground were rustled by the wind. Everywhere on the street revealed a desolate and bizarre atmosphere. Chen Xiaoyu suddenly appeared beside Chen Yi. She looked around and asked, "Brother, where is this?" "I don't know." Chen Yi wasn't sure if this was some corner of the blue star or if it was in a foreign space. If it was in an alien space, then the person who created this space would be incomparably powerful or terrifying. Zheng Chang appeared across the street and he was waving at the two. The haze faded a few points after Zheng Chang appeared as well. And standing across the street, Chen Yi and Chen Xiaoyu saw an ancient structure. A palace. The signboard of the palace clearly read, National Security Alien Energy Bureau. A few words, and it was also in traditional Chinese characters. Chen Yi and Chen Xiaoyu walked over, and Zheng Chang led them into the palace. The moment they entered the palace, an electronic female voice rang out. "Welcome to the National Security Alien Energy Bureau. It's quite high-tech." Chen Yi sighed. He did not expect this ancient-looking palace to actually have electronic devices. Walking into the palace, Chen Yi saw nothing but an empty hall. Zheng Chang led Chen Yi's siblings to the center of the hall, and with a snap of his fingers the hall changed its appearance. The original Chinese-style hall suddenly turned into an institute-like one. A change that caught both Chen Yi and Chen Xiaoyu off guard. "Where is this place?" Chen Yi asked. "The Alien Ability Testing Institute. A place that specializes in entertaining newcomers," Zheng Chang explained. "Which location on the blue star is this? Alien space? A special space?" Chen Yi asked all his doubts and confirmed the speculation that the Alien Energy Bureau was not on the blue planet. "What next?" Zheng Chang looked at the time and said, "Wait for the people. They should be here." As soon as Zheng Chang's words were finished, 3 men in black suits dressed like Zheng Chang came out of the Alien Energy Testing Institute. With them were old dad Chen Qinglong, second sister Chen Xunyu, Chen Dongyu and the boss's wife, old Zhang. "You've got some big battles here," the boss's wife said in a cold voice. "Aren't you afraid of startling those mongrels?" Zheng Chang smiled. "It's fine. I'm prepared. I just did it on purpose." Chen Yi's family felt a bit baffled. While their family was still puzzled, Zheng Chang brought them into a conference room. In the conference room, Zheng Chang took off his sunglasses. Chen Yi's family, this was the face that they could see clearly. He had scars all around his eyes. "I now suspect that all of you are Xenos. That's why I called you here." "What is a xenophile? How could Chen Qinglong, a peasant, know so much?" Zheng Chang explained. "To put it simply, those who have various special abilities are called alterans, such as perspective, invisibility, wall penetration, and so on." "Then where do all the altered beings come from?" Chen Xunyu, the second sister, asked. Her mind was the clearest and the question she asked was crucial. The first Xenos were all born, and the offspring of Xenos may be Xenos, but there's a high chance that they're ordinary people. There are also intergenerational or several generations apart. Of course there are also those whose ancestors were all ordinary people but suddenly awakened their psychic abilities when they arrived at his place. "Then, did someone from our ancestry appear as a psychic?" Chen Dongyu asked curiously. "I checked all the annals of all the recent generations of Xenos in Baiha County, and I haven't found any Xenos who are related to you. Of course, there are also many Xenos who are not recorded in the annals, as they most likely hid their Xenos. That's why we're not quite sure if there are any Xenos in your ancestry," Zheng Chang patiently explained. And Chen Yi spoke up at this time and asked, "Then what does the Alien Energy Bureau do?" Zheng Chang explained, the Bureau of Alien Energy was created to count and manage aliens. Because the existence of aliens has too much of an impact on ordinary people, that's why such a department was created. That is to say, if we are all psychics, we have to be managed by psychics? Chen Yi suddenly felt that the Bureau of Altered Energy was meant to imprison the altered. Zheng Chang shook his head. That's not the case. The original purpose of the Altered Energy Bureau's creation was to allow every altered energy to better integrate into this world. If you are altered beings, just abide by the rules of the Altered Beings Bureau. What if you refuse? Chen Yi looked a little unnatural. He did not want to be imprisoned by the Alien Energy Bureau. Abolish the alien ability. If you can't abolish it, you can only die. Zheng Chang stared at Chen Yi dead on. His eyes seemed to be able to kill Chen Yi at any time. The corner of Chen Yi's mouth twitched for a moment before revealing a smile. Then what are the benefits of joining the Alien Energy Bureau? Chen Yi was shocked by Zheng Chang's aura. He knew that Zheng Chang was definitely not joking. As you know, Master Tang, the reason why he can be the local emperor in Baihe County is because he is an alien. He has privileges, Zheng Chang explained. Chen Yi heard this and knew that he guessed correctly. The reason why Tang Tianqing could call the shots in Baihe County was because he was an alien. Zheng Chang didn't indicate exactly what privileges he could give, but after Chen Yi heard Tang Tianqing, he knew that the privileges of the Alien Energy Bureau were definitely very high. Otherwise, the last time Chen Yi had asked Tang Tianqing to help expel Li Zhengtian, it was never something that an ordinary underground emperor could do. What do I have to do to join the Alien Energy Bureau? Chen Yi was afraid of being controlled too fiercely. If he didn't even have a certain amount of freedom, then sooner or later, he would have to find a way to take care of the Alien Energy Bureau. Zheng Chang laughed. In fact, the Bureau of Alien Energy does not need you to do anything. Just listen to the key moments. Normally, you just need to keep your identity as a psychic and the secrets of the Bureau of Psychic Abilities. Chen Yi said in disbelief. It's that simple? Chen Yi wouldn't believe that things would be that simple. This basically didn't pay anything. Chapter 35, Tests of Altered Abilities. Zheng Chang explained. After joining the Alien Energy Bureau, you will not be summoned unless there is a mission. Mission? What mission? Chen Yi was a bit puzzled. Wasn't this a peaceful era? Rescue, intelligence acquisition, pacification, and hunting down traitors and so on. Zheng Chang looked at Chen Yi's family with a cold color. In short, all of them are missions about the exalted. And traitors? Chen Chunyu was puzzled. Could it be that the benefits of the Alien Energy Bureau were bad? Yes, other than our Long Xia country, every country has its own alien traitors. This is because some of them are really wolfish and delusional, wanting to conquer the world. Zheng Chang became visibly agitated when he said this. See this scar on my eye? That's what a traitor left me with. A wound that not even the supernatural powers can cure. So, do you guys still think that the privileges of an alien are good to take now? Zheng Chang continued. There are good Alterans and there are bad Alterans. It's just like good people and bad people. And not only are there good and bad Alterans, there are even good and bad altered powers. What are good and bad alien abilities? Chen Qinglong asked. Some alien abilities are born with side effects, such as needing human blood, eating human hearts, and so on. Chen Yi was also worried after hearing this. He wasn't sure if the supernormal ability he bestowed had any side effects. Then how do we know if our supernormal ability has any side effects? Chen Yi asked. So that's why you guys came to the Alien Energy Bureau. The first is to determine whether or not you are allomancers. Secondly, if you are, will your alien abilities have any special side effects? Zheng Chang finished and finally asked. Now do you guys still have any doubts? The crowd shook their heads. They basically had a general understanding of alter egos now. Then let's start the test. Zheng Chang led Chen Yi's family to the testing table. There was only a chair made of some unknown material on the testing table, and there were various wires attached to the chair. Zheng Chang looked at the crowd. Who will go first? Chen Xiaoyu volunteered. Me first. She was suspected of killing someone, and if she wasn't a shifter, she would probably have to become a murderer, which was why she was so anxious. Chen Xiaoyu sat on a chair, and Zheng Chang had someone attach wires to various parts of Chen Xiaoyu's body. The staff nodded to Zheng Chang, signaling that it was ready. Zheng Chang faintly said, "Begin." The tester was activated. Chen Xiaoyu did not feel the slightest sensation at all. It was these wires that were pasted on her body that were icy cold. Everyone followed Zheng Chang to a screen, and the screen only had a few words at first. Test in progress. Not long after the screen appeared a line of words. Type of psychic ability, hidden psychic ability. Zheng Chang, who saw this, muttered, "No wonder. What does this hidden alien ability mean?" Chen Yi asked curiously. He had only now realized that there were hidden and manifested abilities. Zheng Chang explained. Abnormal abilities are categorized into dominant and recessive. Dominant aberrations will be detected by their own kind because the fluctuations of the aberrations in their bodies can't be hidden. But it's not the same for hidden psychic abilities. They're just the opposite. If they don't display their psychic abilities, they'll only be treated as ordinary people. Chen Yi nodded. No wonder Tang Tianqing didn't realize that they were all Xenos when he first met the family. A few more lines appeared on the screen. Alien ability type, hidden alien ability. Abnormal ability type, attack and defense. Specific alien ability, confidential. Whether there are side effects, no. Abnormal ability level, attack level, 3 stars. Defense level, 8 stars. Auxiliary level, 0 stars. Spiritual power, 3 stars. Comprehensive judgment grade, 6 stars. How is this possible? How is this possible? Zheng Chang stared at the screen incredulously. What's the problem? Everyone looked at Zheng Chang suspiciously. Zheng Chang organized his expression, then took a deep breath and explained. You guys can understand it this way. Her powers are basically invincible. No way? Chen Dongyu covered her mouth in surprise. Zheng Chang laughed bitterly. Her alien ability level is judged too high. Unfortunately, her attack is 3 stars, and her mental power is only 3 stars. The foundation is poor. Otherwise, her alien ability level would be able to reach at least 8 stars. Zheng Chang was somewhat helpless. Chen Yi's family might not have much of a concept of 8 stars, but he knew that the strongest alien ability in Longxia country was only 9 stars. With 8 stars, one person was basically under 10,000 people. Big brother Zhang, how many stars is your alien ability level? Chen Shunyu asked with a smile. Me? Zheng Chang laughed and rubbed his head awkwardly. My current combined rank is around 6 stars, but my combat power can definitely reach 7 stars. That's right. Zheng Chang didn't expect Chen Xiaoyu's ability level to be so high that it actually reached 7 stars, and Zheng Chang definitely couldn't compare to Chen Xiaoyu's defense ability alone. However, although Chen Xiaoyu's defense was strong, her attack could only reach 3 stars, and her mental power was only 3 stars, so Zheng Chang didn't feel that he was worse than Chen Xiaoyu. Just as Zheng Chang was still comparing himself to Chen Xiaoyu, the screen changed again. Alien ability type, invisibility. Alien ability type, attack type. Specific abnormal ability, confidential. Whether there are side effects, no. Alien ability level, attack level, 7 stars. Defense level, 0 stars. Auxiliary grade, 0 stars. Mental power, 3 stars. Comprehensive judgment grade, 5 stars. This, just as everyone was still puzzled, Zheng Chang exclaimed. Twin-born psychic ability? Chen Shunyu asked Zheng Chang anxiously. What's a dual life ability? Zheng Chang sucked in a breath of cold air and said. It means that she has 2 types of alien abilities. Zheng Chang directly called out the demon. The average person can have one kind of psychic ability is already heaven-defying. Dual life psychic ability is definitely the existence of a phoenix feather. And it was still 2 supernormal abilities that complemented each other. One for attack and one for defense. Simply perfect. Zheng Chang exclaimed. How many years had it been since the Alien Abilities Bureau had seen such a demon? Chen Xiaoyu, who had finished her test, walked off the test bench and asked, How is it? Am I an alien? Chen Shunyu told Chen Xiaoyu the results of the test just now, and Chen Xiaoyu jumped up in joy. Yeah, I'm not a murderer. Zheng Chang also said to Chen Xiaoyu, Alright, now it can be determined that you are an alien. The police department's file will be erased, and no one will know about this except for us from the Altered Energy Bureau. Chen Xinglong asked Chen Yi at this point what exactly happened. Chen Yi told a general story about Chen Xiaoyu skipping class to go to a KTV and accidentally killing someone. Chen Xinglong was about to teach Chen Xiaoyu a lesson after hearing this. Then he was stopped by Chen Yi. Father, this is still in the Alien Energy Bureau. Let's talk about anything at home. Chen Xinglong could only let Chen Xiaoyu go for now. After the little episode, the test continued. The second one to go up was Chen Xinglong. His data was exactly the same as Chen Xiaoyu's first data, both with a defense rating of 8 stars and a comprehensive rating of 7 stars. The only difference was that Chen Xinglong's spiritual power had reached 12 stars. Zheng Chang didn't expect Chen Xinglong's spiritual power to reach 12 stars. This didn't even seem to exist in the Alien Energy Bureau. Immediately after that, it was Chen Xunyu's turn, and it turned out that Chen Xunyu's test results and data were actually exactly the same as Chen Xiaoyu's. Zheng Chang began to wonder if the 3 sisters had inherited Chen Xinglong's psychic abilities, and then inherited their mother's psychic abilities at the same time. Other than this explanation, Zheng Chang really didn't know how to explain it. It was good that Chen Dongyu's test data made Zheng Chang firm up this idea, because the 3 sisters had the same psychic abilities, levels, and everything. If Zheng Chang hadn't been watching, he would have suspected that it was one person testing 3 times at the same time. Looks like we need to bring someone from their uncle's family to test them as well. Zheng Chang felt that Chen Xinglong and Su Ping were both hidden adepts. They just never realized it. If that wasn't the case, how could the 4 members of their family have such highly similar psychic abilities? Even the 3 sisters were identical. The last one was finally Chen Yi's turn. Chen Yi walked up to the test bench with an apprehensive heart. Sitting on the test chair, Chen Yi was still thinking. Don't make a mess. Chen Yi's mind is still not thinking. If his ability is not found, how to do? Could it be the end of the world? Chen Yi shook his head. This was impossible. And even if the Alien Energy Bureau really wanted to be unfavorable to himself, he definitely had the ability to keep a large family grounded in this blue star. The test began. Everyone waited for a long time, but as a result, there were only a few words on the screen all the time. Test in progress. After almost 10 minutes, the screen finally changed. Alien ability type, unawakened. Alien ability type, unawakened. Specific alien ability, unawakened. Any side effects, unawakened. Abnormal ability level, attack level, 0 stars. Defense level, 0 stars. Auxiliary rating, 0 stars. Mental strength, 9 stars. Comprehensive judgment rating, 1 star. What does this mean? Why is it that nothing has been awakened, but there is a 1-star alien ability grade? Everyone looked at Zheng Chang. Zheng Chang explained, such data has appeared before. It's to determine that he's an alien. He just hasn't awakened yet, so he's able to have a combined rank of 1 star without anything. The most unbelievable thing for Zheng Chang was that Chen Yi's spiritual power had actually reached 9 stars. A normal person awakening their spiritual power would only have 4 stars at most, with 9 stars of spiritual power. If Chen Yi's psychic ability had been awakened, even if it was a cockamamie psychic ability, he would be a terrifying existence. Chen Yi also put down his hanging heart after knowing this result. His biggest worry was that his divine providence superpower was exposed. In his previous life, he had read various novels, and if he exposed his biggest card in the early stages, then he definitely wouldn't survive more than 3 episodes. The clever Qin Shunyu suddenly said, if Big Brother is also a psychic, then Uncle Chen could also be a psychic? Chen Shunyu was referring to Qin Zhangwo. Zheng Chang nodded and said, yes, Chief Chen is an alien. I heard that the level of alien ability is quite high. Only then did the Chen sisters realize that their big brother's real father was also an alien. At this time, Chen Yi also walked over. He looked at Zheng Chang and asked, Big Brother Zhang, are there a lot of Ultrans in this world? Zheng Chang shook his head. Not many. Usually only 1 alien appears out of 10,000 people. Then where do they usually live? Chen Yi was a bit curious about the lifestyle of the Ultrans. How can I explain this? Zheng Chang said after thinking about it. Generally speaking, everyone is different. They are just like normal people. Farmers, laborers, white-collar workers, bosses, and so on and so forth. It could be said that everyone in life could be a psychic. It mainly depends on what one wants to do. According to the theory, as long as you don't touch the law, you can be whatever you want to be. Chapter 36, Getting Ready. After the test, Zheng Chang had someone bring over a few confidentiality agreements. Everyone also returned to the conference room, and at this time, the boss's wife, who was isolated from the outside, was also invited in. The boss's wife asked Chen Dongyu about the results of the test, and after hearing Chen Dongyu's answer, the boss's wife didn't expect this everyone would be an alien. At this time, the confidentiality agreement was also sent in. Zheng Chang distributed the confidentiality agreement to everyone. You guys signed this confidentiality agreement. Take a look at the terms and conditions inside. Sign it if you don't have any disagreements. Chen Yi took a look at the contents of the confidentiality agreement. The general content inside was that one must not disclose anything about the aberrant to ordinary people. The use of psychic abilities would only be allowed as a last resort. Chen Yi really doubted that this confidentiality agreement had been observed by anyone, even if everyone was tacitly agreeing not to divulge everything about Xenos to ordinary people. But this only allowing the use of Xenos to be used as a last resort? Chen Yi frowned at this article. This compelling necessity actually has no boundaries? There was no problem with the word last resort itself, meaning that the use of psychic abilities was only permitted in cases where they had to be used. However, this one had too many loopholes. For example, if the other party cursed me, I felt that he might kill me and that my life might be in danger. So I used my psychic ability to finish him off first. This kind of reasoning would be thought of by a normal person, right, Brother Zhang? This agreement will be followed by someone? Zheng Chang explained. Yes, but there are also people who don't abide by it. And the downfall is to be hunted down as a traitor? Zheng Chang shook his head. No. First of all, those who use their powers indiscriminately will be arrested for a trial meeting, and when they are judged guilty they will be punished. And those who disobey the trial and defect from the Alien Energy Bureau are the traitors, and will be hunted down endlessly. What's a trial meeting? Chen Yi's family all looked at Zheng Chang. This confidentiality agreement was full of loopholes. But were the consequences really something that an average alien could bear? Zheng Chang called the boss's wife to him before facing everyone and explaining. Let me reintroduce her to you. Zheng Chang's face became solemn as he introduced her in an icy tone. Jiang Yinghong, President of the Tongshao City Alien Energy Trial Association. Alien ability level 6 stars. Also taking care of the Vice President of the Tongshao City Alien Energy Criminal Law Association. Jiang Yinghong stood in front of everyone as she gave Chen Yi a hefty smile. This smile made Chen Yi break out in a cold sweat. The Judgment Society is to determine whether an alien is guilty or not, and the Criminal Law Society is to imprison and guard all those who are guilty, and execute the beheading of those who have been convicted of a capital offense. The boss's wife downplayed the difference between these two meetings. Then she kind of looked at Chen Yi coldly again. Our Criminal Law Association will also force confessions and interrogations, using all extraordinary means, which also includes the punishment of castration. The boss lady looked at a certain part of Chen Yi's body when she said the last sentence. Chen Yi instantly felt that a certain part of his body was chilled, and subconsciously he put his legs together. If this old were to fix someone, it would still be a death sentence by her. Chen Yi sighed. Whether there was a crime or not was up to her, and she had to execute it with her own hands after conviction. Chen Yi swore in his heart that he would never fall into her hands, or else he would have to know what it was like to live a life worse than death. Chen Yi's family signed a confidentiality agreement under Jiang Yinghong's coercion. After all, they don't want to go into the trial right now. The crowd that signed the confidentiality agreement immediately received the first benefit from the Alien Energy Bureau. The crowd looked at some fingernail-sized white stones in front of them, and a book next to it with a ring on it, and everyone's ring style was different. Looking at these, everyone showed a puzzled look. What are these? Zheng Chang said. The white stones are spirit stones, very rare things. All psychic abilities rely on spiritual power to perform. There are only two ways to make one's spiritual power increase. One is to practice hard, and the other is to rely on sucking the spiritual power inside the spiritual stone. The size of your spiritual power determines the strength of your psychic abilities, and also determines your fighting ability. However, I suggest that you all keep your spirit stones, as it can save your life at a critical time. Zheng Chang explained a whole lot, and it was only at this time that everyone realized how important spirit stones were. How can we get the spirit stones? Chen Chunyu asked. You can get spirit stones every month by holding an official position in the Alien Energy Bureau. Other than that, it's some quests that you can also get spirit stones from. The last one is merit value, which can be exchanged for many spirit stones, much more than both of the previous two. Zheng Chang explained. What about this ring? Chen Yi asked. This ring is a symbol of identity, representing that you are the Alien Energy Bureau's alien energy. At the same time, it is also a high-tech product for the Alien Energy Bureau to contact you, and the ring will glow when there is a mission that requires you to be deployed. You will then be instantly transported back to the Alien Energy Bureau by simply chanting Alien Energy Bureau in your mind. This ring is also a storage ring. It can store dead things inside, not living things. After you guys drop blood to recognize the owner, it will be able to do whatever your heart desires. Just one thought is all it takes to manipulate the storage ring. So magical? Chen Yi picked up the ring and played with it carefully. This ring was silver-white in color, but the bead stone inlaid on it was a gray oval. Put it to his eyes to look at it close up. There seemed to be a dragon inside. So beautiful, Chen Yi exclaimed. Does the ring have a name? It does. Zheng Chang nodded. We usually call it the alien ring, or the storage ring, but of course you can take one for yourself. Everyone thought that Zheng Chang was joking, but it turned out that Chen Yi said lightly, it will be called the Grey Dragon Ring. The crowd laughed at that. Grey Dragon Ring? That name is corny enough. Zheng Chang continued to explain. That book is the secret book for cultivating spiritual power. You guys can go back and watch and cultivate on your own. There is only the first 3 levels of the cultivation method here. To get the back, you have to exchange it with merit badges. After everything was explained, Zheng Chang had someone take them away. After waiting for Chen Yi's family to stand by, Jiang Yinghong however questioned Zheng Chang. Do you know what kind of consequences you will bring if you blatantly bring them to the Alien Energy Bureau? Zheng Chang smiled faintly. My inquisitor, calm down a bit. I might be worried if their alien energy levels were low, but their alien energy levels are actually so high. Aren't they good candidates for bait? Jiang Yinghong looked at Zheng Chang grimly. What about Chen Yi? He hasn't awakened yet and is just an ordinary person. You can't keep following him around all the time, can you? Zheng Chang said with a disinterested face. Anyway, he's not an alien yet, so if he's dead, he's dead. Jiang Yinghong let out a cold laugh. You, the branch chief, are still really grassy about people's lives. Zheng Chang made an expression of not caring. Chen Yi realized that his family was already at home in Rambler Bay after they walked out of the Alien Energy Bureau. Amazing. The 3 sisters were all discussing what had just happened. Chen Xinglong walked over to Chen Yi's side, and just as the thought came to him, all of the spirit stones in his alien energy ring appeared in his hand. Son, I'm getting old, so send these spirit stones to your father. He gave so many things to our family. I don't know what to take to return them. Listening to Xiao Zhang, the spirit stones are too important to altered beings. Chen Xinglong sighed. I'm old, and I'm not looking for great wealth, nor do I want to conquer the world. This spirit stone is useless to me. Chen Yi looked at Chen Xinglong's eyes. His eyes revealed determination. Chen Yi understood that what Chen Xinglong disliked the most in his life was owing others favors. Chen Yi accepted the spirit stone after understanding his old man's mood. Chen Xiaoyu, come here. Chen Xinglong was going to settle accounts in the fall. Chen Xiaoyu walked over to Chen Xinglong with a crying face. Kneel down. Chen Xiaoyu's tears surged out at once. Father. Chen Xinglong had a stern face. Look at what kind of shady friends you've made, and going to KTV? Is that something you should go to as a student? Chen Dongyu and Chen Xiaoyu didn't dare to make a sound. Their old dad had never hit them, but in their hearts they were very dignified. The old Chen family except Chen Yi wasn't afraid of him. Their 3 daughters were in awe of him. Chen Xiaoyu lowered her head and stayed in tears. Chen Yi immediately knelt down next to his little sister. Father, I'm also at fault. If I hadn't given my little sister so much money, she wouldn't have gone to that kind of place. Chen Xinglong saw Chen Yi protecting Chen Xiaoyu. He could only snort coldly. Forget it, this matter is not entirely your fault. Chen Xiaoyu isn't young anymore and should see the world. Let this matter be a lesson. Chen Xinglong didn't want to discipline them too much. The children were old enough and should have their own lives. Too much meddling would only cause them to hit walls everywhere in their lives. Get up! After receiving Chen Xinglong's order, the 2 siblings also stood up. Somewhere in the deep mountains of Baihe County, the place was cliffy and the terrain was treacherous. There was actually a cave between the belly of the mountain. Inside the cave, several people sat on the ground around a broken wooden table. Are the people Jing Chang brought with him confirmed this time? The leader asked, wearing a devil mask and a black robe. No one knew what he looked like. The one sitting opposite shook his head and said, don't know yet, but according to the past, the people he brought there this time are in all likelihood Alterans. Did you find out their address? The leader asked again. Our hidden stakes in the police station are checking it out. I guess we'll have the results soon. Humph. The leader snorted coldly. The speed of your work is getting slower and slower. Be careful of the top cutting off your resources. Across the table, his face twitched a few times when he heard this. Do you think we do it on purpose when we do it? The leader immediately changed his attitude. Remember, if you can draw them in, draw them in. If you can't, kill them. If you can't have one more friend, you can't have one more enemy. I understand. Blue Wave Bay. At this time, Chen Yi called Ugly Missy Ming in his room. Ugly Missy Ming, I want you to monitor my family with all your might. I want to be the first to know once something blows. Brother Chen. I know. The ugly Missy Ming on the other end of the phone did not ask Chen Yi why. Chen Yi hung up the phone and looked out the window in silence. According to the words of the novels I read in my previous life, then someone should be coming after us. Chapter 37, The Grand Finale. I will guard my family. October 11th night, Blue Wave Bay. Chen Yi was lying on the bed looking at the secret book for cultivating spiritual power. Zheng Chang gave them the secret book named Practicing God's Decision. Chen Yi flipped through the first page which made his eyes light up. Abilities are like moves. Spirit is internal force. The stronger the internal force, a random palm can turn a river. No matter how strong the moves are, they can't defeat a single internal force. It was as if Chen Yi had opened up a new world, and his understanding of supernormal abilities deepened by 10%. Only when the spirit lives forever can one live forever, and no matter how strong the supernormal ability is, it is nothing but yellow earth. Chen Yi thought of the novels he had read in his previous life, which invincible stance was not due to the strength of the spirit. Chen Yi continued reading. What is the spirit? Will? Obsession? Thoughts? All of these are correct. Spirit essentially refers to the soul. The spirit practicing decree is actually also the soul practicing decree. Seeing this, Chen Yi suddenly understood why his spiritual power was stronger than both his sisters and his old man. According to what the spirit practicing decree said, in addition to his own spiritual power in this body, his body also had the spiritual power that originally belonged to Blue Star Chen Yi, which meant that he was equivalent to having the spiritual power of two souls. Chen Yi continued to read on thoughtfully. Soldiers, the reason why they are stronger than ordinary people, besides their physical body being stronger than ordinary people, more importantly, his will or soul is stronger than ordinary people. A person with faith will also be stronger than a faithless person. The simplest and most primitive thing a soul can do to become stronger is to refine itself, not only physically but also spiritually. But often, spiritual refinement is more likely to make people run out of steam than physical refinement. That's why some people get deranged and become psychotic after being stimulated. But the primitive method of increasing mental power through physical grinding was too slow, so the exotic predecessors created the practicing God's decree. Those with strong spirits are even able to manage to keep changing their bodies for eternity. Seeing this, Chen Yi fell into deep thought. Then, did I cross over because my spirit was powerful in my last life? Chen Yi quickly dismissed this thought. His previous life was just an ordinary person. He had not cultivated his soul at all, and he had crossed over to an otherworldly world. Chen Yi was a bit skeptical if the world of his previous life really existed. With doubtful thoughts, Chen Yi continued to read down. The strength of the soul is to rely on the grinding of the flesh and spiritual strikes. The common denominator of these two methods is that they are constantly stimulating the spirit. But the grinding of the flesh and the striking of the spirit will harm the fundamentals. Chen Yi agreed with this statement. Although the grinding of the physical body didn't sound like it would do any harm, but once the spiritual power reached a certain level, then no matter how much one was grinding the physical body, it was expected that the spiritual power wouldn't change, and it would even harm the fundamentals of the body. And the spiritual blow was even worse. Many people would become depressed or even insane because of the spiritual blow, and this method is even more harmful and undesirable. The book states, the human body carries its own bioelectricity, and bioelectricity is able to stimulate the soul, which is the main cultivation method of the practicing God's decree. Holy cow, bioelectricity can still stimulate the soul? Chen Yi also only just realized this, and seeing this somewhat pressed his heart to cultivate. Moving on to the next level, the first layer of spiritual power, Tongda, that is, the spiritual power of a normal person. The grade is 0 star. The second layer of spiritual power, supernormal, that is, the limit of what a special forces king can achieve. The grade is 1 to 3 stars. The third level of spiritual power, human extreme. This realm is generally the highest spiritual power an alien can achieve. The grades are 4 to 9 stars. The fourth level of spiritual power, heavenly soul, which is the realm of the unity of heaven and man, graded at 10 to 12 stars. The fifth level of spiritual power, divine mind, a legendary existence that no one has reached so far, and a realm that theoretically exists. I've now reached the human extreme in terms of spiritual power? Chen Yi's spiritual power was 9 stars, which meant that the human extreme had been perfected, and further up was the heavenly soul, the realm of the unity of heaven and man. Chen Yi did not expect his spiritual power realm to be so high. Chen Yi estimated that it had something to do with his crossing over. It should be caused by the fusion of the two souls. Now this body, no matter what aspect is Earth, Chen Yi is in the lead, and the memories left behind by Blue Star Chen Yi, and they are still memories that are left to be viewed by him. Earth Chen Yi was not affected by Blue Star Chen Yi's memories in the slightest. This book, Practicing God's Decree, only has 3 levels. Is it still useful to me now that my spiritual power is so high? Chen Yi sat on his bed with his knees crossed. He began to cultivate according to the method on top of the Practicing God's Decree, and in no time at all Chen Yi finished cultivating the first weight. This, just fine? Chen Yi felt like he had been cheated. He cultivated according to the method above the Practicing God's Decree, and as a result, he didn't feel anything. Try again. Chen Yi cultivated the second one again, and this time, Chen Yi felt his entire body tingling, as if there were electric currents coursing through his entire body. Seeing a reaction, Chen Yi hurriedly cultivated the third weight. Chen Yi, who had just practiced the third level, felt that the numbness was a few points stronger, but it was only comfortable, and not at all as painful and unbearable as what was written above in Practicing God's Decision. Seeing this, Chen Yi stopped first. Could it be that I am cultivating wrong? Self-doubting Chen Yi read carefully and seriously once more and realized that there was nothing wrong with his cultivation at all. This time Chen Yi flipped to the last page, only to find out that the last page reads, the first 3 levels are only useful for less than 4 stars. Damn! Didn't say so earlier. Chen Yi angrily cursed, before remembering that he had missed it because he hadn't been careful. The current Practicing God's Decree was useless to Chen Yi, who took out another spirit stone from the Grey Dragon Ring. This thing is so magical? Playing with it for a long time, Chen Yi muttered. He had never seen this kind of stone that glowed with white light before, and it was also this kind of stone that could increase spiritual power. Try it? Chen Yi was a bit hesitant because he was not sure if this kind of spirit stone was really harmless. After all, a person's spirit was the soul, and when the soul was injured, the spirit was also misplaced. Moreover, the spirit power in this kind of spirit stone didn't even know where it came from. It's better to try. Since Zhang Chang said that spirit stones were rare, that proves that this kind of stone is good for exalts. Chen Yi held the spirit stone in his hands, then slowly closed his eyes, and with a movement of his mind, the spirit power inside the spirit stone was sucked into Chen Yi's body. After doing this, Chen Yi didn't have much of a feeling, a bit like smoking for the first time, a bit dizzy, but it felt like the whole person was much more energized. Looks like it really works. Chen Yi wouldn't feel that the spirit stone was useless. After all, his own spirit power had all reached 9 stars, so it was estimated that the effect of a spirit stone on his increase was not too obvious. Chen Yi did not intend to continue using spirit stones. He felt that he had to ask the boss's wife for advice sometime. After all, it was veterans like her who knew about spirit stones. Just in case it was really as Zhang Chang said, the spirit stone could save his life when it mattered. The Practicing God's Decree was useless to Chen Yi, and he didn't dare to use the spirit stones indiscriminately, so Chen Yi had no choice but to go to sleep. There were no words for the night. The next day, October 12th, Chen Yi was almost insomniac. The spirit stone's spiritual power kept him awake for 2 to 3 hours, which was something that Chen Yi hadn't expected. So the spirit stone has this kind of effect. Chen Yi decided to have one when he stayed up late. It worked better than anything else. The first thing Chen Yi did when he woke up was to go drink some water. When he realized that his 3 sisters were all sitting paralyzed on the sofa and were giggling. What are you guys doing? Chen Yi felt like he was seeing 3 delinquent girls on drugs. It's not because of the spirit stone, Chen Xiaoyu said excitedly, looking at her as if she could jump up and do a set of military boxing at any time. Then shouldn't you guys cultivate the spirit practicing decree to consume it? Chen Yi gave a solution. Cultivate my ass. The always gentle Chun Dongyu scolded. That practicing God's decree cultivated for a night, making us suffer. What's wrong? Chen Yi looked at them suspiciously. Cultivating that practicing God's decree has almost electrocuted us. Where is this stimulating the soul? It's simply killing people. Our entire body now hurts like we're being thwarted and peeled. Chen Chunyu exclaimed. Chen Yi bristled in disbelief. Why don't I feel it? Chen Chunyu sneered. Big brother, what about your 9 stars of spiritual power? This first 3 levels of the practicing God's decree is not useful to you at all. Alright, Chen Yi thought that they wouldn't look at the last page of the spirit practicing decree, but he didn't expect the meticulous second sister to find it anyway. Then there's nothing I can do. Can't help you guys. Chen Yi could not do anything. He could not rely on the divine providence superpower to solve even this small matter. Could he? Chen Yi looked at the peaceful family, and he felt a lot of emotions in his heart. I will definitely guard my family. Definitely. End of book.